All right, we are live. Let's put out the tweet with the link. Do we have the link? We may not have the link here. We don't see it here yet. It's gotta pop up. I'm sure I can find the link in OBS, but I'm too lazy. It's a good way to check if the audio is working correctly as well. Shout out to my channel here. We did a live stream for the debate, Fantasy UCL. Game week 6 was 755k rank. We got a green arrow for game week 6. On to game week 7. Should be up now. There's a little delay, I believe. Are we live here? Yep. Okay. Okie doke. Let's put the tweet up here. We don't see it here yet. It's cool. Sure, I can find the link. I don't know, man. I don't have Palmer. Don't have Saka. Check if the audio is working correctly as well. Better mute that. Shout out to my channel here. Better mute that. Live stream for the debate. One thing at a time here. UCL. Thinking about wildcarding, I'm like, we'll see if Luis Diaz starts. On to game week 7. I think the audio is good. Alright. That should be good. That should be good. Alright. We're looking at this because we're going to watch this together. Let's just double check the audio is good here on the phones. If you have any questions, ask them away. Should be good. Should be okay. We'll put up a chat here on my phone. Alright. Dig into this.
About 1.3, 4 points. It's after the weekend, then it's interesting to look at the league table and not after the game we've played.
Seen two players having a big impact for you at the moment, at very different stages of their career. Ryan Gravenberg's 22. What do you make of the progress that he's made this season? And then also, we've seen Mo Salah and the numbers that he's producing once again. What enables him to keep producing those kind of numbers at the age, or what do you see in him that allows him to do that at the age of 32?
Question about Salah, about him producing. So this is the early kickoff here. We'll be able to know. I gotta stay up till like 4 in the morning. Not 4 in the morning, but 3 in the morning, which I think it's even worse, to get some early team news because it's crucial. Like you can't compete if you don't stay up. I gotta wait till 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning here. I did my score predictions video. It's up live on my channel. Liverpool's favorite to win. Liverpool did play midweek, and Luis Diaz did start with Darwin up front, I believe, and Salah on the other side. I had a limitless chip, like I had a limitless draft, and I didn't use that, but Salah hauled, Lewandowski hauled, a lot of people, like Foden scored. I should have literally used the limitless chip, but regrets. Yeah, like it seems like he may start though because they want to start their strongest 11. Darwin could not start, but they, Luis Diaz has been in form with Salah. He did take off Robertson. He did take off Alexander Arnold. So he took off and Szoboszlai as well. Players that, were crucial to the team performing. And if we look, like, when did he take off Luis Diaz? He took off Luis Diaz early, really early. He took him off in the 72nd for Cody Gakpo. Robertson came up at that time as well. And then later on, after Salah scored, Trent came off in the 85th along with Dominic Szoboszlai because they will definitely be starting. So it looked like he was trying to preserve him. You know, the chance that Luis Diaz will start, and that's why a wild card is not on my table here, but I could do it. Like I have Madison, which before his haul in game week 5, I wasn't feeling it with Madison. He's playing deeper. Brennan Johnson has been hauling in the last 2 game weeks. So like I have a little bit of concern. Bernardo Silva is like, what has Bernardo Silva done since game week 3 and game week 1? Nothing. He's given me blanks. The team is performing around him. Savio, Doku are contributing with assists. Even Guardiol in defense picked up a goal last game week. So like, what is Bernardo doing in my team? What is Madison doing in my team? Really, Pedro Porro hasn't even been doing anything really either. I haven't slated Tottenham to get another clean sheet. Like they got a clean sheet against United. You got a yellow card, but like, what has he done since game week 1 and game week 2? My team has kind of been flat. Been saved by Rodgers here, with a lot of people who've transferred Rodgers out. He's gone up in price. Haaland's gone up in price. Got Havertz, who got a goal last game week. Hopefully, he can be some cover for Saka, but not holding my breath there. Konate, it's not looking good. I did slate Crystal Palace to not score against Liverpool this game week, but I got Henderson still in goal, man. I got Henderson against Liverpool. What kind of hedging is that? Get some save points. But yeah, let's continue watching this.
I think why players play well has first of all to do with the quality they have as a players. So Mo has a lot of quality, Ryan has a lot of quality. Actually, every player that plays here has a lot of quality. Now it's up to us. And I say us because not only me, my staff, it's also the players, to play in the best possible way as a team, and then individuals will do special things. So it was an unbelievable finish from Mo, but the only reason he got the chance to finish was because Trent Alexander-Arnold made an overlapping run, and that's why it opened up on the inside. And yeah, if you give that
what is that drink
Mo,
on the left side?
And then he can score a special goal. So again, that's about his quality. It's about Ryan's quality. But the amount of time Virgil or Ibu plays balls through to Ryan, where Ryan can turn and then he can play his balls towards all the good attackers we have. That makes it, in my opinion, a team performance, which is really well. And then, yeah, as a result of that, you see individuals playing good also.
I'm sorry to ask again. Hopefully you understand that I have to ask just to check in case there is something you can exactly because there's been that more speculation about Trent this week. I just wonder, what can you tell us this week, if anything, about Trent's, Mo's, Virgil's contract situation? Any possible
talking about contracts here, man?
I was hoping that you didn't, in your last question, didn't use the word contracts, because then I was saying, Trent is doing like this and he's doing like this. But, it's the same boring answer as always. And I could really understand if you ask me this once every 2 weeks, but if you ask me this after 2-3 days again, then you still get the same answer, and people feel that I'm boring then.
We've got an international break.
Okay. So try it after the international break again.
Morning, Anna. Just on Ryan, he's up for the Premier League Player of the Month. As you mentioned, there, he's only 22. I just wonder how much further he can go in terms of his development, how much more he can improve.
If you look at all the signings,
we talk about Ryan Gravenberch, who's up for Player of the Month.
I don't know how many years. Most players were underneath 24, 25.
That's a good thumbnail.
And there's, I think, also a reason for this, because you expect players from 22 or 23, especially if they come to a club like Liverpool in this environment, in the way they've worked here, that you expect progress more than you expect that maybe or probably from a player that's 33 or 34. So then it is not that big of a surprise if you bring the qualities like Ryan Gravenberch in, that if you start to work with him, you do the right program and has the teammates that he has, that he can progress, and that's what we are seeing at the moment. Now it's up to him to keep the standards as they are at this moment, and that's a challenge, because he, like all the others, have to play every 3 days, and that is also a challenge for all of us, but also for him, because he hasn't played a lot of games last season. I think now he already played more 90-minute games than he did in the past 2 seasons. So interesting to see how he copes with it, but till now he does really well.
Palace that had a bit of a struggle so far, but they have finished top 10 last season. Are you surprised at the way they've started? How big a challenge will they be?
I've said many times when it comes to us, and I said it also in relation to Wolves last week, that if you play 6 games, it's so hard to judge the league table. The weird thing, or maybe that's not weird, but they got some results against United and against Chelsea, 2 top teams. So the other results were not as they would have probably wanted it. Last season they finished really strong, lost 1 or 2 good players. That's also clear. But I said it about Wolves last week, and I can say the same about this team, that they will do better during the season. Hopefully not tomorrow, of course.
Well, Salah's not captain. Let's switch that.
With the international break coming up, obviously your only defeat of the season came straight after the last one. Are you a bit concerned about how much your players are playing at the moment? Do you feel that some of them might need their minutes managed while they are away with their national teams?
No, the first thing I look at is tomorrow, and then we will wait and see if again we are the team where I think last time you guys told me that we had 10 players playing all the minutes, and the next one was 5. I don't know if it's true, but that's what you guys told me. So I have to assume it's true, because journalists always speak the truth, don't they? Yeah. In England they do. So I don't look forward yet towards the games that are coming after the international break. But the difference between this international break and the last one is that this time we play a late kickoff. It's Sunday, and last time we played it Saturday. So it gives us 1 extra day of rest, which is always helpful, especially for the ones that come back with a jet lag from South America.
You said on Wednesday that you didn't create a lot of chances for Darwin Núñez. Is it a case of he needs to work a little bit harder to adapt to your style, or maybe do you need to sort of look at his needs and the way he plays and maybe adapt to him a little bit more?
It's both. I think it's the challenge we as a staff always have, to bring the best out of the individuals. So we try to find different ways of positioning Darwin than Diogo, because they are not the same players. So their teammates also adjust to the player they are playing with, and that's also what I as a manager have to do, and also what we are doing. Yes, he didn't score in his last game because he was offside as well. So when we bring him the chances, he's able to score. But unfortunately, we couldn't bring him that much in the position we want to. If I'm completely honest, which I like to be just as your journalist, even Diogo didn't had. I think the most goals we scored come from our wingers till now, and Diogo scored 2.
This will be the lineup.
When we played West Ham,
I don't think he's going to
from the top position. So maybe it's also for us something to look at. Although we score a lot of goals,
this will be the exact
striker,
lineup.
If it's Diogo or Darwin, even more in positions to score.
Hi Arnie, being top of the table, are you wary about people getting carried away with the start the club has made?
No, we're at Liverpool, so players are here used to be on top of the table. So it would be very weird if a player at Liverpool then is all of a sudden with his head in the clouds. Is that also something you say? Okay. So no, that's. But if we don't play well tomorrow, people will probably come up with that instead of saying that Palace did well or we maybe did other things wrong. But I don't see this, and that would definitely not be normal. For 2 reasons. These players are experienced enough to understand the league table after 6 games as well, and the schedule we had compared to some other teams. Second of all, Virgil, Ali, Trent, Robbo, they won the league here. Mo, they won the league here. They won the Champions League here. So for them, it's a nice thing to be on top of the table, but I'm not expecting them to watch their mobile every second of the day, seeing them being top of the table.
No. First of all, it was me who came up with the stat about players in the international break. I can confirm it was definitely true. You mentioned earlier about the 12:30 kickoffs after playing on a Wednesday. Now, lunchtime kickoffs have been quite a debate
the early kickoff
for quite some years, but
never back
the
the early
kickoff.
kickoff.
Mentioned is how often Liverpool played away from
Famous
home.
last words.
Another stat for you: since 2017-18, this will be the 40th 12:30 kickoff, and 30 of those have been away from home. Now, currently Premier League rules around playing lunchtime after in Europe only kind of govern playing away in the European game. Are you surprised that playing away in the subsequent league game isn't brought into consideration?
In general, I think the league where I'm coming from in Holland, they are more aware and they try to help the teams that play in Europe more than it happens over here. But to be fair to the English FA, our schedule here is so tight that it's so difficult, and I think it's also something that has to do with the people that are sitting in front of me. So for the television stations, I have the feeling I do an interview every day. So that is why we think I play at 12:30, because I think they can pick which team they want to have on 12:30. Yeah, and then it's 9 out of 10 times Liverpool is included. I don't think it has so much to do with the 12:30 kickoff. For me, it has to do that every away game is difficult. So I showed them last week that 10 out of 18 away games last season didn't lead to a win. So you can then argue if it's 12:30 or is it just difficult to play an away game, and we can come up with Newcastle and Forest, and there were two others where there were last second winners. So that shows you how difficult it is to play an away game, especially for us in this league. And yeah, because we play so many times then at 12:30, people talk about 12:30. I think we have to talk about an away game, that is difficult. Because if 12:30 was a difficult time to perform, then I'm a really stupid manager, because we train every day at 12 o'clock. So yeah, I don't see the idea behind it being that difficult performing at that time.
And just ask about Federico Chiesa. As he's getting on, he's going to be available for the weekend.
Wait and see. He didn't train for the last 2 days. He came in today to see if he could train. And if he can, I still have a decision to make, because we can only select 20. And he hasn't trained for a few days. So, but first of all, we have to wait and see if he can even train. And if he can, then it's my decision, our decision, if we bring him to the game or not.
All right, that's it for him. The next big decision is, will Rico Lewis start? Okay, so I already made my decision. I think Luis Diaz will start. Be harsh to drop him, man. He's been in form. I know last game he blanked, but
some fans have clubbed together
really
to raise money for a banner
Is it gonna keep going like
in
that?
your honour tomorrow that will have the words in Catalan, "We want you to stay." First of all, what do you think about...
Oh, it's like an illusion here. Alright. So, I think Luis Diaz will start for my FPL team. I really hope he starts, and I really hope Bernardo Silva can do something. Luis, we're gonna observe Pep, and it's Pep roulette here. I have no Chelsea. I don't have Saka. Konza and Burn on the bench. Henderson in goal. We're gonna maybe do a little wildcard draft, but we'll do it maybe after this. Hear from Pep.
People doing stuff like that, but what's your response to the sentiment?
They have to bring me the bill to pay. I will pay the band, so I don't want to spend money for that reason. What can I say? Thank you so much. So I fell in love since the first day I came here. I was here. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Do you periodically you've mentioned certain things to do with the charges that the team's facing. You mentioned it with Mikel Arteta rather than questions. Because of that, do you feel there is more of a need for you to defend your football club this season and promote your football club? Because you're a very successful individual. The club is the most successful in England, certainly over the last few years. but it feels as though you're feeling that very personally this year.
I'm part of this club. Deep inside of my bones, and the best way to defend the club is winning games and do my job as well as possible. We cannot misunderstand the reason why I'm here, but at the same time I'm the person, the managers and all the clubs are the person who talk more through all the media to send a message to the fans or whatever. So and of course I'm going to defend my club because I trust since the owner, since especially the chairman for the relation and CEOs and all the people working here for many years. I know them quite well, much more than any of yours, and of course the people around. But the best way to defend is doing our job the best. You know, every people working here has his own responsibility. My responsibility is try to hold my players in their hands and together to win the games. And this is the best way to defend. The rest, of course, there are situations in 8-9 years that always is there. Some of them unexpected, some of them is more tough to deal, but it's what it is. So there's no complaints and do what you have to do. And of course, I'm part of this club, so not just a manager. I'm part. I love this club and always will be that way because cannot be differently for the way they treat me since the day one. So it's impossible. When you give something and they give me a lot, the rest is just, it's the consequences. Simple.
Hi, Pat. Obviously, the fans are asking you directly, do you want to stay? Do you have an answer for them?
I said in the beginning of the press conferences, I'm not going to talk about this subject. When it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
On Fulham then, City's record against them is 16 wins in a row. It's the longest run that any team has had.
I don't like these questions. I said many times. Don't tell me. The last time,
he doesn't like this.
Last time, your defeat at home was at Brentford. After 1 minute, 0-1 down. Well, I would say Brentford every game is 1-0 down after the first minute. But the best way is don't ask me this question, please.
Are you aware of the record?
No.
I had no idea. Do you even think about elements like that when you're preparing for matches, what the previous record has been and the matches last season, how strong you were against Fulham?
Your day yesterday is the same like today?
No.
So, I would love to say like we won 60 games in a row, we're going to start the game 2-0, going to win. Only I say the record is the last 6 games since the first defeat in United game. They didn't lose. The best moment of Fulham from I would say this season, the previous seasons is there. Marco Silva's already few years there in London, and they add to they bought interesting players there, especially Anderson, experienced guys. So and it's a team always at home, especially always create problems in the first half a lot. And they have a lot of weapons, speed. I saw the last 2-3 games. I never see him in many years I'm here in the form that he's playing, and of course the speed from Adama Traore always create a problem. Jimenez is back. Destructive defensive always have been a tough game. Is only I'm concerned. What they do, not what they happen in the past.
How's the squad looking? Is Erling okay? And any other issues anywhere else?
Yeah, everything, but except Nathan, Kevin, and of course Rodri and Oscar. The rest are fine.
Thank you.
Hi, Pep. I just wondered if we can get any more information on Kevin De Bruyne. Obviously,
it's not for tomorrow. It's not ready.
It's not ready, and we know he's obviously not going with Belgium to the international break. But he's also asked not to go in November. Is that because he's out for longer, or is that because he's?
How can he go when he didn't play one game? How can he go with the national team? I never understood that. I never understood that. So, but anyway, so he's not. He cannot play with us. Cannot play with Belgium. But he didn't say to me, I don't know, he's going to retire for the national team from Belgium. He didn't say that to me. I don't know in the mind from Kevin, but for that game is
retire what?
He's injured, so he's not available.
Yesterday, FIFA finalised their regulations for the Club World Cup.
33,
and part of it
on.
is basically turning around to all the teams and saying, you have to bring your strongest players to the States. Now, we've heard from players saying they're worried about playing too many games, players saying they're preparing for 60, 70 game seasons. What's your reaction to them?
What is the strongest players? Which ones?
I mean, I presume it's you can't. Yeah, they'll say, look, you can't.
No, but the FIFA will tell me for them which players are stronger than the other ones. I don't understand that.
So, are you worried that your selection issue, of how you select a team, could be dictated by someone else?
No, we go all the squad there. We don't go for one game, right? So I don't know how it's the competition itself right now, but we don't go for 11 players. We go for all the squad. But I don't understand how is the selection, this player is stronger than the one. I know. But the stronger it means in forms. And maybe the strongest players for them is in really, really, really bad conditions. For many reasons. Personal, physical, injuries, niggles. And he's going to play in other ones. I'm not going to tell them, I'm not going to send before the games which player has to play. I would decide. That's for sure.
That was not very helpful, Pep. Thank you very much. We got Luis Diaz playing midweek. We had Rico Lewis playing midweek against Slovan Bratislava. Got an assist, I believe. He played the full 90. Foden came off. Man, Bernardo Silva was benched. That's right. Is he gonna play Bernardo Silva? Oh my goodness, my team. My team is in shambles. My team. He didn't even play. He didn't even get like minutes. Bernardo. I think he'll play in the middle. Like Gundogan really hurt Bernardo Silva's mittens here when he came back. My team is an absolute disaster. My FPL team here. We got Rico Lewis probably not starting. We got Konza and Burn on the bench with Luis Diaz probably not starting. Bernardo Silva probably not starting. This was a stat that Pep didn't want to hear about here. Manchester City have won each of their last 16 meetings with Fulham in all competitions. The longest winning run an English side has against another in history. These are some great stats. Manchester City have won a penalty each of their last 6 Premier League meetings with Fulham, the longest run one side has had it. How many records do they have against Fulham here? That means Holland's going to get a goal. That means Captain Holland for sure. Manchester City in the last 49 games in all competitions. Wins Brentford in 2022. Wow, they got a lot of records to be keeping up here. Will Bernardo Silva start? I think he'll start, just the fact that he didn't get any minutes midweek. That's going to be harsh on Bernardo. Is he injured? I don't think he's injured. Salah, Luis Diaz, Havertz. Havertz should be on pens for Arsenal here. Those are 2 good fixtures right there. Definitely would want more. Would want a full team of Arsenal. Let's do a wild card here. Wild card draft. Let's see how much money I have. Alright, so, well, with Holland out, I'd have just over a little bit over 102 because I had some 4 players that cost me, but Holland's definitely in the team. Who else would definitely be in the team? I would say like 4.4. Is there any 4.4? Nope, there's no 4.4s. Well, that's weird. I go for Raya and goal. We haven't had any, you know, players that have dropped double. Who's Arsenal's backup? Neto, 4.3. Yeah, we can't do that. Guess just restore Dennis there. Perform. We definitely get a Gabriel in defense. We get Saka in midfield. And we even I don't really favor Solanke. Just for the fact that, you know, if he scores he's not getting bonus. I'd honestly go Havertz as well there. I'd also go as like a 4th, 5th defender. Rico Lewis. Too many players selected from Arsenal. Oh, I'm drunk. I'm all drunk. But yeah, we're not gonna go there. We have Raya in defense. That's the cover. Would we go Trent? Pictures? I don't know, man. Man, this is actually a hard decision here. Like, what are we doing here without the template? Like, what would be the wildcard team? Like, would we get Salah in here? Man, this is tough. Without watching any content creators, like, what's the template? Like, there is no template. Definitely avoid Manchester United. Would we get any Newcastle players? Maybe Gordon, but the fixtures aren't really looking good for Newcastle either. If you look at Newcastle's fixtures here, after this one, they have Brighton's okay, but then they have Chelsea, Arsenal, Forest is not an easy fixture. Man, what would the wild card? I have trouble thinking like what would my wild card team be like? Would I get Palmer in? Like would Palmer be coming in, and then would we get Salah too? Like, I don't think that's even possible. Is that crazy though? Like not owning Salah? Is that even possible to do a team? Like that's not even possible, I don't think. I don't think we could afford Havertz. Then we would do like what? Oh, we'd have Rogers in there because he's super cheap. And then we put in even Semenyo's not looking good after this fixture against Leicester. McNeil, if McNeil's gonna perform, it's gonna be now. That's kind of recency bias though. We'd go Brennan Johnson there. And then the defense, like, you got 13.2 left. There's no way this would even be a feasible team. We'd have to not even get Brennan Johnson. We'd go with like a fodder, bench fodder. Dibbling. Is that 4.6? Can't even do Dibbling. Any 4.3s? I don't even think this team is feasible with what I have in a value, team value. but we'll see. Oh. No, it's not possible. This would not be possible, unfortunately. We'd get Dan Burn, just because we know he starts. Soufal is not even guaranteed start. Bogarde. Has Bogarde been playing? Nope. They've been playing Konza. Right back. Miko. Yeah. And would we get Konza back in? Yeah, like if I had a wild card, like if I use my wild card, I do have my wild card available, but like if I had to use it, is Lewis Hall playing? Lewis Hall's been playing. Double up on Newcastle. It's not looking good. The fixtures kind of turn. Look at that defense. That defense is so bad. It's heavy in midfield. Like, you wouldn't want to play this team. This is no balance. Definitely would get rid of Havertz. Just because the fixture's so good for Everton, I'd go Calvert-Lewin if I can find him. Still got 4.4. You can't even own a Trent or a Konate. This would not. I wouldn't advise this wildcard. It's not even feasible. We got like no defense. Is Matty Cash back? We'd be 0.1 short. Well, that kind of sucks. So yeah, good luck trying to own a team like that. Calvert-Lewin up front. Roger, it would be what, like a 4-4-2 with no other midfielder and no striker. Double up on Newcastle. That would not work. That would not work at all. Got Miko. Hall's not even guaranteed to start. Lewis is not. That's like a disaster waiting to happen. That's why I don't feel like there's too much stress in wildcarding. International breaks coming up. I'd wait one more game week. Is Matty Cash back or what? Matty. Matty Cash would be like someone who'd come in just so I can field the actual team and make the transfers. Then what would you play? Like, You need 4 starting to. This team is not feasible. You'd want to own Saka, Palmer, Salah, and Haaland in the core of the team. A lot of compromises need to be made there. If anything, Raya would be downgraded, but then you don't have no Arsenal defensive cover. We got rid of Saka, which I would not advise. But look at Chelsea's fixtures. I know he's fixture proof, but look at these fixtures. The train has passed for Chelsea. If you own Palmer in Gameweek 5 and 6, well deserved. They got Liverpool, Newcastle, United if that's a hard fixture, Arsenal. The next 4 after 4. 4 is not even that easy either. It's would I own Palmer? I don't know. Kind of a lot of points chasing, but that could punish. I would want to own Saka. Saka's involved in everything. So if we got rid of that, we'd want to get Mbomo. Definitely would want Mbomo on the wild card. Marino. Can never find the players. I have no good eyes here. You'd want Mbomo. Alright. Look at Wolves, United, Ipswich, Fulham, Bournemouth. That's a good run. I definitely. Mbomo was a transfer in this game for me. For Luis Diaz. If Luis Diaz is not starting, I'm going for Mbomo. I can't take. He's scoring early. If Brentford scores, most likely he's involved. So and then when I owned Mbomo, I owned him last season. He just blanked. Didn't get anything from Mbomo. Such a troll for me. Every time I've owned Mbomo, it just didn't work out. So if I didn't own Palmer, I'd go Mbomo, Salah, Saka, Rodgers, and then I'd actually have a midfielder that I could swap in here. I'd definitely get rid of the double up on Newcastle. I'd get rid of Burn. Midfields. Who would I go in for in midfield? And Nkunku is. He cannot cover for Palmer, but he might not even start, man. Scratch that. Chelsea have too many players. If you don't go for Palmer, do not get any Chelsea players. I would say who would I want in defense? If I don't own Palmer, I'd want Trent, right? And I got 5 million to spend. Because I know Trent will always play every game week. And then I'd probably have to upgrade. Who else? Man, this is hard. This is hard. That's why I don't feel comfortable wildcarding. It's a lot of points chasing. $5 million? I don't even think it's worth going for a 5 million player. Buonanotte. Leicester need to get these W's here if they want to do something. Buonanotte in. If I had this team, I'd go 3-5-2. Buonanotte would play this game at home against Bournemouth. It'd be Trent, Lewis, Oh, that's hard. Trent Lewis and Maiko. Would Maiko play? The defense is really bad. Yeah, I don't know about this wild card here, but let's duplicate the tabs here. Get back to my team. That wild card is kind of no bueno. No bueno for the wild card. If anything, this game week, I would do Luis Diaz out and Buamo in. I can afford that for sure. Get the money on Luis Diaz before he drops in value, especially if he doesn't start and score. I'd have 0.7 in the bank. Can never afford Saka, can never afford Palmer. The only way I'd be able to get those players is on wildcard. I got Bernardo dead weight in my team. I swear he better do something. He better start. Please start. Better do something. It was looking good after 3 game weeks. I'm like, yeah, he got an assist game week 1. Yeah, he got an assist game week 2. Let's go. Bernardo. Then just flat for the last 3. Gundogan came into the team. Transfer deadline, that's ruined everything. That's ruined everything for me. I think that Mbama would come in for me. We get news that Luis Diaz doesn't start. Thank you, Pep, for absolutely nothing. Let's watch the Premier League's fantasy show here.
Hello, welcome along to the fantasy show, and hands up, both hands firmly up. Who else had a disastrous wildcard last week? Yes, I did as well. But for all of you who had Cole Palmer and his huge 25 points, well done. I promise, no bitterness here at all. Let's put that one behind us though, shall we? And let's see what's coming up in game week 7 then. The deadline is on Saturday at 11 AM UK time. That's 90 minutes for Crystal Palace against Liverpool. Then at 3 PM, Arsenal host Southampton and Manchester City welcome Fulham. Then we have 3 matches on Sunday, and it all concludes with Brighton against Tottenham. And joining me in the studio today is someone that's probably looking forward to, maybe a bit nervous about that last game Brighton taking on Tottenham. It's Az Phillips from FPL Black Box. Let's talk about your wild card, because you're probably happier talking about yours than I am about mine.
Yeah, saved really on the final few days. Semenyo, Watkins, Rodgers all coming through. Pretty average. I took out Gordon, I took out Jota, I took out Robinson.
Number 1 rule of a wild card, don't look at the players you put out.
You can't help it though, can you?
You can't, because I would have got a far bigger score if I hadn't bothered wild carding. But anyway, we move on to the next game week. So this week, our hot topic is, it can only be one person really, can't it? Cole Palmer, after that amazing 25-point haul against Brighton. So let's say hello to our next guest, who, as I think, is going to be even happier than us to talk about wild cards, and particularly about Palmer. Holly Shan joins us, and Holly, you brought him in, didn't you, on your wild card? Well done.
Yeah, I was looking at this Chelsea team and I felt like there was goals there.
That's
so I actually doubled up on the Chelsea attack with Palmer and Jackson. And I actually came away from watching the highlights of that game thinking it could have been so much more. Jackson missed 2 big chances, both created by Palmer, who also hit the woodwork and had a goal disallowed. So, I mean, I can't complain with that 25-point haul, can I? I'm really pleased that I've got him in my team.
I don't think you can, and I'm absolutely not going to let you complain, Holly, because there's 2 people in this room that didn't get any of those 25 points. But should we have been surprised? Have we missed the boat a little bit, or missed a trick, really, not bringing him in on our wild cards when you see that second only to Erling Haaland for points this season?
Yeah, I mean, there was some warning signs from the Forest game against Brighton. Brighton were playing a very high line in that, and they got in behind a couple of times. I just thought the points might be shared out a bit more across the Chelsea attack. You know, Sancho's looked good. Jackson, as Holly's mentioned, Madueke got the hat-trick a few weeks ago. I didn't think it would be the Cole Palmer show again.
It always is.
And it always is, absolutely.
Yeah, we shouldn't be too surprised as well, Holly, because it's not just been this season, has it, as well? It was last season too. But I think maybe the reservation that some managers have had is maybe last season they were under a different management. Surely this season it was going to be different under Enzo Maresca. They've recruited as well, but he's continued to still be the main points provider.
Yeah, and at the start of the season, we saw him play a little bit wider. He's now moved central. Maresca's said that he's his number 10 now. And what's really encouraging is we know he's got the pedigree in FPL, the explosivity as well. We saw that last season. We now know he's on penalties. And Chelsea have scored the most goals of any team in the league this season, more than Manchester City now. So it's really important to be invested in that attack. Palmer with 3 midweeks as well, because no Europa Conference League action for him.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, because when we try to invest in a team, as Holly said, Chelsea have scored the most goals. We want to try and get the players that are going to have the most goal involvements of that team. And it is Cole Palmer, isn't it, when it comes to Chelsea? Can you cover him with a Jackson, for example?
No, not really. I think if you're backing Chelsea to carry on scoring goals, I think he's the one that you get. I mean, the fixtures were the reason why I think a lot of us didn't maybe go for him. But I think as the season goes on, he's going to become more and more important. And there was question marks. Is he going to reach 250 points? I know. Is he going to reach 250 points again this season? But he struggles it back against him.
The main reason, I mean, if you listen to the FPL podcast, you'll know that I did have him in one of my drafts and I was talked out of it. And I understood why I was being talked out of it, because he does cost so much money. But actually, when we look at these numbers, is he actually underpriced, maybe?
I think he might be. And, we're comparing... We've been comparing him to, like...
pick for first 11, Konza against United or Anderson against City? I would say Konza. I have him in my FPL team. I'm not starting him. But if you have to play one of those, I definitely play Konza. He's first on my bench. They are at home. They did keep a clean sheet against Bayern. I wouldn't say they can keep a clean sheet against United. But if you have to choose between Anderson, you know Haaland's going to score a penalty. You already know Haaland's going to score. So unless you think Anderson will get an attacking return, which is highly unlikely, but he did get an attacking return, I believe. Did Anderson get attacking return in this season, or was I'm thinking of last season? Yeah, long story short, sum it up, I'd favor Konza. I own him. Did Anderson get an attacking return? No, he hasn't got an attacking return, but they do keep a clean sheet. He may get bonus. Last season, when he was at Palace, he was getting attacking returns. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't play Anderson. Even next week, I wouldn't play Anderson at home against Villa. You know Villa's gonna score. Yeah, I'd bench Anderson, sir. Thanks for tuning in, Trahil. Yeah, I'd go with Konza there. Even for my team, if Rico Lewis doesn't feature, I won't know because he plays on Sunday, but he might get a 1-pointer coming off the bench, but I would have Konza coming in. So definitely I'd play Konza over Anderson. That's what I would say, and I think you probably favored that as well. You know City's going to score. At home, yeah, City will score. It's about damage control for Fulham. And I'm sure if you own Haaland, he'd probably be your captain too. You don't want to have your defender against your captain, right?
Like 5 million assets last season, and now suddenly you're having to compare him to Haaland's and Salah's and players like that, and it's quite a jump up. So we thought, okay, he's got to have another season like he did last year.
What's the rest of your team? Put your rest of the team in there. And have you wildcarded recently? Are you thinking about wildcarding?
And what we're seeing this year is he's more than capable of stepping up to it. And Chelsea have improved as a team as well, I think, particularly from an offensive point of view. And it just means more space and potentially more points for him too.
I think the other thing we do have to consider is the way Brighton approached that game last weekend. I'm not going to ask you about this, our Brighton fan, Holly. They played a specific style, shall we say, a very high line, which he was able to exploit. And if we take a look at his expected goal involvement in that game, it is far greater than any game. So was Game Week 6 a bit of an anomaly?
Yeah, perhaps. And you look at Chelsea's fixtures over the next 3 game weeks, and they are a lot tougher, which is why a lot of managers are considering, have they missed the boat with Parma now? It does bode well for Spurs, who obviously play Brighton this week. I don't know whether we're going to see Son in that game because he's the obvious candidate for getting in behind. So we need to wait on team news for that one. But yeah, I think Brighton could be a team to target against for goals this season.
Would you like to pick up on that, Brighton?
Earlier, 13 hours
ago. A lot of Brighton bashing at the moment. I'd love to say that I don't think we're going to play in the same style again, but I don't know what Hertzler's planning for this one. If and Spurs play a very high line as well, so it could just be 2 defences camped on the halfway line. That'd be exciting.
Okay, that'd be a great game, wouldn't it? Okay, so they're not going to play Brighton every week, maybe, unfortunately, for Cole Palmer owners. Are you considering bringing him in? Although we do know that a wildcard isn't just for 1 week. We just have to keep faith in the players a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm not actually considering him this week. I think there's other options that, we can be looking at. I think if you've got Salah, it's a difficult decision to move off him. Saka's obviously got Southampton, which arguably the best fixture at the moment. Foden as well, back in the starting 11 in the Champions League looks a good pick. All with better fixtures, I think, going forward. Palmer's definitely one to consider in a few weeks, but I don't think I'm going to be going there just yet.
No, and it is still, despite maybe him being underpriced, it is still a lot of money for us to find, isn't it? Holly, we'll be back with you very shortly. You can sit there looking smug for a little bit longer. We'll come back to you in just a few minutes. But it is time now to cast your votes in our Game Week 7 captaincy poll. Last week, Erling Haaland won.
We respect Az, but I don't know what Az's rank is, but I think I have a better rank than Az so far this season. All close. Top 600k. But am I in the FPL Black Box League? Do they even have a league? Well, I guess I'm not in it. Can't find Az. My game week here. Is that the best rank of the season so far? Hopefully we can get another green. We do have some uncertainty on my team. A lot of people have wildcarded. Yeah, my game week 5 really brought me back into the million with Luis Diaz, Madison, Konate scoring, Konza scoring, Rogers getting assists. That was a great game week 5. Got Pedro Porro, most likely not going to keep a clean sheet. Konate might not even keep a clean sheet. Got Madison and Bernardo, not the best. People are going for Brennan Johnson. Bernardo might not even start. Just holding out hope that he's Pep's golden boy. Luis Diaz on everybody's mind. I feel, if you watched earlier in the stream, that Luis Diaz will start. I think he will. We will have early team news. I don't know how I'm going to be awake at 3 in the morning, but I'll try to be. Really don't. Havertz up front. Haaland captain. Konza first on the bench for me. Lewis, will he start?
With 44% of the vote, and of course he went on to blank at Newcastle, so a big well done to the 9% of you that went bold. Well, it wasn't really that bold, was it, in the end? And you went with Cole Palmer. This week we've picked out Palmer again, Saka, Salah, and of course Haaland as our standouts. The QR code is along the bottom of your screen, and we'll check in on the standings at the end of the show. Don't worry, as always, if you're not watching live, we're going to leave the poll up until the deadline passes, so if you're watching a bit later you can still vote and see the results whenever you are watching. Well, talking of Haaland, he always features in our captaincy poll, doesn't he? As let's focus a little bit more on Manchester City, because they've got some very nice fixtures coming up, haven't they? And when you look at these, if you don't have Haaland, surely you have to.
Yeah, and I think wildcards have been played to bring him in. If you haven't got him and your team structure isn't really set up for it, he's so difficult to bring in at 15 million. But I mean, realistically, looking at these fixtures, the next 5 game weeks, I'll be captaining him in all 5 of those. And we talked about Cole Palmer probably is the one option that can maybe go against him on a specific game week, but the fixtures don't really lend themselves to it over this run. So if you haven't got Haaland for these 5, you're going to be worried every week, I think.
There's still 27%, of managers that don't own him. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't really, because we have got so many good premium options, this season. And I think with Foden coming back, that might present a bit of an alternative as well. So if you haven't got Haaland and you're thinking, how do I tap into that Man City attack and those fixtures? Maybe Foden's the way to go, because there's not too many other options.
But that's why it does surprise me, the fact that Foden is only now looking to kind of find some groove for this season. So far, it has only been Erling Haaland from Manchester City, really, that we've been able to consider, isn't it?
Yeah, Savio had a bit of a spell where he looked like he was kind of nailed on the right, but obviously he missed out in the last game. Grealish and Doku are sharing minutes on the left. Maybe Gundogan at 6'5", he's been good for us in the past, but I think they're crying out for some creativity in the middle of the park, and that's where Foden's going to come in and give them that.
Yeah, he's quite expensive though, isn't he? 9.2 million. We know what he can do. He had a phenomenal season last year. Do you expect him to start against Fulham this weekend?
I expect him to start, and you mentioned it. 19 goals last season, 8 assists, player of the season, 230 points. 36% goal involvement when City do score. Haaland's is over 50% though, so it's still, but those two really were the kind of the main features in that attack. I expect them to start against them. They need him in the team, so yeah, straight back in, I think.
Okay, well, I've got multiple regrets on my wild card, and I think already one of those might be playing a little bit of pep roulette by going with Rico Lewis. He is so cheap. Loads of people did go for him on a wild card. Do you expect him to start, and long term, is he going to be an option?
I think every time I see him play, I just think he's gone up a level this season, and he was already good.
Do you have him?
Last year, I've got him as well. Okay. Yeah, and I've got bench coverage in case he was up. But for me, it was just the thought of having a 4.7 million, out of position. He's playing in midfield a lot of the time, playing for that City defence with those fixtures. I'd rather be on that train and able to get off it than kind of scrambling around trying to get on it.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you've got the bench cover, you should be fine. I just think for 4-7.
Yeah, it's not too often we can get a Manchester City defender for that price, is he? So long may his starts continue, and hopefully this weekend at least. Okay, let's bring in another guest now. It is Lee Bonfield from the FPL family. Lee is a Liverpool fan, so conveniently we're going to talk about your side, and you're probably happier talking about your team than Az is talking about his this week. What a start for Arne Slot. If we take a look at some of their fixtures, does it perhaps surprise you that Liverpool players are being highly sold?
It does surprise me a little bit, Kelly, I have to say, particularly with an out-of-sorts Crystal Palace up next, and obviously that Arsenal game, what huge game in Game Week 9, isn't it? But around that, 3 home games in the next 5 for Liverpool. So, yeah, don't mind the fixtures at all. So I am kind of surprised that they are being sold, I must say.
They're not quite as good as the Manchester City fixtures that we just saw as, and of course that Game Week 9 fixture will be the one that everyone will be a little bit nervous about maybe, but other than that, they're not too bad, are they?
No, and I think other than Arsenal, that's games that they'll be expected to score in. They've clearly got a system that's working really well. They've, there's not been a huge hangover from losing Klopp, obviously such an influential manager for them, and the team is playing well. I guess the question marks are around the players in the team and their rotation coming off at 70 minutes. Salah's a lot of money when you've got your Sakas, your Haalands, you've got to get Palmer as well now emerging. So I can kind of see why people are coming off them, but I still think they're a fine hold.
Who are the best options then from Liverpool at the moment, Lee? We'd all love to have Mo Salah, but as we were talking about with Cole Palmer, Erling Haaland, it is a lot of money. Is he still the best option there? Do you need to find the funds?
Yeah, ask him the real question. Is Luis Diaz?
Well, I do still think he's the best option, Kelly. And if FPL managers are looking to move him on for Palmer or Saka, given that Saka's fixtures look pretty good as well, then it does come with a health warning, doesn't it? It does come, you do it at your own risk. We know what he's like in FPL. He's got the pedigree from the last few seasons to be, in my opinion, the best FPL asset out there. Averaging 9.8 points per match so far this season, 4 double-digit hauls already, only 1 blank. I can see why people are looking at Palmers and Sakas, but yeah, if you're selling Mo, you do so at your own risk, I'd say.
Yeah, he's the 4th most transferred out this game week. Diaz is the 9th most, and Trent Alexander-Arnold is the 12th most as well. So they're being heavily sold. You're a Diaz owner, right?
I am.
Are you going to be holding him long term? Because I get the feeling you've got a few concerns about him.
Yeah, he was the one on the wild card that I was a little bit, amazing player. Love the new role he's got, playing much more direct. 3 double-digit hauls, but also 3 blanks. It's just the minutes with him, coming off around the 70-minute mark. Gakpo's waiting in the wings to come in and potentially even take a start off him. And I'm looking at someone like Solanke, for example, around the same price. I know in a different position, but I could make that move and get a 90-minute man every week. That's quite tempting.
He's played 100 fewer minutes than Mohamed Salah and is still producing these numbers, just 6 points less. So is he able to cover the Egyptian?
Yeah, I still think Salah is by far the best option in that team. It's just the money that you have to spend in getting him. And I really like Luis Diaz, but I do wonder if there are maybe better assets with more secure minutes going forward, just given the way the fixtures are.
Someone, the director, has just gone in my ear. He's just so much cheaper, though, which is the conundrum that we do have, Lee. What about Trent Alexander-Arnold, then? Because we know he was put in that premium bracket. He did actually have a price fall from where he started last season, of course, when he was a real premium defender. But he's still a lot of money in terms of defenders. Is he worth it?
He still is for me, Kelly. Yeah, he still is for me. You mentioned
Lee
before
about
about how the Liverpool style has adapted under Slot from the Klopp years of the last 2 years, and we're seeing a more patient Liverpool. We're seeing Gravenberch being brilliant in the six, protecting that back line. So defensively, the clean sheets are there. 4 clean sheets already. And the only 2 goals that Liverpool have conceded so far this season was the one against Wolves last week, which I think, if we're being generous, was avoidable from Konaté's perspective. And then a Hudson-Odoi worldie for Forest at Anfield. So Liverpool defensively very, very good in terms of underlying stats so far this season. Only 1 assist for Trent though, so I can understand why FPL managers are getting kind of itchy feet, but I'd still want to keep him. We go back to those fixtures, and out sorts Palace, and then 3 of the following 4 are at Anfield. So Trent's a hold for me.
I take the point about the defence being really good, but if you're going to pay extra for Trent, you need more than the 1 assist that Lee has been talking about there, don't you?
Yeah, I think he's been unlucky. I think, in the first game against Ipswich, he should have had at least 1 assist, could even have had 2 in that game. Jota headed over the bar, which I thought was a really big chance for him to miss. Against Manchester United, he scored, and it's offside because Salah got a slight touch on it.
Another reason not to own Salah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But if he's going into these run of games now with 3 assists and a goal, I don't think there's any talk over how important, essential, using that word, he is. I'm keeping the faith. I think he's an unbelievable asset still at 7 million.
Yeah, if you've got him, probably worth keeping the faith a little bit longer, isn't it? Well, Lee, thank you. As always, we'll be back with Lee in part 2 of the programme, because it is time for us now to take a short break. But before we do that, another quick reminder to cast your vote in our Game Week 7 captaincy poll. QR code's in the bottom corner of your screen. We'll see who's leading at the end of the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome back to the Fantasy Show. Game Week 7 is almost here, and we've still got a lot to get through. So let's welcome back all of our guests, as is with me in the studio. And we've also got Holly and Lee joining us too. And our guests are going to pick out their top differentials this week. A reminder, that is players with less than 10% ownership. And this is who they have gone for. Az has obviously really enjoyed watching Chelsea recently. And you've gone with Jadon Sancho, 6.4 million as well. Were you just desperately trying to find a way into that Chelsea attack after last week?
Yeah, I think that's why I've gone there. I think Palmer is difficult for a lot of people to get to. So tapping into another area might be the way. Holly's already mentioned Jackson, who I like, but Sancho's even cheaper than that. Only 1 goal attempt for Sancho so far, though, in his 3 starts. But he has 4 assists and a 50% goal involvement in Chelsea's goals. So I think he's still a good way to get involved if you're backing them.
I was going to say early days for him at Chelsea, but has he passed the eye test for you as well?
I think that's the main reason I picked him. When I watch him, he looks like a player with confidence. He's got that role in the team now. He's got the manager's arm around him too. And I think he'd go on and do some really good things this year.
You going to bring him in?
No.
But if managers do want a way into the Chelsea attack and want to be a little bit different, then maybe he could be a good one. Okay, then let's go on to Holly's pick. Everyone wants Arsenal players at the moment, and you've gone for Leandro Trossard, who is, get this, owned by just over 2% of managers. Why have you gone for him?
Yeah, he looks like a great differential in the game. Obviously, I'm blindsided by that Southampton at home fixture, which is the fixture of the weekend when you compare the disparity between the quality of the 2 opponents. And the thing I like about Trossard, with Odegaard out injured, Trossard's been playing central and high, almost alongside Havertz, so he's kind of out of position, and we know how consistent he is with attacking returns in FPL. The barrier to entry previously has been minutes, but that's not an issue at the moment, so I think he's a great buy this week.
Do you feel like he's a good long-term pick, Holly, or is he just one for now?
No, I think he could be a good long-term pick, and if you are looking to move Saka to Parma maybe next week, then Trossard could be a good way of staying invested in the Arsenal attack, or if you want to double up.
You're going to move Saka to Palmer next
This whole
week?
show is basically just different ways of helping to get Cole Palmer into your team this week, isn't it? It feels like. But yeah, a great price for him as well. And a great price for the player that Lee has picked, Brennan Johnson. What a run he's on, Lee.
You're not going to like this one, I'm afraid, because I do expect, as you mentioned before, Spurs to do well against Brighton at the weekend. There's three things that I look for when I'm picking a differential for the show, Kelly: form, fixtures, and low ownership. He's certainly got the form, attacking returns in each of his last 5 games in all competitions. 18 shots on goal so far this season, and interestingly, all of those have come from an in the box. So he's getting into shooting areas and into those dangerous areas, not having kind of pot shots from outside the box. And his ownership is really low, 1.9% last time I looked. Might even have crept up to just above 2 by the time the game week approaches. But still, really, really low ownership, great form, great fixtures. What's not to like? He's got it all.
And just quickly, you've actually brought him in, haven't you?
I have bought him in, yeah. It was largely to fund a different move at the back, but I'm very glad to have him. He's only 6.4 million, so good value.
Yeah, we'll talk about your transfer very shortly. Don't go anywhere though, guys, because now it's time to answer some of the transfer dilemmas that you guys at home have sent us in this week. The first one, the eternal question, the one we all would love to know the answer to: Saka or Palmer? I'm a bit confused. You would need both. Saka has a good run of fixtures, but Palmer is, as we've been saying, involved in everything offensively at Chelsea. Oh, Lee, this is the eternal question, isn't it? Which way do you go?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I noticed when Holly was talking about Palmer earlier, she was saying he's coming up against some tough defences in the next few weeks, and that's absolutely true. Forest this weekend, 3rd for XGC, so outside of Liverpool and City, they're looking statistically one of the better defences, and then it's Liverpool themselves. So this is going to come back to haunt me, isn't it? But I don't see big holes for Palmer in the next couple of weeks. I mean, Saka's got Southampton and then Bournemouth. So I'm going to go with Saka.
Okay, Saka, yeah, a lot of people who don't own Palmer will be pleased about that. Holly, this next question's to you, though, because you are a Palmer owner. This question is Salah to Palmer a good idea, or should I wait?
I mean, I would make that move because I think Palmer's got the better potential, especially when you consider price, because that saving, you can kind of fit Saka and Palmer into your teams if you don't own Salah. So I would be up for that move, although Crystal Palace away is a fixture where Salah does tend to perform in. So maybe give it one more week before making the switch.
Okay, well, we know Lee has already brought in Brennan Johnson. This next week concerns him and a couple of other Spurs players, Solanke, Maddison or Johnson for you, Az?
Yeah, it's a potential move that I'm going to be making one of these 3. Maddison's just one of my favourite players in the league.
He's fun, isn't he?
He's very fun. But I do think he's slightly too expensive. Like, he's the most expensive of the 3. And I think Johnson, like Lee's mentioned, has got that. You know, he's 5 goals in 5, low ownership, great underlying stats. But Solanke could be on penalties up front when there's so many good midfield options. I think I'd lean towards Solanke.
Yeah, me too. Okay, this next one, Az, is someone that I'm intrigued about your answer on this one, because who's the best 4.5 million defender at the moment?
It's a tricky one because none really stand out, but I think I would go for Leif Davis at Ipswich. I've been really impressed with Ipswich so far this season. Maybe they haven't got as many points as maybe some of their performances deserve, but they look tight. They look like a well-drilled team. I saw them against Bryce at the Amex. Thought they defended really well. I think some clean sheets will come. They've got good fixtures, and Leif Davis is creating so many chances. Yeah. He's going to get an assist soon, I'm sure.
Okay, hopefully so. If you own him, okay, it's team reveals time. So we're going to start with you again, Az. This is your 11. How's it shaping up? Of course, a reminder, as you did wildcard last week.
Yeah, you'd hope it would be 70.
Yeah, I was going to say, you pleased with it? If not, you've done something wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm glad I've got 2 decent bench offers. I've got Davis, who I just mentioned. I've got Moreno as well, because Forest, as Lee said, good underlying stats and good fixtures. Not planning on making a transfer this week, but Luis Diaz is the one who I think could be next. And I might shuffle things around and bring in Solanke potentially. He's a little bit cheaper as well.
Yeah, I can tell you're clamouring to be in on that Spurs attack, because they do have good fixtures coming up. Holly, of course, you wildcarded last week as well, as we've been saying. We know Cole Palmer's going to be in this team, but let's see who's surrounding him. Are you going to be doing anything to your team this week?
Well, I'm hoping to roll the transfer. Then I'll have 3 after the international break, and that'll be the first time that I'll experience that, being able to roll additional transfers. I really want Watkins, though. I think after the break, I'll maybe look to replace Jackson with Watkins, but I'll need to free up some funds, maybe from Rico Lewis, to make that move.
Yeah, I've not managed to get to 3 transfers this season. Yeah, it does feel quite exciting, doesn't it? Lee, let's take a look at yours. You've said you've already brought in Brennan Johnson this week. Who's made way, and is he the only move you've made?
Yeah, I had to get rid of Eze on Sunday. Looked like he was going to take a price drop, and with Liverpool and I think Forest up after that, he's coming up against some tough defences. So Eze's made way for Brennan Johnson, and that frees up some funds for me to get Gabriel at the back. I'm looking enviously at Holly and Az's teams with the double Arsenal defence. I've not got any Arsenal defence right now, so I'm going to need to get Gabriel in, not just for the clean sheet, but the goal threat as well. So Robinson to Gabriel for a hit, which will be my first hit of the season. Definitely on the cards, I think, pre-game week.
Yeah, you were an early wildcarder, weren't you, Lee? Surprising. You don't see many teams without Arsenal defence there, so I understand why you're desperate to get one of those in. OK, then it is time for us to work out who to captain now on the show. And I think it's safe to say it's probably going to take a very brave manager to go against Erling Haaland at home to Fulham this weekend, isn't it? Or are you going to tell me that you're going to be brave?
Yeah, I'm hoping that his blank and Palmer's massive haul maybe puts a few people off because
this is outrageous.
The stats are just absolutely unbelievable, and 54% goal involvement for City. I think that's the main one for me. Is that with Arsenal you've got all those other players. Trossard could do well, Saka could do well, Martinelli could do well. Look at Liverpool. You don't know which one of the attack, but when City score, it's going to be Haaland that gets it. And Fulham are a decent side this year. But if they, I'm expecting them to get 2 goals at least, and Haaland will probably get both.
Yeah, Haaland's home form might potentially swing it, Holly. But when you look at the fixtures, does Bukayo Saka have the best one? Southampton at home this weekend?
Yeah, on paper that's the best fixture, and you look at Fulham, who have only conceded 5 big chances on their goal. Southampton have conceded 21, and I think Arsenal had 36 shots against Leicester last time out. So if they can replicate that against Southampton, I'm sure they'll have a lot of joy. So I do really like Saka as a differential pick, but Haaland's form is hard to overlook.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Hopefully there'll be quite a nice split between those two, because it'll certainly make it more interesting. Let's check out our poll then and see who is leading. And as it stands, look at that. I think a few people have been swung by last week, but Cole Palmer and Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland is currently 1% ahead of Palmer. Saka 17%, Salah 5%. Are you surprised by 36% of managers currently saying they're going to captain Palmer, Lee?
Yeah, a little bit, because, we go back to the point that, Forest are a decent defence. I mean, I must admit, for my own captaincy, I was waiting to see what sort of performance we got out of Foden, if at all, in midweek. Because I agree with Az, right? Without Rodri, without De Bruyne, they were lacking some creativity in midfield. Foden comes in the week, does a really, really good job. So I think that creativity will be back, and therefore, probably Haaland for me. But if you want to go with the others and the differentials, I don't mind it. Saka in particular, I think is a really good shout.
As well, if you don't own Saka, and some people wouldn't have been able to get there, maybe Cole Palmer owners, people might have Havertz. Would he be a good option?
Well, Havertz is the one. Saka is obviously an amazing player, but I do wonder if he's become a bit more of a creator in the side. He's still having shots and still good stats, but lots of assists that he's kind of could have had in the last game.
One word, who are you captaining?
Haaland.
Holly.
Haaland.
Lee.
Yeah, Haaland as well.
Haaland for me as well. We're boring on this show, aren't we? Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you all with us. Remember, your deadline is on Saturday, 11 a.m. UK time. The very best of luck. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Haaland captain, Havertz up front, Luis Diaz on the chopping block, Bernardo Silva probably starting, hopefully. Luis, hopefully. Rodgers, yes. We will start maybe in a more deeper role with Ramsey out. McGinn, I think. Is McGinn okay? McGinn okay? We're not sure, but Ramsey's said to be out, so Morgan Rodgers may play a little deeper with Duran and Watkins up front. Madison will play, but he's playing deeper. Why I see why people want to go Solanke or Brennan Johnson. His mom does play FPL though, so hopefully he can get her a haul for her and myself and the other 4.8% owners. It's definitely gone down a bit. Salah is mass transferred out. He's down to 40.8%. Palace away. It's an okay fixture. Palace has not been good this season. I own Henderson. I know. They got a 0-0 draw against United. That tells you everything about Palace. That was their best performance this season. Lewis. I think Lewis will play with Rodri out. De Bruyne out. I think Kovacic is back. He had Nunes playing midweek. Nunes played midweek. I can't type. Oh, I got Manchester United on my mind. Nunes played midweek with Kovacic as well, I think. No, it was Gundogan. Kovacic stayed on the bench. Bernardo stayed on the bench. Ederson stayed on the bench. I think Guardiola will start. Stones will start. Diaz will come back in. Ruben Diaz will come back in. Rico Lewis should start. Kyle Walker against Fulham. I don't think Kyle Walker will start. Gundogan, unfortunately, will start. Bernardo Silva's not looking good for me. Foden most likely will start to keep up the form. Savio and Doku. Doku could be benched. Savio will start alongside Bernardo Silva on the other side. Matheus Nunes will be benched and Kovacic will come back in to hold in the Premier League and Erling Haaland up front. My hope is that Doku gets benched for me personally, but if he wants to play both wingers, he'll play both wingers. I think, just Bernardo, he's going to be a transfer out soon. Luis Diaz. I'm thinking Luis Diaz will start. We're going to wait for the early news. I already showed this earlier, but I'll show it again. Like, the game against Wolves. So they played Bologna midweek, and they had Allison in goal, full strength back line, Gravenberch in there with McAllister, and the only thing that changed was that Darwin Núñez was up front, and that was it. Luis Diaz played, Mo played, Slobberschlei played, Gravenberch, McAllister holding. Off the bench, Jota came on, Gakpo, Curtis Jones, Connor Bradley, and Tsimikas. When they played against Wolves, I think Jota played. Jota will come back in. I think that's going to be the only change. This will be the team. I'm pretty confident this will be the team. I don't think Cody Gakpo is going to get a start. I could regret that. Wait on team news. Go on to Twitter. What is going on here with MMA Guru? What is MMA Guru doing? Let's stick to FPL here. Let's see. Thanks to FPL Meerkat Charlie. Let's see what he predicts here. Arsenal is at 97% confidence. That's why if you watch my my score predictions video, I think Arsenal will concede. They have Calafiori are gonna come in. Timber I thought was doubt. Yeah, Timber's a doubt. I don't think Timber will start. Backline's kind of shaky. Villa, Konza right back, Watkins and Duran up front. He's going for the Watkins and Duran partnership with Rodgers more back. Barkley and Tielemans. Barkley will come in. Zinye, Pau Torres, Diego Carlos. Bournemouth. Semenyo. Ibanson. Brentford. Mbomo, Lewis Potter. Brighton. Danny Welbeck. No. João Pedro. Minte. Igor coming in. That's looking tasty for Spurs assets. Unchanged for Chelsea predicted here. Cucurella. Palace. Eze, Mateta, and Ketia. 5 at the back. Everton. Wow, he's really saving Manchester City for last. Oh, hey, Nick Diaz. Thanks for tuning in. I decided to drop Eze for Johnson this week, even though I really wanted to hold Eze and get Lewis. I'd say that's a fair transfer out. Appreciate you tuning in here, Nick. It's a little point chasing with Johnson, but I see because like Spurs have pretty good fixtures, and he's cheap. Yeah, it's a good transfer. Eze is playing Liverpool. If Palace will get anything against Liverpool, it might come from Eze, unfortunately. But that's a good transfer. Diaz and Salah is interesting. Yeah. You wanted to get Lewis. Who would you have transferred out to get Lewis? Maybe like a 4.5 that you own? I think that's a good trend. Like Johnson and is like I've been watching a lot of Spurs because I own Madison and like Madison's been on the chopping block for a while. Then he hauled in game week 5 and I'm like, okay, I'll keep him. He didn't do anything against United even though they scored 3 goals. Johnson was heavily involved. I would say, Brennan Johnson, he does get chances, he does get shots, but like you're gonna be scratching your eyeballs out if he does miss like a sitter. So, I own Pedro Porro too. It's a good transfer. Hopefully it pays off for you. Duran starting is interesting as well. Yeah, I agree. With the Duran starting, I think it's back here. Well, went forward here. But yeah. He may start them both, most likely. And then yeah, Duran is interesting. You have an eye on him. Nick, I wanted the Spurs because their XG is crazy, but it boosted from them that Man United. Yeah, Man United definitely helped them boost up their XG. Chris Paul just looks horrible right now. Yeah, I agree. No, I understand why you want that Spurs asset. I've owned Madison since game week 1. I've seen a lot of Spurs games. Brennan Johnson is a good shout, just that he has to be clinical, and I hope he pays off for you. Konza and Mazraoui was really torn on who to take out for Lewis. Yeah, I think Man United have pretty good fixtures because that's why some people went with Bruno Fernandes on wild card. So I would have went Konza as well. Like I own Konza, but like the next few for Konza are okay. Like Bournemouth and 9, nah. Fulham, like Bournemouth might score. Fulham probably will score too. So I would have gone with Konza even though I own him. I'd get rid of Konza. I'd keep Mazraoui. I don't have any Manchester United luck, but I think their fixtures are good. So yeah, if you would have done that transfer, I would definitely would have got rid of Konza. You can't find any Manchester United players here to like look for their fixtures, but gotta specifically grab this. Yeah, like if you can even say they're good fixtures, like Villa will score, Brentford will score, West Ham may not score, Chelsea probably will score, Leicester, Ipswich, Everton probably won't score. It just depends on the United on the day. Madison's just too expensive, also playing deeper than I like. Johnson is flank to me look the most dangerous, but I could go wrong. Could be wrong. Johnson also a minute risk. No, I think with Son out, no, you did a good choice with. I've watched Spurs. I know Johnson. He is in Ange's plans. He's been playing him when he's been poor. Like game week 2, game week 3, even game week 1, Johnson was like absolutely horrible, and he was still playing him. So yeah, it was a good decision. Madison, yeah, is too deep. I've won him since game week 1, so I wasn't gonna do a switch. On a wild card, probably Madison's gone, unfortunately. I just hope that Spurs does well this game against Brighton. Pedro Porro, Madison, Solanke. I also think Villa's defense is much better than people think. Yeah, I think there's a stat that they got 2 clean sheets in the Champions League and they got no clean sheets in the Premier League. They haven't kept the clean sheet in the Premier League. But in the Champions League they did. Yeah, their defense is stronger, but Cons is out of a position. So, yeah. I understand your perspective. That's why I know you didn't probably want to do Lewis, because it's hard who to take out for Lewis. And Mazraoui I was scared about his spot, so I thought maybe Konza because he nailed. Yeah. It's tough. I think you were okay doing Brennan Johnson. Hopefully Spurs can do something this game week. So yeah. Yeah, hopefully Spurs can do something. Thanks for thanks for chatting, Nick. If you have any more questions, let me know. My rank is I'm doing okay. Last game I got 56. I'm 666k. I do have some dead weight in my team. Honestly, if Bernardo Silva doesn't start, he's probably out next game week. Luis Diaz is on, all eyes on Luis Diaz. What's your starting 11, Nick? Put your starting 11 in chat while I look through the rest of these teams. Your Everton, DCL, Miko, Fulham, Smith Rowe in the cam position, Anderson, Robinson, Delap, Davis. Man, did he put this in order here? Vardy, Mavadidi, Bunanate, Skip, Justin's back. Liverpool. He has Luis Diaz starting. Interesting. That's what I said. I said that they're going to do the same 11 as against Wolves. I agree with Meerkat Charlie here. I think that'll be the team. We'll see if Luis Diaz is benched. City. He's got Bernardo Silva playing, as well as Grealish and Foden. That's a big shout. Let's bring more confidence into my decision making here. Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate it. Shout out to FPL Meerkat. Got Bernardo Silva starting, Lewis starting, Haaland starting, Savio on the right. Doku, as I said, probably misses out. But I didn't think Grealish would start. He's got Gundogan not playing. That's the thing. I think he'll play Bernardo out wide and Gundogan in for Grealish, but that's just me. I think Grealish got some minutes in the Champions League. I think he came on Grealish. So that's probably why he's thinking, oh, he has to start Grealish. Grealish needs minutes. Grealish came on. How long did Grealish get? Got 12 minutes. You had Jota. Oh, it's all good, Nick. It's only 7 game weeks in. You're good. You're doing well. Lots of bad picks. Yeah, I started with some bad picks too. It's just you had Jota. Jota. It was a good pick. I made a big decision when Luis Diaz got that big haul in game week 3. On game week 4, I went for Luis Diaz. He blanked, but then he came through the next game week. He's been up 8.1. I got him at 7.5. Raya in goal. I like that. Konza, Trent, Guardiola, Roger, Salah, Johnson, and Bomo, Semenyo, DCL, Haaland, of course, captain. So you must have wildcarded them, because that's a solid team, Nick. You must have wildcarded last game week, eh? Because I like that team. Got Guardiola. Did you get Guardiola Did you wildcard this game week? Are you on wildcard? You're not on wildcard because you just said you did a transfer. Did you have Guardiola for his goal? That's a pretty good transfer then. João Pedro and Mazraoui on the bench. When did you wildcard, Nick? Because that's a really good team. You got DCL2 for the run of fixtures. Rogers, Johnson was your transfer, and Bomo's good. That's going to be my transfer for Luis Diaz. If Luis Diaz doesn't start, and Bomo's going to come in. Konza, Trent. Yeah, I like your team. It's a really good team. Raya and goals, definitely good cover for Arsenal defense. You got Trent. Feeling Trent could get something against Palace. Looking for a cheapish forward next week for João Pedro, Duran or Wood, the lap. That's tough. That's tough. You want to play like you gotta consider it's an international break. You want to like have like an extra 4-3-3. I mean, sorry, like a 3-4-3 or a 4-3-3 possibility. I've never thought playing 3 strikers this season, unfortunately. If I'd go in the striker position, I wouldn't go extra cheap though, Nick. I'd probably go like, I know Arsenal's fixtures are turning, but I'd go Solanke or Havertz. You have DCL, so that's probably the cheapest I'd go. I think DCL's what, 6 million? You didn't wildcard? That's a solid team, but you did take 2 hits? Okay. That's a solid team though, Nick. Nice. That's a good shout. You had Guardiola since the beginning. At least he paid through. You didn't transfer Guardiola out. So you had patience. There you go. No, that's a really solid team there, Nick. It's as if you wildcarded. You made me think you wildcarded. A lot of people are going to your team, so you're in a good position. I know you probably are not in best spirits, but just look at my team, man. I have Henderson. I have Bernardo Silva. I have Madison, who's playing like a freaking 6. He's playing like Kovacic. And yeah, I got Luis Diaz, who may not start. So you're in a good position, definitely. Yeah. In regards to the striker, a cheap striker for João Pedro replacement, I don't know. I've never had good experiences with cheap strikers. Like Delap, would you trust Delap? You can't really go anywhere else because I know you're probably funds strapped, but I can't really help you with that. If you want my pick out of those 3 that you listed there, I'd probably go damn, who would I go from that? The Duran pick is dependent on if he's actually going to start this game week, because he looks like he's just going to come on for a sub. I'd go with Wood because Wood is on penalties, I think, which is a surprise because I thought Morgan Gibbs White would be on penalties. I just don't have faith in Ipswich. I had Guardiola, yeah, since the beginning. 3 strikers don't look good, yeah, but I really like having Rodgers in a cheap forward so I can have some depth. Yeah, like, I've never really thought about it, so I'm not the best person to ask, but you said you had João Pedro. How's the fixtures looking? Like, would you not do a switch for Danny Welbeck? Danny Welbeck. How's the fixtures for Brighton? Oof. That's probably why you want to go to João Pedro. Game week 12, it turns kind of. Yeah, I would definitely get off Brighton. So João Pedro is I don't think he's been playing. I think he's injured. He was injured. Cheap strikers. You have DCL. Would I trust the lab? I just don't feel that he can. If you want to do a shout, the lap, because he's closer in price to João Pedro, but like, do you have faith in Ipswich? Because I don't have faith in Ipswich. Fixtures turn for Forest. Palace, Leicester, West Ham. Those are 3 good fixtures after Chelsea. Yeah, the best to evaluate all the strikers. You're right, Nick. Definitely wait on that. Any Diaz news? From my understanding right now is I'm confident that Diaz will start. No official news, but I'll be up until 3 a.m. Probably not streaming, but no news on Diaz. But I'm confident Diaz will start. Liverpool, I think they'll be playing. So FPL Charlie here, or FPL Meerkat Charlie, he's predicting Luis Diaz will start alongside Diogo Jota, Salah, Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch. Robertson, Van Dijk, Konate, Alexander-Arnold, Kelleher in goal. Am I on the right thing? Why would he have Kelleher in goal? What just happened? I am so confused why he has Kelleher in goal. Can I even trust this guy? What happened? Why can't I see this here? Maybe he forgot to change that. He might have had an oversight there because Allison played midweek. So, yeah, no official news for Luis Diaz, but I think the Wolves' full strength team will be the same team. Jota up front, Luis Diaz, Allison, Konate, Gravenberch. João Pedro's injured, that's why I'm getting rid. Yeah, definitely get rid of João Pedro there, Nick. I actually would keep if he was healthy because, like I said, I'm willing to bench. Yeah, for sure, Nick. I didn't even know he was injured. Yeah. But maybe Rodgers goes to the bench now. I don't know, and I get Delap. Yeah. I'd wait to see on Delap. João Pedro. You definitely want someone that's playing. So, are you from US? No, I'm Canada, David. I'm in Canada, British Columbia. I am a fake British person. I'm on the Pacific time, so game starts at 4:30 for Liverpool. I'll be up at 3 a.m. deciding if I'm going to play Luis Diaz or transfer him out. So, yeah. So thanks to FPL Meerkat. I think that was an oversight here. I think Allison will be in goal. I don't know why he has Kelleher in goal. Did I miss something? Okay, we didn't even finish. We got Holland, Rashford, Fernandez, Garnacho. Fernandez is no longer banned. Newcastle, Gordon up front on penalties. Murphy, Barnes, Jolinton, Bruno, Tonali, Hall, Byrne, Schär, Trippier. Hope is back. Nottingham Forest. Wood, Gibbs White, Adoy Alanga. Archer up front for Southampton against Arsenal. Got Ramsdale against Arsenal. Here we go. Here we go. Timo Werner is the wonderful replacement for Son in there. We got Madison playing deeper with Kulusevski. Johnson's a good pick for Nick. Solanke up front, most likely on penalties with Son out. Pedro Porro, full strength back line. Lucario in goal. West Ham, Bowen up front. Lucas Paqueta. Areola in goal. And I think the last team is Wolves. That's right. Strand Larson, Mario Jr., Lamina. Yeah, think Luis Diaz will start. We're waiting on news here. So you haven't wildcard? Yeah, I'm not gonna wildcard, Nick. I'm not gonna wildcard. I played with a wildcard, like I draft earlier in the stream, but I wasn't confident in my decision making. Gonna give it one more week, international break. I might wildcard. If this week goes horribly wrong for me, I may wildcard. Bernardo Silva, Madison, Luis Diaz. You're from Cali? Nice, David. Cool. We're on the same time zone, bro. When are you thinking about? I've been holding for a big swing at one point. Yeah, I might do it like in the international break coming up. If I see Arsenal do amazing, Chelsea do amazing, fixtures swing. I know Arsenal has some tough fixtures coming up, but I can't suffer without Saka. And if Palmer keeps going off, I can't suffer without any Chelsea cover. I'd want some Arsenal. Chelsea, get rid of Bernardo. Madison, unfortunately, probably be switched to someone else on Spurs. Might even get rid of Pedro Porro at this point. We don't know. Fixtures look good for Manchester City. Luis Diaz has been on my team since game week 3. No, not game week 3, sorry. Game week 4. Right? Oops. Yeah, game week 4 I brought in. Game week 4 I brought in Diaz, and that's my worst game week because I captained Salah. Holland hurt me. That was a bad game week. I had Isaac in my team. And the next game week, just total opposite. 75k game week rank. But my steady rank now at 600k. Green arrow. Hoping Bernardo can do something this game week. Then I might get rid. The thing is, my team is quite different than like any content creator on YouTube or on Twitter. You wouldn't see a team with Bernardo Silva. You wouldn't even see a team with Madison. I think Davey FPL is considering wildcarding this week. And he's considering Madison? Is that correct? I don't know, but he definitely probably switched that to Brennan Johnson now at this point. Are these lineups for this week? Yeah, this is FPL Meerkat for this game week, but I don't know why he had Kelleher in goal. Really don't. Maybe he just forgot to change it. This is for this week. If I can just go back. Oops. No official team news. I'm confident Luis Diaz will play. I'm going to be up for a while. Yeah, see, he corrected himself here. He forgot about the keeper. You're hoping for a 90-point week, eh, Nick? Game week 5, 75k rank. Haytham Mohammed, hi, please tell me transfer Isaac to Foden, Bowen, Gordon. Hey, just those 3? Out of those 3, I'd go Foden, because you know Foden's going to start, most likely. If you can afford him, he's 9 million. Eze's not 9 million. So if you can afford Foden, I'd go to Foden. If not, I'd do Gordon. You know Gordon's going to play striker. He will be on penalties when he's on the pitch with Isaac out. Yeah, so I'd go with Gordon. If you can afford Foden, of course I'd go Foden. I would not recommend Bernardo Silva, even though I have him in my team. Started off good for Bernardo with, since game week 3, he did okay, and then it just tapered off. Gundogan ruined my plans here. So yeah, Haytham, I'd definitely go Gordon. Don't hold me to it, but I'd go Gordon out of those three. Because, you know, Eze's playing Liverpool. Eze could get something, though, so transfer at your own risk. Don't points chase. Liverpool concede. I haven't even designed my kit. But yeah, I think Liverpool will have the same starting 11 as last game week 6. Darwin Núñez will not start. Jota will come in. Luis Diaz out wide like last game week. I just don't think Gakpo, you know, Gakpo is Dutch. Arnold Slot is Dutch. We're going to wait on the team news. I'm confident that Diaz will play. They have the international break. If Diaz doesn't start, I am thinking João Pedro to Solanke and bench Diaz. Thoughts? If you can afford that, that is a great idea, David. Yeah, definitely bench Diaz. The thing is, it's depending on when you transferred in Diaz. Because for me, I got to be more diligent on Diaz because I can get +3 gain in value because he did go up last night, 8.1. So I can gain 0.3. If he drops, I lose 0.1. Depending on when you got Diaz, definitely you can wait on Diaz to transfer him out. You can maybe eat a price drop depending on when you got him in. But I definitely agree with the Solanke move there. Solanke is on penalties with Son out. With Son back in the squad, we don't know who's on penalties. And yeah, no problem, Haytham. You're welcome. I definitely go, if you have to do those three, I go with Gordon, because Gordon is most likely on penalties when he's on the pitch. And he's playing striker with Isak out. Wilson, not even near the team. Yeah, I definitely, David, that's a good idea. For me, my plans for Luis Diaz, as I said, if he doesn't start this game week, he's going to drop in price. People fluctuate so much. You know, transfer players out. So I'd get rid of Diaz, take that gain in value, and I'd go Mbomo for Mbomo to control me. That's what I would do. That's my team, and I would still have Bernardo Silva on my team. Wait one more week on Bernardo Silva. We got good fixtures. Where would I go? You tell me where I'd go. I'd want to keep Bernardo Silva. He's been very unlucky. Bernardo Silva could have scored midweek in the Champions League and last game week. Sorry, not in the Champions League. I meant last game week. I didn't even watch the Champions League. He could have scored last game week. He had a good opportunity. I got Diaz when he was 7.6. Yeah, so you can eat a price drop. Nick Diaz, you would want Raul Jimenez. He's playing for Fulham, right? At 5.6. Wow, he's been doing good in the last few game weeks, eh? That's a good show. 5.6. He would be on penalties. Smith Rowe is 5.8 now. Yeah, if you need a striker replacement for João Pedro. The thing is, like, personally, whenever I go for a cheap striker, it never works out for me, so I just don't bother anymore. So, but it's a fair shout because he is performing. Jimenez. We're waiting on team news here. It's a little early here, but we're gonna watch something else. I don't think there's anything else I'd watch really here that would help us. Team reveal. We got some predicted lineup from FPL Boys. Shout out to FPL Boys. Oh, we gotta go back to FPL Meerkat and give him a like at least. Is it Meerkat? How do you spell it? Yeah. We gotta share the love here. Give him a like. There we go. And going back to FPL Boys. FPL Boys. Let's see what they predict here. Predicted lineups. I got the whole thread here, eh? What is this? Where's the predicted lineup? Here? Here? Arsenal. Yep. We got Timber. Timber's a doubt though. Villa. He's also predicting Duran to start with Watkins. David, you've had Chris Wood since game week 1. That's probably been, he's probably performed a little well, eh? Chris Wood. Forest. Oops. What are your thoughts on Wood since game week 1? He's been, chugging along, getting a goal, blank, goal, blank, goal, blank. Pretty decent. Good shout, David. Yeah, I also didn't like Cheaper Forest, but this year there's so many that are good and I love value picks. It's a fair point, Nick. Yeah, this season they've been better, at least. It's just, if you want to take the gamble, it's up to you. For me, I've had enough headaches. I'd rather own Bernardo Silva and get headaches from Manchester City squad rotation. But definitely. I think Bernardo Silva was a good pick until Gundogan came in the transfer deadline, and that's what ruined my plans. But all right, Aston Villa. He's also going with Duran, Watkins up front, Rodgers in the cam role. FPL Boys, Jackson up front with Palmer in the cam. Cucurella, Caldwell Fofana, Jota, Diaz, Salah. Yeah, it's a team against Wolves there. So that's what I predict. I think Arnold Slot will play the same team he played against Wolves, 4-2-3-1. Diaz out wide. He's got the international break. He's got Bernardo Silva starting as well with Doku in for instead of Grealish. Seems they got Gundogan out of the lineup. I think Bernardo will play. Just the fact that will Bernardo return? Probably not. For me. Doku, Savio out wide. Holland captain for everybody. We're in agreement. Can we even look at this team? It's not even it's pointless looking at this team. He should bench Bruno. Alright. See Gordon up front. We got Gordon up front. Tonali back. Almost a full strength back line here. He's got Livramento starting instead of Trippier, which is okay. Spurs, Solanke, Werner, no Son, Johnson, Madison, Kulusevski. I think Bentancur is always going to be in the team. He's a rock back there for now. Paro and a full strength back line. Yeah, thank you FPL Boys for that. Thoughts on Wildcard 12? Gotta get like the FPL teams page to look at that. Wildcard 12. Yeah, the fixtures turn for a few teams. There must be an easier way to look at this. Just look in here. Wait, that won't help. Guess the app is better for that. To look at like fixtures far in advance. Or FPL. I even have my FPL team. We'll see. Gameweek, David said a wildcard 12. Let's see FPL team. Wildcard 12. Fixtures turn for Arsenal. You definitely want to triple up on Arsenal. Aston Villa, fixtures kind of turn as well. But later, 17, 18, they got Newcastle, Man City. Fixtures turn for Bournemouth. Game week 12. Semenyo. Brentford is a mixed bag. Fixtures turn for Brighton. Definitely would want a Brighton player. Would that be Matoma? Depending on how Brighton's doing. Fixtures turn for Chelsea as well. They got rid of, their path to Arsenal and Man United game, Newcastle, Liverpool. That's a good idea, eh, David? Wildcard at 12. It's just it's team dependent. Like you gotta look at your rank, you gotta look at your team. Like for me, I might wildcard next week for all I know. It's team dependent. Chelsea fixtures turn. Even Spurs. Spurs, they have Man City in 12, but then Fulham, Bournemouth, Chelsea, Southampton. Little mixed bag. We were talking about Nottingham Forest. It's kind of tougher for Nottingham Forest. Game week 12, I wouldn't get on in Nottingham Forest. We were talking about Fulham with Jimenez. Fulham have tougher fixtures. Tottenham, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea rounding out the 18. 12 is a possibility. Even fixtures turn for Manchester United. They got Ipswich, Everton, Arsenal, Forest. That's a possibility, David. Haaland is 73% owned. Oh my goodness, man. Andy's funny. FPL mode. His team value is 1.2. His rank is 2 million. That's funny. That's funny. My rank is 600k. Not that much of a difference in regards to points, but his team value is better. He probably owns some Bomo. Mega thread from Brad Mayor. Got a points chasing tweet here. Everybody's talking about, points chasing. Got some score predictions here, or result predictions. Liverpool, Arsenal, Brentford, Bournemouth, City, West Ham, Newcastle, Villa to beat Man U, draw between Chelsea and Forest, Tottenham to beat Brighton, sorry. Interesting. How many more hours to the deadline? That's funny. For game week 6, Luis Diaz was the most transferred in, and then he blanked. Haaland was the most captain, 600,000 wild cards. Average points was 50. Palmer is now the most transferred in for game week 7, going into game week 7. No surprise, no surprise. And Bomo as well. It's possibly my transfer in. If we get news that Diaz doesn't start, I'm pretty confident Diaz will start. McNeil as well. Jackson, Gabriel, João Pedro injured, Isaac injured. Salah is a surprise, big transfer out, funding that Palmer move most likely. Salah, Madueke, Salah, Sanchez, Nicholas Jackson, Palmer. Chelsea have been player of the week 4 out of the 6 game weeks. That is, and then if not, it was Salah. That's funny. That's really funny. Julian Timber is a doubt. Been in a couple predicted teams. I have Wood and Ina. I am looking to drop them in 12. Definitely, yeah, I would drop them in 12 as well. I agree. Yeah, they got Arsenal and City in 12 and 14. If you can call Manchester United a difficult fixture, Ipswich could win that one. Ipswich could win? Yeah, that's a possibility, eh, Nick? Yeah. Most transferred in always blanks. Yeah, Nick. It's all about points chasing. But I don't think Palmer will blank. It's just about, will he haul again? Most likely not. But everybody just points chase. I can't afford him, but like he is the focal point in the team though. So what was the team of the week here? Team of the week. Vicario. You know why Vicario was in team of the week? Because no other teams kept a freaking clean sheet. The only team that kept a clean sheet was Tottenham against United. But James, Justin, Van der Ven, Gahey, Palmer, McNeil, Martinelli, Baliba, Trossard, with Delap and Watkins. On wildcard? Wait, David, what? Oh, you mean people are on wildcard to get in Palmer? I prefer Salah to Palmer for the next 3 at least. Nick, I prefer Salah to Palmer for the next 3 at least. Yeah, like if you want to stay in the Salah boat, for sure. I'm still on it. I don't want to make the harsh decision of getting rid of Salah, most transferred out, one of the most transferred out, for Palmer. He is a big game player though. Could he get something against Arsenal on 11? If anything, I'd get Palmer in game week 12, like David said, for like a wild card game week 12. Fixtures really turn for Chelsea. The only hard fixture then could be Spurs, but then they have Villa as well. The rest is like dreamland for Chelsea players. Thing is, like, who are you gonna get in your team? there's like whole mass rotation. Palmer for sure on a wild card. Would you get a defensive player? Like, what happened to James? Is James like injured for the season or what? Like, does he play or Reece James? I know Chilwell's been on the bench and stuff. I think you were confused reading that, but yeah, you figured it out. Yeah, I figured it out. I was confused. I'm a little tired, not gonna lie. It's almost midnight here. I definitely will gonna get off, and then you guys, like, we're all gonna go watch the main FPL Twitter guys and YouTube guys, because I can't stream for another 3 hours. But I'm confident Luis Diaz will start. I appreciate you guys tuning in here. I appreciate it. Palmer looks like the best value pick maybe for all the premiums, in my opinion. That's a fair opinion, Nick. Palmer is definitely on the watch list for me. I got some dead weight on my team, so everybody's team is different. So, you know, like, how many people have Pedro Porro? You know what I mean? 30%. Never mind. 30% owned. He's been blanking up until last game where he got a clean sheet. Reece James lives in the hospital. That's funny, Nick. That's funny. What happened to Reece James, man? Just Google Reece James. Man, throw back a couple seasons ago when Reece James was everybody's team just hauling mid every game week. Maybe Sanchez in 12? Oh yeah. If you want to switch, like, I'm thinking of Raya as a goalkeeper because I got horrific Henderson in goal. But Sanchez is a shout. How much does he cost? Is he 4.6 now? Sanchez in goal? 4.7. The thing is, like, have Chelsea been keeping clean sheets? They kept one against West Ham, Bournemouth. Okay. I don't know. He's very cheap. You're right. David, you said I'm planning to drop Wood and Ina in 12 on wildcard. Oh no, that's did I read that correctly? Yeah, I read that. I read that. No, that's a good. Yeah, definitely I would get off. No, I must have phrased that wrong. Yeah, definitely get off them in 12. Oh wow, it's 3 a.m. Nick. Damn, man. Holy moly. East Coast. It's tough for like people in North America to play this game, especially if you want to try. Yeah, I wouldn't wildcard my team either. I'd probably wait a game week for me. Thanks, Nick. Yeah. Just hoping Bernardo starts. Lewis can start. Yeah, thanks, David. I like the Kanate pick. Kanate was because I couldn't afford Trent, and he's actually performed. He got the goal last game week, and in game week 6-5-4. In game week 5, he got the assist. So definitely, been okay. Thanks for tuning in, David. Appreciate it. Good luck in game week 7. There's a little stream delay, so I apologize if I haven't gone to your messages. But yeah, I don't think I'm stressing a lot. The mystery chip, we still don't know. What would that be, really? January? I don't even know what they do for that in January, but Nick, you don't think I would wildcard next week either? An FPL team, let's see. If I know Luis Diaz is gonna start, I'd bank the transfer, then have two game week transfers for next week. You got Chelsea for Liverpool, Wolves for City, West Ham for. Thing is, I'm in the catch-22 of owning Madison, because Madison Spurs have great fixtures, but if Madison's not gonna do anything, he's playing too deep, then I gotta do something. Henderson's got Forest. Bournemouth for Arsenal. That's what I want. I'd in game week 8, Madison out, Luis Diaz out. If I don't go for Mbomo, Saka in. $5.5. Would we want Saka? I haven't even thought about it because the fixtures turn really. I don't know if I would want Saka. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about that right now. Yeah, we all started with Kwanzaa. I started with Kwanzaa too, man. I was watching FPL Black Box before the season started, and he was bigging up Kwanzaa. I dropped in 0.2 in value on my team. Took him out for Mazwiri when I should have got Robertson. I wouldn't beat yourself up on that though, Nick. You can take out Diaz if you want, and take out Henderson if you really don't like him, but I think your team looks fine to me. I appreciate that, Nick. Yeah, my thing is, Henderson, would I waste a transfer on Henderson? It'd have to be on the wild card. It's tough, but whatever. I made my bed and I gotta sleep in it. I can't even. Palmer is so expensive. I can't even afford Palmer. Even getting Saka would be hard. I would go if I want to go in Mbomo like this week. Mbomo. Why can't I do? I don't know what's going on here. But okay, and then got 0.7 in the bank for Madison. Who would I do? 8.2. Bruno Fernandes. Yeah. I don't even know my team is. I'm in a catch-22 where I just gotta literally wildcard and refresh this team here. But yeah. Holy Master could be really good. He's got some holes in him and he's on set pieces. Good point, Nick. Yeah, that's a good point. I've had Madison since game week 1, so he did start off the season okay with a couple assists. Then he just dried out. Got a haul in game week 5. Thing is, Madison's a great player to watch. Just when you're watching soccer, not for FPL wise, but just watching. He is on set pieces. That's right, Nick. With Son out, especially, he's on set pieces. But I think Kulusevski does take. Kulusevski's left-footed, so he does take the right corner kicks because they want an in-swinger. So Kulusevski does take the the right corner kicks. Because I've been watching a lot of Spurs. I did a match of the day challenge for Spurs. I just hope that Bernardo Silva can do something for my team. I just really hope he can do something. It started off good for Bernardo Silva. Like Madison, he got in a couple assists. Game week 1, game week 3. Those were good picks, but I just got to move off them. I got to let go. Set Bernardo Silva free. Gundogan ruined my plans. Just blame it on Gundogan. September 1st came and Gundogan got into the Manchester City team. That just ruined my plans. But David, I'd wildcard 12 with your team. You probably wouldn't need Saka until 12. It's a good point, David. You're right. The thing is, Saka can perform in any game. He's not in for a haul like Palmer. He's never really hauled like Palmer, but he does truck along and does get points. I do have Havertz as cover. Havertz should be on penalties, but yeah, I agree, David. Nick, also could be more differential considering people aren't going for Madison anymore. That's true. It's a fair point. Thing is, I don't want him to drop in value though, because if I have another Kwanzaa situation here, I can't do it. But yeah. Team news. Luis Diaz. FPL mate. Everybody's got Brennan Johnson in their team, man. Oh my gosh. And Solanke. He's got a triple up on Spurs. He's got a triple up on City. Did he wildcard? Yo, he wildcard. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, why? How does he get all this heavy on Spurs, heavy on City with Foden in there? Show some love here on the Twitter. I don't follow too many people on here. Yeah, Nick. Bernardo is a massive differential, and he's hit and miss. I do agree. Thing is, like, Bernardo Silva can do something. It's just, the fixtures are good. Foden could have something to say about that. You had Kwanzaa and Nkunku. Oh my gosh, that probably ruined your team value. Damn. Nkunku just disappointed from the off. Damn it. Yeah, the prices have been crazy. No, Saka's on pens for sure. Is he? Is he David? Is he on pens? Saka on pens? Are you sure? I swear Havertz is on pens. We'll see. Next time they get a penalty and they're both on the pitch, we'll see. I swear Havertz is on pens. I think Havertz is on pens, David. I think you got it wrong. I don't want to call you out, but I think Havertz is on pens. No. Because I remember people were like, why do I own Saka? Havertz is on pens. We'll see. I think it just depends on their mood or whatever. Or the fixture. Yeah, the prices have been crazy this year. Definitely, Nick. I have no idea how Lewis is at 8.1 right now, but you tell me. Like, when he scores, he hauls. So, that's probably why. But he doesn't even play full 90 minutes. Like, look at this guy. He's hauling and he's playing 70 minutes. Wow, even Nick is saying, wow, Nick, you're saying Saka's on pens too? Oh my gosh, I guess I'm wrong. I thought Havertz has been on pens. We'll see. We'll see. When you guys watch Arsenal and they get a penalty and Havertz takes a pen, you'll think of me. Alright? Saka on pens. Starboy on pens. Maybe that one time they gave it to Havertz because he needed to boost his confidence. Because when he was playing for Chelsea, Havertz was on pens for Chelsea. When Jorginho wasn't playing, Havertz was on pens. I swear Havertz took a pen some game. Havertz did take a pen this season. I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. I guess I'm wrong. I hold my hands up. But if they take a pen and it's Havertz, you'll remember me because I think Havertz is on pens. Thing is, they haven't been giving that many penalties this season. Like, very few. Will Haaland get a penalty against Fulham? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Check Twitter again here. Andy will be live in. Oh, is he live now? No, he's live in an hour, Andy. Man, how am I gonna stay up? It's Eastern time for Nick, right? Nick, you're on Eastern Time. David's on Pacific. There's no way. I'm gonna pass out here. Davey FPL is live 1 hour before deadline. That's in 2 hours. Davey's a good guy. Yeah, David. Nick, you said I'll be like, how did he know? I swear, because we'll see. Thing is, you're right. Starboy is probably on penalties. You and David are right. Don't think Arsenal have had a pen in the Prem so far. Yeah, I don't think any team has had a pen. Like, how many teams have had a pen? They haven't given any penalties. We'll see. That's why we don't know who's on penalties, because they haven't taken a penalty. I think Havertz is on pens. Don't quote me, but we'll see. You guys, if you guys own Saka, beneficial for you guys. But I don't know. They took a pen. Havertz took a pen. Did they take it in preseason? I think Havertz took a pen in preseason. Bro, if I go to bed, Nick, I am not waking up, so I can't go to bed. No, there's no way. I can't do that. I'll definitely miss the deadline. I'll sleep through my alarm, man. I gotta stay up for another 3 hours. Thing is, I'm confident Diaz will start. Rico Lewis, we won't know. He'll probably get a 1-pointer on Sunday. I'll just beat myself up if I keep Lewis Diaz in my team and he's benched. I won't be able to do it. I'm gonna get Mbomo. It's probably a little reactionary, but I go Mbomo. And then Mbomo will troll me. Yeah, Nick, why pens are so low this year when the efficiency is still pretty bad? Yeah, I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure what has changed. Have defenders not been tackling as badly in the box? Or it's kind of surprising, really. Because Haaland, I think, has only had 1 pen. Pretty sure. Is there like penalty stats or something? I don't think there is. I don't think there's penalty stats that I can find easily. So David, they did give Havertz a pen because he was on a hat trick. Good observation. In my head, I thought Havertz on pens because when he was really struggling to fit into Arsenal, they gave him a pen. Like Saka gave him the pen. And then someone tweeted like, "Oh, Havertz is on pens." So who knows? Saka is probably on pens, but I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking Havertz is still on pens. Yeah, it could be on purpose, Nick, in regards to penalties. There must be like something on Google. Penalties. Yeah, Manchester City got 1. Everybody. So there's only what 7 teams that got penalties. Is that 8? I can't do math right now. That's 8. Liverpool, Salah got 1. Haaland got 1. Newcastle had 1. I'm not sure who took that. Did Isak take that? Pretty sure. Forest, that was Wood. West Ham, that was probably Bowen. Palace, it was Mateta because everybody was surprised that Eze didn't take it last week. Or right, Mateta's on pens. Then it was Palmer for Chelsea, right? Well, we're not gonna be able to see it, but was it Palmer? There's only been, and then maybe a team missed the penalty, but I don't know. So Nick, there must have been a message given to referees to produce pens. I don't know. Maybe they'll give more towards second half. I don't know about that because yeah, I guess they're more lenient with challenges in the box now. But if it's a handball, it's a handball, you know. David last season, no. After Saka, Odegaard takes them, bro. Well, you guys are bad on Havertz here. There's no way. Okay, you guys cannot admit when Jorginho was not on the field for Chelsea, Havertz took the pen, and when Havertz was playing, he took the pen. Havertz had a great record for penalties in Germany when he played in Germany. Who did he play for in Germany? I have no idea. Let's see. Leverkusen. He was on pens for Leverkusen. He went to Chelsea. When Jorginho wasn't on the pitch, he was taking them. We'll see. We'll see. I know Starboy Saka is gonna take pens, but we'll see. Odegaard on pens, yeah. But thankfully Odegaard is injured, you know, for the time being. So that's if Saka's not taking it, Havertz. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what do you mean, Nick? No way 7 pens in those games? What do you mean, Nick? I'm not sure. There's 8. There's been 8 penalties this season. No team has had 2 penalties, and like 12 teams have not even gotten a penalty. Bruno Fernandes hasn't gotten a penalty. Mateta took 2 pens? Is this the wrong stats? No, this is the right stats. Penalty scored. Didn't he miss a pen? Mateta took 2 pens? Then this must be wrong then, I'm not sure. I can't even find the stat here. Penalty saved. Oh, Nana saved the penalty? Sanchez saved the penalty? Oh, yeah, Nick. I know what you mean. Only 7 pens? Yeah. Sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. Yeah. There's been a lot of games. So it's been 6 game weeks, so that means 10. There's been 60 games and only 8 pens. Or yeah. Yeah, Mateta only took 1 pen, I think, David. I'm not sure he took 2 pens. Last game he took a pen, and I don't think Crystal Palace has had another penalty. Because everybody was waiting for Eze to take a penalty, and then that wasn't even last game week. It was the game before. I'm all mixed up here. I'm not sure why Google does that, but it brings me all the way to like last season's games. They got when did he take he took a pen against Leicester? Yeah, it was 1 pen, David, in the 90th minute, and Eze was on the pitch. Pretty sure. Yeah, Eze played the full 90. But I'm not sure why Eze didn't take the pen, but there hasn't been that many pens. Yeah, might be a conspiracy. Nick, David, Diaz a Foden or Joe Pedro to Solanke? Oh, you're going harsh on Diaz, eh? I wouldn't get rid of Diaz, man. Crystal Palace could be a good fixture. I've owned Henderson the entire season. If he's starting, this could be a good fixture for Diaz. João Pedro to Solanke. If you can afford it, I'd do that. Because especially if you don't have any Spurs cover, I prefer Solanke if you can afford it. I know you probably need a few funds for that. João Pedro's only like... Yeah, I agree with Nick. Definitely Solanke. I go for Solanke. Speaking of pens, Solanke is on pens. He hasn't taken one. Spurs haven't gotten a pen, but with Son out, he's for sure on penalties. Past midnight here. David, Diaz to Foden or João Pedro to Solanke and bench Diaz. Yeah, bench Diaz. Especially because you can eat if he drops in price, but that's ahead, thinking ahead. Eze and Matete are sharing pens now apparently. All right, good insight there, Nick. I guess it's whoever's in the mood or feeling it. So back on Twitter, let's see if there's any. Don't be trolled by anybody here. Okay, FPL boys got their roundup here. You probably can't read it; it's kind of small, but teams to focus. Man United are in the bottom 5 for XG conceded and have conceded 6 chances so far. 6 big chances, that mean? Start Watkins. Hold Rashford if you have him, ignore the rest. Could be low scoring game as Force have been strong defensively and rank 3rd for XG conceded. Start Palmer if you have him. Gordon could do well, he's expected to play as the number 9 and have penalty duties. Foden, Semenyo, Bowen could be ultimate differential. Salah, captain, Saka, Holland. This is the right time to get replacements for Eze. And Bomo, yeah. Good insight there from FPL boys. David, yeah, I'm assuming Diaz doesn't start. If Diaz starts, I'm not selling him. Yeah. I just think Diaz will start. It's going to hurt my feelings if Gakpo starts. It's going to really hurt. What? What kind of headline is that? What? He must badly drop Diaz. Why Darwin Núñez must be benched. That's hilarious. It's time to unleash Cody Gakpo. That's harsh there. Benching Diaz feels so wrong though, says Nick. Yeah. David, if Diaz starts, I'll not be benching him, guys. Relax. Well, we have no confidence. Like, we won't know for sure if he starts, but we have the team news. Yeah, we'll get to team news, Nick. The propaganda here from FPL Foundcast is strong. The Diaz dilemma is one I'm glad I don't have. That's a fair point, Nick. It's tough. Definitely tough here. For me, it's like I've owned him for a haul, and I'm like, okay, cool. I didn't get him in for game week 3 in time. So it was an okay transfer, but if I need Mbomo, I need Mbomo. So yeah, I got rid of Jota. It's been tough. Gonna grab my water bottle here. All right. What are we doing here? Do we even want to do this? Like, or should we even do this? Luis, Diaz. Let's see. Got some Spanish. What does that mean? Is there no translation on Twitter? What is this? Munoz is praising Diaz. So much Spanish here. Oh my goodness. I think if you click on the tweet, you can translate it, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm slow. Very slow. Yeah, that's tough. You have Mbomo and Diaz, David? Strong, strong, strong. Like this person that I randomly pulled up a team for. He has Mbomo and Diaz too. Got Rogers and Lewis on the bench. Solanke. Oh my goodness, that's a pretty good team. Yeah. Like I say, does Munoz play in the national team with him, or has he never been called up? But yeah, I think they're both Colombian, right? I don't think Munoz has been called up, no. A little biased. Yeah. And just like that, he doesn't start. Because Munoz praised him, he's not going to start now. Luis Diaz to Palmer. 3 free transfers from this guy, Mamba Mentality Bean. Saka captain. Holy, he's going all in on Arsenal. He's Saka captain. Wow. You're just gonna see like teams. That thing is just to refresh my feed. Don't follow too many people here. Why even have Lewis with that defense? That's true. That first team that I saw there, Nick, yeah. I did Eze to Johnson earlier today. Yeah, it's fair, David. That was a fair transfer to do. thing is, you're gonna have to see if Eze performs in the early kickoff here, unless you're gonna be sleeping like me. Thing is, I don't think I'll even be awake for the game. I'm just gonna go straight to sleep. That'll be tough though, eh, David? If Eze actually does something finally. Munoz plays a lot for Colombia. I didn't even know. I apologize. You guys both did Eze to Johnson? Very important for them. I didn't know Munoz was playing for Colombia. My fault. The last game against Argentina, he did play. Yeah. I had no idea. Duran played too. Colombia is actually a low-key, pretty good team, you know. Duran's popping off now. They got Mascara from Wolves, right? They did beat the world champions. World Cup qualifier. James Rodriguez came on and scored. No, he started. Nothing new on the feed here. A little too early for team news. David, Eze has great fixtures after 7. That's so harsh, eh? Does he actually? The thing is, he's had good fixtures since game week 1. They had pretty good fixtures to start the season. That's why we all own, or not all of us, but I owned Henderson. They didn't do very well defensively wise. But if I can pull up their team here. Yeah, you're right. 8, pretty good. Wolves, Fulham is okay. Aston Villa, it's okay fixtures. They got Spurs in there. It's hit and miss, but yeah, definitely. It's fixtures where you'd like, oh, I definitely want to own Eze. Munoz is one of their best players. Well, Nick, I have had no idea about that, so it's my fault. Interesting. I hold my hands up. That's why a lot of people had him this year. Nick, yeah, David, I really wanted to keep Eze. Be tough. I got this tweet twice on my screen because it was retweeted twice. I love how they changed it to reposted and not retweeted anymore. Just realized that. Haaland the second best captaincy option? What is this? Saka's the best captaincy option? I guess because it's Southampton. Oh, come on. That's really weird. He's preferring Madison. It's a Madison order. I wouldn't prefer Madison over Johnson. Madison's playing a little bit deeper, but we'll see. I wouldn't buy Palmer this week with transfers. However, I would have him on wildcard. Played Rodgers against Man United. Solanke and BDV. Mickey van der Ven. Not Virgil van Dijk. VVD. VDV. Nick, I can tell you're tired when you're looking for Crystal Palace with Henderson in your 11. Oh my, you're right. Oh my goodness, you're right. Man, I'm definitely out of it, eh? Hey, Nick? That's how much I just want to forget about Henderson in my team. You're Argentinian, so you scouted the Colombian team during the Copa. Interesting. I see. That makes sense. So if you're Argentinian, then do you watch FPL Dylan? FPL Dylan's a good. I don't think he follows me back, but I watch his videos, for UCL Fantasy. He only follows 55 people, for goodness sake. By the way, guys, if you guys have Twitter, I'll follow you guys as well. Thanks for the support. FPL Dylan's Argentinian too, with his accent. He's got like an Argentinian British accent. Definitely recommend his content. Been pretty good player. I did Guardiola to Gabriel last week. David. Oh shit, David. That must have freaking hurt, eh? Dude, imagine this week Eze too. You got rid of Eze. Oh my god, you're just getting rid of like people that are gonna score. If Eze scores, it's gonna hurt the Liverpool clean sheet odds here. Even went to a game. Oof, Guardiola's gonna punish you. Says Nick. You went to a game, nice. Copa game. If Saka doesn't haul this week, he's getting mass sold. That's a big shout there, Nick. Let's see. Just because he blanked last game week, he was on for like 3 bonus points. He's been trucking along with assists. Oh, he's got an assist in every game except for the last one. He's only had 1 blank, Nick. And that was last game, and he got a bonus point. Yeah, he could be mass sold. Especially if Palmer does something again. It really depends. It's all like the average FPL player. What are they going to do? He is 33% owned. Yeah, he probably will be mass sold. Thing is, if Salah blanks again, he'll be mass sold too. Salah didn't even blank, but what I'm saying is that like if he has a blank, because Salah didn't blank last game week, I captained him for goodness sake. But if like Salah blanks, he's already been mass sold and he got 10 points for goodness sake. David, to be fair, City don't keep clean sheets. Yeah, they let in stupid goals here and there. Even against Brentford, they conceded. Yeah, they haven't kept a clean sheet, David, except for game week 1. Nick, no, I haven't really seen him pop up on my feed. Oh, okay. Yeah, check out FPL Dylan. He's Argentinian. And tell him I sent you. I'm just kidding. He doesn't know who I am. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I watched him for He does a lot of Champions League fantasy, so he's like the main guy for fantasy Champions League. So yeah, but Saka looks so much worse than Palmer, especially for the casual fan. I definitely agree. Yeah. And with other premiums hauling and him doing nothing, I see it happening. Yeah, it's a fair assessment there. The thing is, a lot of teams have Saka. A lot of the active teams, except for me, I guess, have Saka, so it's possible. Current game week 7 plans from Baker. Baker has the above average FPL YouTube with DCL over Rodgers, no striker for Newcastle means even a goal would be a big for bonus. That's true. Erland captain, hoping a role would play Greaves and Rodgers if Rico Diaz benched. If Trent is leaked as benched, Trent is going to be leaked as benched? Where do we get this from? When is Trent going to be benched? What is Baker saying here? What? That's a pretty strong team though, eh, Baker? Did he wildcard? I don't think he wildcarded, but it's a pretty good team. No Salah though. David, are you cousins with Diaz? Call him an ass. I'm just Latino. Diaz's popular name. Nick, are you related to Nick Diaz, the MMA fighter? UFC? You have the same name. No, Nate Diaz. You're related to Nate, not Nick. I'm just kidding. Diaz is a popular name. Just messing, bro. Diaz. That's funny. Got one new post here. Price rises retweeted by FPL General. Thanks, General. Thanks for retweeting that. I definitely didn't miss that. Rodgers went up again. Martinelli went back to 7. Luis Diaz. Google is not our friend here. Google will not help us in this situation here. Let's just go anyways. Yeah, there's nothing. So he decided to bench Rodgers after Newcastle not having a striker. Nick. I actually don't even go by Nick anymore. I go by Nico. Oh, well, I'll call you Nico now, then. Interesting. Gotta change the name. Nick Diaz has a crazy story, though. The fighter, sad. Nate Diaz is a baller, too. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Wait, Nico, you said you're in Eastern State? Or Eastern Canada or Eastern US? And then, David, you said you're Pacific California. Because Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz are from California, Stockton, where David's from. Not where from or where David's living. I'm not sure where David's from, but am I confident on Diaz starting, David? Man, I don't want to be held to the fire here. I'm having hope. I'm pretty confident that Diaz will start. The thing is with Diaz, he doesn't play 90 minutes, right? So the way I see Slot is thinking is that, like, okay, in the Champions League, he played 70 minutes. In all the Premier League games 60, 65, 71, 72. That's just Diaz's role. He's going to play 60 minutes minimum, and then, you know. You're in Florida, Nick? Nice. Or Nico, sorry. Oh, and I'm tired, so I apologize. I don't think even Slot is confident if Diaz is starting. Because, yeah, he's probably speaking Dutch with Gakpo, and they're like, yeah. All I know is Salah is starting. We even got Baker on Twitter saying that Trent might not even start. Come on, man. Who said that Trent is not going to start? When has that ever been in the news that Trent is not starting? Is he just bringing up storylines here or what? When you type in Trent, it's like there's no chance you're going to get any Trent news here. FPL Bruno says that Trent may haul this week. What's my name? My name is Mario. On Twitter or X, whatever this platform is called. On FPL Ibercadabra. Can I even go to my profile? But yeah. Nico, yeah, no Slot and Gakpo are flirting in the dressing room as we speak. What other Dutch players are on the team? They got Virgil van Dijk, right? They got a lot of Dutch people at Liverpool. It's funny, Nico. That's the only thing that has me like if Cody Gakpo was like English, there's no chance that I'd be like, oh yeah, he's gonna start. But just because of the same nationality, like there's a chance that freaking Diaz could get benched. Is that a leak on Trent? No, David, don't get confused here. I'm not sure why Baker said that there's going to be a leak of Trent being benched. He's thinking that there might be a leak if there's news that Trent is benched. But why would Trent be benched? Because they're playing Palace? There's an international break. I don't see that. I guess he's just looking at worst case scenario there. Raptor is live in 15 minutes. I may probably get off in 15 minutes. I'm super tired. He's probably going live just before Let's Talk FPL goes live. Oh, yeah, Nico, I'm Italian, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I'm Italian. Probably gonna watch Raptor. I'm gonna get off. Raptor does, if you do watch Raptor, he is more, he has the ability to not give you false information about team leaks. So I trust Raptor. You want to avoid this guy. I think I still follow him, but avoid this guy. He might be trolling this game week. Bunya, he probably will have a fake account at 2:30 in the morning, 5:30 your time. Nico, if you're awake, and he'll be with a fake tweet about Diaz for sure. I've never blocked him. I never unfollowed him. I know Bunya is just gonna troll. But can't trust the Baldies, eh, Nico? Yeah. Can't trust Pep. Can't even trust Ten Hag. He's just gonna start Rashford out of nowhere. I saw a tweet or a video where like he took off Rashford midweek after 45 minutes after Rashford had a pretty good 45 minutes scoring and assisting. Like what the heck? What is he doing, man? He plays Rashford when Rashford should not be being played, and then he takes him off when he's doing pretty good. Bold fraud. Thanks, David. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the support. Argentinians and Italians share a lot of blood. Yeah, Nico, I agree. You know, Lionel Messi had, I think he had a grandma or great grandma that was Italian. So nice, Nico. You're half Italian. Cool. Yeah, I'm Southern Italian, so I'm definitely darker Italian. I'm a Calabrese and I'm a quarter Sicilian, so. Yeah, Nico. Ten Hag is the biggest fraud. I have my Ibrahimovic jersey in the background there. When Jose Mourinho was manager there. At least they won the Europa League, for goodness sake. Nothing else in my timeline here. Nothing else except for Raptor here. Ross. China is generally one of the worst managers I've ever seen. It's a fair assessment, Nico. It's a very fair assessment. I have no idea what he's doing half the time. Harry Maguire scored midweek. If they would have lost that game, he would not even be manager anymore. Let's face it. If they would have lost that game, he'd be gone already. Against the Portuguese there. Oh really, Nico? You dated a girl who's 100% Sicilian. Damn, eh? You don't find them very often. But you're in Florida, right? So yeah, Ibra was my childhood idol there. I played striker, so I looked up to him. I'm not as tall as Ibra, but definitely overshadowed by Messi and Ronaldo for sure. But he was a great striker before he retired. Stream until deadline, bro? Oh my gosh. I can't do it. I can't do it, David. I can't do it, David. They could be hedging their bets, yeah, Nico. It's like who they gonna get in, man. Pochettino went to national team for United States of America. They should have went with Pochettino before Ten Hag. I think Pochettino was still on a job somewhere. Where was he, at Paris or something? I don't know. Yeah. Miami, a lot of nationalities there. Florida. I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia. You don't really find too many full-blooded Sicilians here. But yeah, my timeline is dead here. Like, I think Eze will turn into Ronaldinho now that I've sold was funny. Oh, yeah, I missed that tweet. I think I got rid of it, but... Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Joe, FPL Zoo. Zao. You gotta admit, Eze's been extra unlucky. I've never seen these highlights from Ronaldinho, but this is sick right here. What a blast there. No look pass. Ronaldinho was amazing, man. Holy sheesh. Just before my era here. He played for Milan too. That's funny. Ten Hag did so good with Ajax and turned into a bald leprechaun at United. Could not say it better myself, Nico. Bald fraud leprechaun. Penalty stats, don't need them anymore. We will see if Havertz takes the pen. Imagine the scenes when Saka doesn't take the pen. Yeah, I think you're right. You guys are both right. Saka, Starboy, taking pens here. Why is Saka trending? Pookie. Go ahead, Pookie and his team. Saka was 4.5 million? Oh my gosh, that's a long time ago. Saka was 4.5 million pounds. Nico, Eze has been super unlucky, but I don't like his chances against Liverpool and Forest. Super fair, yeah. It's just when you expect him to perform, he doesn't perform, and then when you least expect it, he'll frickin' haul. So, David, thinking Trent to Porro, Diaz to Foden next week. That's interesting, David. That's very... Trent to Porro. Trent to Porro, Trent to Porro. Trent to Porro. Trent to Porro. Fixtures are looking good other than Villa and 10 for Porro. And then if you're going to Man City in 12. I'd get on that, but you got to wait to see Trent this game week. Because if he hauls, then you probably would not want to get rid of Trent. He'll be transferred in by the masses. Diaz to Foden. I could get on that. I could definitely get on that. Because you said you own a Bohm already. Yeah, I like those. Good ideas. Neymar really turned out to be Ronaldinho in the end with how he fizzled out. Unfortunately, yes. That's true, Nico. Havertz is not taking that pen. Okay, we'll see. We'll see when Havertz takes that pen. Yeah, Pookie. Hey, Nico? Pookie. That was the good old days. Norwich. Abraham. Yeah, you guys both own Trent, eh? Definitely someone that I miss in my team. Yeah, that's fair, David. As you mentioned, if you own Pedro Porro till 12, then probably get him out. But still, even after the City game, fixtures are more like they're 2 rated, but it's still hard. Fulham and Bournemouth are harder fixtures for clean sheets, is what I mean. So yeah, and then you said Diaz to Foden. Yeah, then fixtures kind of get a little more difficult for Foden. You don't know even if he'll be starting then, if he's injured, what's going to happen with Foden. Forest is not an easy fixture. They are at home though. Liverpool. Palace is. We don't like the thing is, we don't even know what's going to happen in game week 12 from now. So it's a good, to look that far. But yeah, I'd like Foden by game week 9. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, yeah. Yeah. We gotta look at FPL Rockstar because I have his tweets notified when the good old days when FPL Rockstar would provide the early team news when it was just an hour before the deadline. He posted this, which is not very helpful, but it's a lot of interesting. Well, thank you FPL Rockstar for this great insight there. New posts. Wildcard. FPL Siam is on wildcard. Pedro Porro, Johnson, Solanke, Lewis, Foden, Holland. The template is strong with that. Triple ups. Raya in goal. Mbomo, Saka. Trent and Rogers. Pretty good team. Pretty good team. Oh. 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 Uh-oh. Talk of Gakpo last night. Oh my goodness. This is one of the main accounts for Liverpool's fans. Someone asked Diaz starts, and he said there was talk of Gakpo. Nico, I'm scared of going for Foden because I would hate for him to be benched spending that much money. Yeah, that sucks. You're starting both, Nico. Yeah. You don't got no dilemma like FPL Rockstar. But then you can't really lose, eh? Triple captain game week 9, David. I saw FPL Mate was talking about that in his latest video. Yes, I support FPL Mate. He's a good guy. I know City are playing Southampton at home. If I recall correctly, there was talk of that there not going to be that many double game weeks later in the season, from what I understood. We'll see. We'll see how Haaland does. We'll see how the Manchester City team is doing. It really depended on the team as a whole, because there's still an international break. Will De Bruyne be back? So as of right now, probably not, but it's an option. Game week 9, for sure. So yeah, this is not good hearing this from the cop. So only rumor though, mate. Damn, people are gonna do Diaz to Brennan Johnson, and they must own Mbomo, because I couldn't do that. I own everybody's team's different. I own Madison, so I'm not tripling up on Spurs. Let's be real. Yeah, that's everybody's going on Brennan. I wouldn't say it's a leak on Diaz, David, but it's definitely saying that, because I'm assuming this guy, it's the main fan account for Liverpool. I'm assuming he's in group chats with in the know people, and they were saying that there was talk of Gakpo. So, not really a leak, but definitely not something good to read. Which has me about to trigger the Luis Diaz, unfortunately, to Mbomo for me personally. Those are some good fixtures for Brentford, you gotta admit. You guys both own Mbomo, I'm assuming. Nico, my team was so bad, yikes. Oh, I missed some messages here. I triple Captain Holland when he banged, I still barely got a green arrow. Really, Nico? When was that? Was that in game week this season you're talking about, or last season? You talking about game week 2 or game week 3? Nico? My team was so bad, yikes. Oh, yeah. If you barely got a green. When did you sell these for Gakpo? I'm not doing that, Nico. There's no way. When did you triple captain him? Which one? 13? Game week 4 or game week 3? 17? Or is it you talking about last season? Game week 2. Oh, nice. That's really good, David. Sorry, Nico. I'm tired as heck here. 17 pointer. You can't get any better than that, man. You should be happy with that. That was really good. Yeah. Really good triple captain there. Yeah, he banged twice in a row for sure. Even game week 4 was okay. Then he blanked last game week. Any more news here? So it's 1 a.m. Think Let's Talk FPL should be on now. Raptor should be on. Nice. Yeah. Let's tinker with Raptor here. Not my channel. FPL Raptor. Not that. What is going on here? Is he live? I think my computer's like overheating here. Holy moly.
Love the Jackson pick to, I guess, semi-cover Palmer. 10 out of 10, Shane. I can't say 10 out of 10 because it's not my team. I'm going to give you a 9.8 out of 10. Apologies for that draft. I'm losing my voice already. This isn't good. If you don't know, my day job is I'm a lecturer, and I started lecturing again this week, so I've been talking even more than normal, and I think my voice is gone. I do a podcast on a Monday. I lecture throughout the week. I record videos.
I think you could put that
I spend my life talking.
Wait, what?
Don't know why. And people listen to me. Well, actually, my students don't really listen to me.
What URL?
I say this every time I start teaching. I find it very strange.
The season has been a mess.
There are thousands of people that sit here all the time.
Week 6.
Sometimes like tens of thousands of people, and watch me ramble, and they enjoy it. And it's so funny because my students largely do not enjoy me lecturing. You can tell they are zoning out. And it's just funny that there are people that choose to listen to me, and then there are people that would
I feel
ideally
calmness when I watch FPL Raptor. Is he even live right now? Should be live. Not live yet.
Peace, Ross. Good to see you, Helena. Yeah, I am slowly dying, sadly. So what do I love about this draft? I love Saka and Palmer and Haaland. I like those three as the premiums. I'm pretty sure that those are the three that I'll be going with. What I don't like is, of course, that I can't get Watkins, I can't get Salah, I can't get Foden.
Nico,
so you have to make sacrifices. You can't get 4 premiums unless you go super cheap elsewhere. Even 3 premiums for me is pushing it with my current team value. But I've decided that I want Saka, Palmer, Haaland. After that, I also decided that I want Solanke and Mbeumo. I think they're such good prices, and I know they're still quite expensive themselves, but I want those. So for me, and then also Rodgers is just so cheap that I think he's worth having. So Rodgers, Saka, Palmer, Mbeumo, Solanke, Haaland, they do almost pick themselves for me. I don't think it's obvious, I don't think you have to pick them, but they pretty much do. I then think Rico Lewis, even if he doesn't start today, is such amazing value. Again, I don't quite have the funds to stretch to a Guardiola. So Rico Lewis pretty much picks himself. Then you also have Gabriel and or Raya. I think you need at least one Arsenal defender for me, despite the fixtures. So that picks itself.
I don't see the numbers.
So really what it comes down to is, do I want 2 Arsenal defenders? And if not, I could squeeze like a Porro in instead of Davis. Who do I want as that 7th and 8th attacker? I could go for like Delap and McNeil rather than Cunha and Dibbling. And then it's just those like cheap defenders outside of that. Like right now I've got Davis and Aït-Nouri, but you could go for Colwill, you could go for a Nottingham Forest defender. So there are like a few things that could change around, but I think largely I'm pretty much there. So I said I wanted to just briefly, before I go back to answering your questions, is discuss what I mean by that Game Week 12 fixture swing. Because in Game Week 12, that's not a good sign, is it? What's this? Does that mean my internet's got... Okay, we're back. I was like, that's not a good sign. I can't see the pictures. So this isn't a very nice run here. We know that for Arsenal. But Arsenal keep clean sheets against anyone, especially in difficult fixtures. They find a way to keep clean sheets. Then I think for this run here, everyone is going to want to have 3 Arsenal. Like, look, I mean, it's remarkably good. They don't really play a team where you would back them to not do very well.
Oh, no, Nick.
So
Nico,
if I think that's the case, and I also think these 2 aren't bad,
and
they do keep clean sheets against more difficult teams, why not just have 2 Arsenal defenders now? And I know people won't think that you should. They'll say attack the fixtures going up, but I don't want to book in too many transfers. So I just think when I look at this spell coming up for Arsenal, I want double Arsenal defence here. So that's why I've chosen 2 Arsenal defenders. There's also a massive fixture swing for Chelsea. From Game Week 12 onwards, Leicester, Villa, Southampton, Spurs, Brentford, Everton, Fulham, Ipswich, Palace. Like, this is a lovely run of fixtures for Chelsea. And I would argue that Cole Palmer is the best captain in 12, 13 and 14. I'm looking at maybe captaining Cole Palmer in all 3 of those. So if I know I want double Arsenal defence, I know I want Cole Palmer from 12. Can I just get them in now because they're such great assets and they'll probably continue to rise in price? The same goes, by the way, even for Bryan Mbeumo, who could arguably be the best captain in Game Week 13. I don't mind having Mbeumo for this spell here. Cunha and Aït-Nouri have a really nice run of fixtures here.
Right now.
So can I get ahead of the curve again by having 2 players that have a really nice run of fixtures from 12?
I don't see anything,
and even to some extent, Leif Davis until Game Week 16 has a really nice run. I don't mind owning him for this spell here. So I don't ever advise that you build a wild card for a fixture run in 6 or 7 game weeks time, but at the same time you don't just want to build a wild card for the next few weeks. And I feel like I've got a good balance here where my team actually looks very good on paper this week, but it also looks good from Game Week 12 and beyond. So yeah, that's the sort of position I'm in. I know a lot of people won't really want or like the Cunha pick. He's just a 90-minute man, I think, anyway, probably on penalties. And I think Wolves have been better than we're giving them credit for, considering they've played against Arsenal, Chelsea, Forest, Newcastle, Villa and Liverpool. 6 teams that have been very good to start the season. Even you could say Forest, but Forest we know again have been a very good defence and they're playing quite well. Chelsea have been much better this season. Newcastle, maybe you'd expect it slightly better there, but at the same time they've just drawn against Man City. So and Villa and Liverpool have been flying. So yeah, I think Wolves could go on a really nice run here. The only major criticism I could say with the wildcard, and I will answer your questions in a second, is two things. Firstly, there's no Liverpool, and that is a major criticism, given that Liverpool are at least the third best team in the league, and from an FPL perspective, they're one of the best teams to own assets from. So there's no Liverpool here. It's a major issue. On top of that, the defence and bench is a weak situation. Like, let's say Dibbling loses his place, I have to start these 7 attackers every week. Let's say Van den Berg doesn't start every game, which we think is a real possibility. And let's say Lewis doesn't start every game and his minutes aren't great. At that stage, let's say that Lewis's minutes aren't great, Van den Berg isn't starting and Dibbling isn't starting. I've basically only got 11 players at that stage. But the thought process behind it is, by the time that is a possibility, I'm hoping to have saved up a few more transfers.
That's okay, I can
maybe downgrade Saka to Foden, upgrade Van den Berg to a 4.5 defender, and maybe try and get Dibbling to like a Carvalho or an Adama Traore or something like that. I know it's not wise to use transfers and that kind of thing, but I'm saying I will have transfers to use to try and fix any mistakes that I feel like I've made. There we go. That is basically the situation with the wildcard. I thought I would explain that before I get on to answering your questions, because there will be a lot of people that are wondering about some of those picks, but I'm largely very happy with it. And what I love more than anything is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 attackers, all very, very nailed on for minutes.
So your team is solid.
And so they don't always have perfect fixtures. Like Rodgers does have some tough fixtures coming up. But they're all attackers that you would expect to start basically every available minute. I've not taken many minutes risks with the attack, other than Dibbling, who's just there on the bench. Right, let's answer your questions. Is Trossard a good pick?
Pedro got injured, or did we lose Raptor here?
Yes and no. If he starts, he's fantastic. This week he's brilliant. But when Marino's starting on a consistent basis, if he does, let's say that is at the expense of one of the two forwards in Havertz and Trossard. It's not going to be Havertz that misses out. It could be that Trossard's pushed out to the left, but Martinelli's been pretty good recently.
With that triple captain.
I do just wonder if. I'm going to say no, I don't like the Trossard.
The thing is, the triple captain is like, I
don't mind it in the short term. It depends. It depends on the horizon you're looking at. I guess if you're looking over 3 to 4 weeks, maybe. But the thing is, the fixtures start to turn for Arsenal. I think I'd rather just go for a Kulusevski or a Johnson, honestly. Like, at that price, Kulusevski and Johnson look fantastic.
Well, I'll be able to
Pro Player says keep Savio or go Johnson or Maddison, 2 transfers. I'd keep Savio. I don't know that Savio will start every game, but he's got relatively high upside. I think he could start this week. Savio, every time he plays, looks better than any of their other wingers. I think it could be Savio and Doku on the wings this week.
Right, so
I feel like Pep could go for that system. Although Grealish has been playing very well, so maybe something like Grealish and Savio. I suppose it could be Grealish and Doku. This is the issue when you own a Man City attacker. Even if it's someone like Phil Foden or De Bruyne, you just never fully sure if they're going to start. It's only Haaland we know. Hey Ross, thoughts on a no Haaland draft? Yeah, I considered this kind of a second ago before I started the stream. If I were to go no Haaland, it wouldn't be too dissimilar to the team I've gone for here. I would just have Salah instead of Dibbling.
Your transfer so far?
Which should give me 7.2 to spend on the forward. Do you know what? You could even do something like... Let me show you, maybe you don't want to go Cunha either. You could do something like this.
Gameweek 3 assist.
Where you go...
Sorry, Gameweek 2 assist.
Let's say like Delap in there.
Isaac
and then you'd have to take out one of your Arsenal defenders. So let's say something like... I don't know, let's just say for now you go for Fleckham. Which would give you $1 million to upgrade some of the other defensive spots. So at this stage you could just upgrade... You could upgrade Davis to a 5.5, but there aren't really any standouts. You could upgrade Van den Berg slightly. I would probably just go for like more squad depth.
I kept Isaac for a little bit.
So I would go for something like
Colwill. See, I kept him for too long. That was a good transfer.
Maybe I'd leave the money. You don't have to always spend the money, do you? Or you could upgrade the lap if you don't think it's a great option.
Hit and miss.
I mean, that's a good enough team.
But Salah definitely a good transfer.
Something like that.
And Cuckoo, yes.
Alright, so you've got
was a great
Salah,
your transfer has been
Saka,
phenomenal, man.
and Palmer.
Mooney,
and you've got Solanke, Havertz, and Mbeumo.
You've always been early on like
the cover with Delap and Rodgers.
And
you've got one Arsenal defender, a Man City defender, and then you've got Colwill, Davis, Aït-Nouri that you can rotate. Like that's probably something like what I would do. The other alternative you have is if you're not convinced by Salah, you could go for Watkins instead of Salah, and that just gives you so much wiggle room to play with, right? You can get Trent in there, you can get in here Raya, and then in this spot here, you just put in someone like a Kulusevski, and then rather than Aït-Nouri, you go for
Calvert-Lewin not get any points?
like a Greaves.
Oh, maybe that
no, you won't want to go Greaves here in this situation because you've got Davis.
But
something like that.
But it's still
then your premiums are Saka, Palmer.
Yeah, your transfer been really good.
Watkins. You don't have Salah, but it allows you to go double Arsenal defence, Trent, Solanke, Havertz outside of that, and Kulusevski. You could even go Johnson there if you can afford it. You've got various ways you can approach the no Haaland team. I don't dislike it at all, by the way. And I think around game week 12, I'm going to be very tempted to sell Haaland because you remember that his fixtures from 12 are Spurs, Liverpool, Forest, Palace, United, Villa. I'm not saying this is a bad run of fixtures, but there are certainly players with better fixtures.
True.
So yeah, I'll be absolutely tempted to remove Haaland around game 12, but for now I'm just going to go for it.
Very true, and that's when everybody.
I do really like it though. Don't be put off. Don't be put off of going for.
I get so many when everybody wants Smith Rowe, and then
for
I
no Haaland draft.
Why
not Van de Ven? Yeah, Van de Ven. So firstly, what I would say is Spurs have improved defensively.
There were some.
They definitely have, and even last season they weren't as bad as some people were suggesting. So they're not an awful defense.
But
I just think people are blowing out of proportion what an option Van de Ven is based on last week. So. Last season, actually, let me double check this. Last season, Van de Ven's attacking data was non-existent, I believe. Van de Ven, then we'll go 23-24
for sure.
So Van de Ven's expected assists, Van de Beek. I don't want Van de Beek. Van de Ven. His expected assist was 0.01. His XG was 0.02. So Van de Ven's XGI per 90 last season was 0.03. Which is genuinely horrific. Like that's worse than pretty much every defender in the game. So Van de Ven demonstrated absolutely no ability to score goals and get assists last season. People will point to the fact.
Hopefully my computer doesn't absolutely crash here. How's FPL Harry doing this season?
Oh, was I though? Who was my other attacker? I would have had to have played Smith Rowe, so I wasn't.
500k rank,
because I got Solanke as well. Yeah, it was like a 10-point difference basically. João Pedro injured, yeah. So anyone with João Pedro, it does sound like. It does sound like João Pedro's coming out
the keeper transfer was.
Well, for over a month, probably.
It was okay, because your team is pretty good. But for my team, I got bigger problems to solve than Henderson.
Pedro.
But yeah, the keeper transfer was okay, because you got Raya in.
I could sell Trent for Guardiola. And
hopefully they can keep a clean sheet unlike last game. But I felt I
I'd want to try and get to Solanke if you can. If not, it's someone like... Still like Calvert-Lewin.
You're not that far
still
off
like Vardy.
I'm lucky to be where I am. Let's put it that way.
Sorry, 1 sec. 1 second.
Yeah, you got definitely. You're ahead of the curve for sure.
Right. Cool. Let's get into this stream properly. Would I start Mavididi over Wood? If I bought Mavididi, I would start him over Wood, but I'm only going to start Mavididi if I don't need to give myself a benching headache.
I think I'm in FPL Harry's league.
I'm not certain that it will be Mavididi. I would play Rodgers over Chris Wood. Yes, I would. So, let me just show you what the plan would be. So I'll use Plan FPL because...
Why can't I see
I can then show you what the lineup would look like. Let me get it.
Am I not in his league? I guess
so,
I'm not.
Here is the lineup
Thought I was.
for this weekend. I mean, if Luis Diaz doesn't start, I have the ability... I could sell Luis Diaz, I could sell Smith Rowe, I could bench Luis Diaz for Smith Rowe, but... Based on the fixture for Fulham going away to Manchester City, I am pretty certain that I will sell one of them.
Yeah, I would say
the plan is.
But a lot of a lot of these guys, these YouTubers,
sell Luis Diaz
have
because after the international break, we'll have the same issue that it could again be a Gakpo start. So
I will likely do that, and I still plan on the moment it being Mavididi. It could be Carvalho of Brentford. It's not going to be Rodgers. At the moment, I plan on doing Mavididi in, and then in game week 8, if I want to, I can do Trent to someone and Smith Rowe, and it would be for free. So I could do Palmer, and I'm left with 4.6.
I'm gonna go back to FPL Raptor, so just to cool the nerves here.
I mean, I could go to Van de Ven.
If Elite comes, we'll definitely get it from Raptor. I'm not subscribed to Raptor. Oh, this is my Sheesh.
I don't like the idea of a -4 to remove Salah, but getting Smith Rowe and Salah out. Smith Rowe's got City. Salah is fine, but I'd prefer the Mbeumo and Palmer combination. I'm going to say actually yes, and I can't believe I'm saying that, but I just think having Mbeumo and Palmer as a combination of two is so much better than Salah and Smith Rowe for me.
See, Nico, you have
so
a
I'm going to
better
say
rank
yes,
in FPL Raptor.
but if not, I would be tempted to start Ahmad instead of Smith Rowe.
Raptor is a really good player.
Who to start this week, Davis or Konsa? I'd start Leif Davis for the attacking threat, personally. I know Konsa's got the better fixture on paper, but I would rather... I can't believe I'm saying that Man United's a better fixture than West Ham. Konsa's got the better fixture on paper, but I would start Davis for the attacking threat. Buy Lewis or Davis to play now until game week 12, thanks. If they have to start every week, it is Leif Davis, but assuming that you can get away with them being rotated once or twice, Rico Lewis definitely has the highest ceiling, in my opinion. So I would go for Lewis unless you need them every week. Paul says, morning, thoughts on my wildcard team? Raya, Fabianski, Gabriel, Ait-Nouri, Greaves, Lewis, Van... VVB? Who's VVB? Is that Van... VDB? VVB... Van der Berg, Palmer, Saka, Mbeumo, Rodgers, Dibbling, Solanke, Cunha, Haaland.
You have him
Any
in your
changes?
Team, Raptor. Come on.
Yeah, man. It's not far off my team, is it? In fact,
There's
is it my team?
BVDs now. BVD.
I think that's my team, isn't it?
BDB.
I think you've just given me my team. Apart from you've obviously got Greaves rather than Davis, I think, Paul. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. The defence is weak, right? Because you've got Ait-Nouri, Greaves, Lewis, and Van den Berg. So I would consider downgrading Cunha to upgrade your bench in your defence. I know I've got a similar setup, but I've got Davis instead of Greaves. So I feel like it's slightly better than having to start Greaves every time. Lukey boy, hi Ross, what is the justification for Cunha over the likes of DCL? Just deciding for my own team. Sorry for asking so many questions this week. You don't need to apologise for asking questions. That's what I'm here for. I would say the benefit for Cunha is that the fixtures longer term are slightly better. That being said,
Yeah, Nico.
I don't think there is much benefit to going for Cunha over Calvert-Lewin other than my own gut feeling. Calvert-Lewin and Cunha have very similar data. They're both probably on penalties, although we don't know that for Cunha. They both get good minutes and they're both
even like fixtures. I think you're better than
if you need to save money, you want to do something similar to my draft. Calvert-Lewin over Cunha is absolutely fine. I've just got a bit of a gut feeling about Cunha, and I like owning players that others don't. Not for the sake of it, but when I think Calvert-Lewin versus Cunha is close, why not own the player that not many other people are even talking about, let alone owning? And that might be for good reason, by the way, but that's the idea for Cunha. I don't think you need to have Cunha in your team at all. Philippe says, hi Ross, good morning. So I've got 2 starts for 3 players, Rodgers, Smith Rowe and Wood. Who of the 3 would you bench? I would bench Smith Rowe there because the fixture is comfortably the most difficult. And with Wood, you have penalties, and he's playing as the number 9, and Chelsea can be got at. And Rodgers has a really good fixture, and he's playing very well at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I would play Rodgers and Wood and bench Smith
Nico,
Rowe.
I haven't even been
Joseph Stack says, good morning, Ross. Hope yourself and Pickle are doing well. I have no Pickle with me today. Pickle is at home, but I am seeing Pickle
I watched
later,
them here and there,
I'm sure she's doing well. Thank you for saying that. Congrats on a better Game Week 6. Yeah,
he has Haaland now.
Sure. I thought you said belter. I was like, I don't know if I'd call it a belter. It was definitely a better Game Week 6.
Yeah,
Tom, between Saka and Haaland for captain this week, what are your thoughts? Thank you, Joseph. I need to run a captaincy poll. I always forget.
Someone didn't have Haaland.
I think...
Or Salah. So I think Raptor never
on
had Salah.
paper, the fixture and matchup is better for Saka, but Haaland is a better asset than Saka. Therefore, I'm leaning back towards Haaland. That's the only thing that I would say. Will Watkins be benched? Watkins will not be benched, no. If Duran starts, it will be with Watkins. I'll tell you in a second. Let me get this captaincy poll going, because I've got a feeling that Duran might start this week. Captaincy poll. Haaland against... I can't believe I'm captaining Haaland. I can't believe I own and I'm captaining Haaland. What a time to be alive. I can finally enjoy my weekends again.
Oh, so yeah, you're right,
Who are we
Nico.
captaining?
He just
Havertz
got
is quite
Haaland.
popular this week, isn't he?
Okay, you know more than me, bro. He just got in Haaland. Now
if you're not captaining Saka and Haaland, who are you captaining? Do you ever wear your cap facing
Where's a little
forward?
stream delay? Yeah, you just... Raptor didn't have Haaland before you just got him.
There you go. Who are we captaining? Haaland, Saka, Havertz.
Got you, okay.
Is anyone going Salah?
That makes sense.
Palmer. Oh yeah, Palmer's probably the most popular this week, isn't he? Yeah, Palmer. Other? Hoods up, we mean business. From the hood.
he has a baseball cap on and he has this hoodie on.
Okay. There's so many captaincy options this week. I'm going to go Haaland, Saka, Palmer, other. Okay, there's the captaincy poll. Back to Aston Villa. I think it'll be a 4-4-2 this week with Watkins and Duran as the forwards. And we might see Rodgers on the left and Philogene on the right. It's like a 4-4-2 situation. You look like Eminem. Thanks. Looks like you're trying to hide from us or hack into something. I'm not trying to hide or hack. This is just I'm just proving this person that said that there you go, here's my bald head. Hello, Baldy.
Put the egg in chat.
Someone said, do I ever wear my hat forwards? So there we go. You're welcome. Thoughts on Garnacho Gundogan? Either of them nailed now. I wouldn't go Gundogan and I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go Garnacho either. No, neither of them are nailed. If one of them, I'd go Garnacho because he's been playing very well. I'd imagine he starts, but I've been saying that for like so many weeks and he continues to not start half the time. So, what do you think about Vicario instead of Raya? 0.5 short for Raya. Yeah, I like Vicario.
Yeah.
Pickle was actually thinking about going for Vicario, and I said the only thing I don't like about Vicario is last season he didn't make many saves,
and I
don't think he's in the top 5 Spurs assets. I would prefer Solanke, Son when he's fit, Kulusevski, Johnson, Porro. You could argue for Van der Ven, but I would say that Vicario is like the 6th or 7th. Madison, I didn't even mention, probably like the 7th best Spurs asset. So there could be a point in the future where you want to own like Johnson, Porro, and Solanke or something like that, and Vicario might block you from doing that. So that's the only thing I would say. Steven says, hi Ross, would you go for Solanke or Havertz? Solanke is much better for me longer term. I say much better, that's a lie. Slightly better longer term. This week, I would absolutely prefer to have Havertz. And I also just think that double Arsenal defence and Saka works very well. Whereas I'm not sure that I'd want to go for like double Spurs defence. And whilst you could go for like Son, Porro, and Madison or something like that, I think Solanke is definitely in the top. He might be my favourite Spurs asset to own. So yeah, I would prefer Solanke to Havertz long term. But this week, I'd prefer to have Havertz. Good morning, Ross. Best defender for 5.2 or below?
Anything new on Twitter here?
Probably Rico Lewis, still. Even if he doesn't start this week, probably Rico Lewis. If not Rico Lewis, I just don't think there are many good ones, to be honest. For me, why I'm going for him, I would say Leif Davis for the attacking threat, but most people would probably argue like a Forest defender or Colwill or Van der Ven are other decent options, but there really aren't many good cheap defenders at the moment. This is the real issue. Maybe even someone like a Pinnock or a Collins, like go for a Brentford defender for their fixtures. But yeah, for me, it's still Rico Lewis.
To see.
Hi Ross, Wildcard Jackson and Raya or Havertz and Sanchez? I like Jackson and Raya.
That's a good sight for me.
I prefer Solanke and Raya if you can afford Solanke. But yeah, Jackson and Raya I think is a nice combination. On Wildcard, debating combinations. Palmer, Lewis, Gabriel, Saka, Gvardiol, Van der Ven, Madison, Gvardiol, Gabriel, and Rodgers or Dibbling to Johnson. I'm so confused by that last bit. I'm going to ignore that last bit. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, you can afford to upgrade to Johnson in that final combination. Okay, Mr. H. I like combination 1. Yeah, I like combination 1. Palmer, Lewis, Gabriel. I think that's a really nice high upside triple. Yeah, I would go 1, then 1, then 2, then 3. 1, then 2, then 3 is the way that I would go. Palmer and Flecken out for Raya and Foden. Palmer and Flecken out? What are you saying on a wild card? On a wild card, I don't necessarily mind Raya and Foden over Palmer and Flecken. If you're saying you're going to remove them with transfers, I hate that. But on a wild card, yeah.
2 a.m. Who else is live right now? Oh, Andy's live.
Deserved the FA Cup as well. Like, we were better than Man City on the day, but it doesn't. The performances were always going to continue to be pretty poor. Diaz and Jackson to Palmer and a 4.5 million forward, or just play Rodgers. I'd probably just play Rodgers. Start one. Wood, Eze, Rodgers.
He still has Bruno.
I would probably play Eze ahead of Rodgers, but everyone else would play Rodgers. Let's go with him.
He still has Bruno.
I think it's just like I actually don't think Man United really want to sack him, but I think
I couldn't
Man United
do that,
are a
man.
mid-table team, though.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
personally.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that's not where they're aiming to be, and that's not where they. Obviously, what did they finish like 8th last year? I mean, the performances. That's why they finished 8th. And so, what were they expecting this year? It's like Ten Hag bingo as well. Every single time he gets asked a question about how bad they are, trust the process. We've got a plan. We've won trophies. I get, like, the trophies are good, right? Don't get me wrong, but you can't keep watching Man United play like they have been. Anyway, we probably shouldn't talk about Man United too much. Diaz for Johnson in case Diaz doesn't start. I would wait for news, because if Diaz starts, he's a pretty good option. I think if you've had Diaz since close to the start of the season, it makes a bit more sense why you're maybe looking to get rid of him, because the fixtures are about to turn a little bit. There probably is a bit more doubt about his starting place every single week. But if you picked up Diaz recently, like, you knew this was a potential thing that could happen. So I guess the question is, what's really changed? Like, Brennan Johnson is good, but he's not like must-have or anything like that.
Every team I see has Mbomo, except for me.
What do you think the Man City back four?
I'm gonna get Mbomo and I'm gonna break Mbomo,
fullbacks, and then
I'm gonna have so much pride to know
Diaz
that I broke Brian
like
Mbomo again.
I don't think it'll be Lewis.
Same
but
thing
I still feel like I've got to start him, and if Pinnock gets a clean sheet, it's annoying. And I'm going to go back, and say, why did I put Lewis in my wild card? I knew these headaches would happen, but hopefully I've got it wrong. Start McNeil or Wood. I would start McNeil, I think. Sold Diaz to Palmer, sold Lewis to Van de Ven, and also have Solanke, Haaland, and Saka.
The thing is, Andy has been very good at not being influenced by his bias to Man U. I just don't know why
I'll have 2 free
he
transfers
thought
in
this
so I might
season,
look at doing
maybe
something
because Ten
interesting.
Hag,
I now can't afford Trenton Fernandez to Palmer and Van de Ven, so it gets a bit trickier.
I love Bruno, don't get me wrong.
And I don't really want to take hits.
But I never once thought about owning Bruno this season, even in game week 1, because I knew I cannot trust Manchester United. And I didn't go on Bruno. There's been less penalties, so it's a blessing in disguise.
I don't know. I would probably start Smith Rowe personally, but there's part of me that thinks it should be Kilman.
I will get Mbomo, Nico, and I will break Mbomo for the entire FPL community.
He did start last week, though, to be fair. That's kind of why I put him in. But, yeah, it could end up being a big mistake.
Quick, thanks for tuning in. What do you do on team value
over Haaland and Saka?
with
people always ask these questions every week.
Sorry, what do you do on a wildcard with a crap team
value? I don't know,
value?
it's not insane, but
my team value is pretty crap.
Better options on paper.
I think it's just
What's
about
the reasoning behind captaincy?
Taking the compromises, don't getting that Raya in goal, going for a 4.5 Flecken would probably be a compromise if you have a shitty team value. Sorry for my language. That's one big thing.
I think we should be careful of thinking
you can't get that Raya in goal.
They might be.
Maybe if you trust Chelsea defense,
they've already played like Leicester
4.7 Sanchez. But even then, Chelsea haven't been keeping too many clean sheets.
Expected goals to Newcastle,
Flecken would be fine.
To Man United.
As well as doing a downgrade. I'm sure you probably had Lewis in your team, but like going from Guardiola to Lewis.
I think we need to be.
Even Trent to Robertson, I don't recommend that.
When you're starting to worry about captaining Haaland,
that's a compromise you need to do on a wild card.
Not sure about that.
I'm locking a wild card this game week. For example, if you go
but the problem is if he comes
for
over
a Palmer and Saka, you might
if he's
have to
play
compromise
90
and
minutes
not
or
get
0
Salah.
every single week, I'm more than happy with him as a pick,
team
but
value.
that might not happen.
You'd want to own Haaland.
Anyway,
that's just my insight
Pinnock will
there.
probably concede anyway. It's not the end of the world. I want Raya and
Nico's
Solanke
right there.
Sanchez and Watkins
Obviously,
out from -4.
Definitely agree with that.
No, I wouldn't do that personally. I think both are fine this
stick
week.
To one
you're
premium.
Looking to sell. Who to play? Greaves, Ainha, or Mikalenko? Greaves probably. Mikalenko's probably not going to play.
Rogers Lewis, yeah.
You better hope Bruno Fernandes doesn't get another red card. I mean, I kind of hope that none of my players get red cards, to be honest. But like, if they do, what can you do about it, right? I don't have any control over them. If every player has a great game, time for bench boost or save for the doubles. I mean, if Fabianski was starting, maybe I could look at bench boost, but I would probably save it for a bit longer.
Who else is on it? Focal on? Focal's on. Why is he so far down? I'm on my other accounts. I'm not subscribed. But,
Go Diaz to Johnson and Mikalenko to Pedro Porro. Because otherwise I'll be playing Greaves. If Diaz is benched, Foden's benched, and Lewis starts, then I'm going to go Diaz to Palmer and Trent to Van den Berg. Alright, did Michael put his message?
Did you own Kwanzaa? Did you own Nkunku?
I can't see it.
I actually don't know. I thought I was fine. I'm top 400k overall, so not doing too bad. That's pretty good, Nesquik. That's the thing. Like, people with great team values probably have very bad ranks.
I think you'd have to give it to Palmer, wouldn't you?
And people with
Let's check what the projections
good ranks have not okay team values. So.
Oh, it's just Haaland in front 7.8, Saka 7.5, Palmer 7.3, Salah 6.4. So the algorithm agrees. FPL review agrees anyway on Palmer. I'd give it to Palmer as well.
What's your team value though? That's quick.
Yeah, interestingly, Gordon snuck in there. I mentioned him earlier. I think he's a decent shout for the next two.
But Nick, I think
for a pick for like a couple of game weeks.
Can you unplay your wild
I think it's an awesome shout because he's playing against his old team Everton. Isak's out, so he's on penalties.
You click the wild card button, so I don't think
Everton have got Brantford and Mikalenko out, so there's a lot pointing towards Gordon this week. And then they've got Brighton home after the break, and then it's a bit trickier fixtures. But yeah, I like Gordon. Hayden says Trossard and Martinelli.
I can't really help you.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and I would lean towards Trossard as well.
For you, but
it is pretty close, but Martinelli played 90 in the Champions League. And if there's ever a game to give Sterling his first start, surely it's Southampton home. Plus Martinelli playing 90, so that's at the back of my head. It might not happen.
If I can find them.
But it's possible, isn't it? It kind of would make sense. Have you ever been recognised on a holiday as FPL Focal? I actually have. It's only happened twice. One time, the first time it happened abroad was crazy. I was in Amsterdam, right, with my uni friends, and we were in like this random nightclub on the dance floor, and someone came over, stuck their hand out to shake hands, and he was like, "You FPL Focal?" And my uni mates were like, "What just happened?" I couldn't like stop smiling. I couldn't believe it. And the other time I was on a stag do in Barcelona, and the waiter recognised me.
What's your value though?
It doesn't happen often.
99.7? Okay.
I couldn't believe it. I was in disbelief.
You'd want Holland.
It still never happened when I've been out with my girlfriend though. That'd be the ultimate flex. I want it to happen in front of her. But yeah, it doesn't happen that often, I'll be honest. I don't go out that often either, to be fair, nowadays. I haven't heard anything on Timber. He's apparently going to be like a late fitness test, so I couldn't tell you about Timber.
Man, I'm confused here. You want to go...
what's this? I have a feeling Curtis Jones starts today. Yeah, there's rumours Szoboszlai doesn't start. We'll have to see. Martin Odegaard provides a positive update on his ankle injury. In the last week or so, I've made really good progress. I'm getting better and better by the day, and I feel it's going well. That's too long. I ain't reading all that. I'm glad it's a positive update, though.
Never mind.
Or I'm sorry that happened. Razmaka says, Diaz to Maddis/Brenham. Does Diaz start, though?
I get Smith Rowe in there.
There's a chance we know nearer the deadline, Raz, but right now, no idea. There's rumours of a Gakpo start.
Smith Rowe to be benched.
So that's possible. I like Maddison a bit more, but it just depends if that Brennan money could go towards something. Like, I'm looking at Brennan if Lewis doesn't start, because then I could go Diaz to Brennan, Mikalenko to Pedro Porro, and then I've got a back three that plays.
Not even possible though with your team.
So just have a look at your team and work it out. I'd recommend everyone does this, by the way. Like if you've got multiple players that may or may not start, just work out different routes you'll take with your team based on what we hear. Like if you've got Diaz and he doesn't start, what's your plan? If you've got Diaz and Lewis and they both don't start, what's your plan? Or if Diaz starts, Lewis doesn't, what's your plan? And if you work it out in advance, then at least you're saving yourself a last-minute panic, right? If that makes sense. Better to work it out in advance. Ayn Moore says, the best deadline stream out there, Roscoe. Appreciate that, thanks, Ayn. I do prepare loads of content for these. I always have like 15 tabs open. Just to keep it a bit more engaging, so we can hop around.
This is something that I would do. Nice quick. Yeah, thanks, nice quick.
Yeah, Boomer. Actually, I always forget to mention Boomer because for me he's like a given, but like he's probably not obvious to everyone. If you've got Diaz and not Boomer, then Diaz to Boomer just makes so much sense this week. He's home to Wolves, Man United away, Ipswich home, Fulham away, Bournemouth home.
This is what I would do.
And what's he got? 5 goals and 6.
I got 1.3 budget.
Yeah.
My team value is
like that move just makes itself. Like I keep talking about Maddison and Johnson and these guys, but
what's my team value?
It's because I keep forgetting about Bumo because he's the more obvious one. If you haven't got Bumo, then he's the obvious one. Clean sheet odds, Mr. Oscar. Here they are for game week 7. Arsenal top 52%. Man City 49.5. Then it's Chelsea, then Liverpool, West Ham, Brentford. Southampton, rock bottom 6%, Fulham 8.5 against City, Palace 12% against Liverpool. So surely,
something along this line.
Please, can the Arsenal defence finally come good? I bought into them for the first time last game week, and I couldn't believe they conceded twice to like 0.3 xg. Conser or Lewis? Just keep an eye out for team news. Lewis wins all day if he starts, otherwise Conser.
Maybe Robertson out. And then a 4.5. That's been good.
Michael says Boomer in for Jota and Lewis in for Robinson. 2 free transfers.
Got Pedro Porro in there too if you don't
want
Pedro Porro.
Jota to Boomer I like. Why is the likes going crazy on that? It says 1-5-1-5. Is that glitching?
Chelsea. I mean,
yeah, must
Arsenal be. Cover.
Lewis for Robinson. Yeah, I like that as well. Again, wait for team news if you can. I probably wouldn't chance it otherwise.
Damn, that's tough, eh?
Probably wouldn't chance it if there's no team news on Lewis. But yeah, I like that if we hear that he starts, yeah. Harry Kane triple captain.
You don't want Salah.
I'd probably save it for when Kane's got double game weeks later in the season.
This is something that I would do.
Probably save it.
You don't want Collins to get a different 4.5 from Villa.
I remember in the Players
4.
League
4.5 he dropped in value, so you can get a
last season
better value on that.
Via from Burnley.
Salah over.
He still had Kane in his team in game week 38 last season because he like picked his team and then didn't touch it.
Do you want any Liverpool?
Jota's 107k right now. He's actually doing pretty well. Is anyone beating Jota? 107k. Connor Bradley 666k.
Upgrade.
That's that insider knowledge. Look, he bought in Darwin the week before and he scored, and then he sold Darwin when he didn't start. Smalling 716k. Smalling's played FPL for years. Anthony's doing alright. Trent's just inside 1 million.
Konate and then upgrade this to Raya.
Who's rock bottom? Andy Carroll.
Raya.
And then Henderson. Carroll's 8.1 million.
And then
McGinn's 7.5 million. To be fair, McGinn always picks himself though, so that's like
maybe get rid of Smith Rowe.
Your disadvantage in your FPL team. Oh, he actually hasn't got himself. He went Tielemans. In past seasons, he's always had himself set and forget, but I guess he's changed his way and finally seen the light.
You can for sure afford that.
Link to the Players League. It's that.
Something along those lines. That's quick. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. I had not a lot of time to prep.
Or search FPL Focal in the App Store. Or link below.
Palmer instead of Salah. Saka in there. Holland. Calvert-Lewin up front. Maybe get
so Chinloyd said trying to play differentials this week. Captain Palmer over Haaland. Oh.
Konate instead of Trent. Konza.
We still alive?
Lewis, yes. Burn, will play Van der Ven. If you can stretch to Porro, get Porro.
Alright, get that back up. Trying to play differentials this week. Captain Palmer over Haaland. Is that too risky?
Just be able to afford that.
Rogers on the bench for Diaz, Semenyo and Bumo. Yeah. I think Haaland's the best this week, but to be fair, it is close. Like we saw on those projections, Palmer's
Ryan
0.5 behind Haaland. So for me, 0.5 is enough.
If you don't want Ryan
go with the top,
get rid of that. You got no Arsenal cover though in defense.
But
best defense in the league, and then get Flecken, and then
could be a
upgrade
worse
somewhere
gap.
else. But yeah,
I don't hate it, but for me, Palmer's the one. I mean, Haaland's the one.
Hopefully that's all right.
Rogers on the bench for Diaz, Semenyo, and Bumo. Yeah, that makes sense. Just keep an eye on Diaz news. Otherwise, start Rogers. Igor says, will Diaz be in the starting lineup? What about Foden? I don't know at the moment. We've got just over an hour till the deadline, so I think there's a good chance we get some early team news on these players. Not guaranteed, but I think there's a good chance. In the bottom left corner, for anyone asking about Diaz, Foden, Lewis, I'll put it down there. Anything we get that's reliable.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
good
right
one,
now,
Nico.
if there's nothing
Definitely
there,
a good option there.
We don't know. The second we know something, it'll be in our bottom left corner where it says starts.
Good advice,
on
Nico.
bench.
Thanks for that. That's a really good team. I'm just too tired.
Stevie Boy says, hi Oscar, if Diaz is confirmed not starting, roll the transfer and play Rogers, or use two free transfers.
You don't want a Calvert-Lewin.
Trent and Diaz out for Palmer and a 4.5 and bench Rogers. Ooh, I'd be tempted to get Palmer in that scenario. I'd be tempted to just get ahead of the curve and get Palmer. Luckily, he didn't go up last night as well. He'll go up tonight, 100%. I think I would just do it, get ahead of the curve. I know the fixtures aren't great, but he is fixture-proof, to be fair. He scored against City, I think he scored against Arsenal. Got a hat-trick against Man United last season.
All over Havertz, personally. Hi, Ross. Thoughts on Eze to Johnson? I'm on wildcard 12. I would do it if it's for free. I wouldn't do it if it's for a hit. But yeah, if it's for free, Eze to Johnson feels good. Toby says, Flecken, Akanji, Gabriel Konsa, Diaz, Mbeumo, Semenyo, Saka, Jackson, Havertz, Haaland, Rogers on the bench, 2 transfers, roll, or do you have any suggestions? It's a lovely team, actually. Really good. The only concern I would have is Akanji and Diaz, whether they both start. You've got Rogers on the bench, so the Diaz thing might not be an issue. Akanji should start, I think. But maybe moving forward, Akanji to someone like Rico Lewis might be worth it, considering they're both rotation risk, but maybe Lewis has the upside. But yeah, otherwise, that feels like an okay role to me, Toby. It's a nice team. Jason says, why use money on Raya and not Guardiola? Arsenal defence is better than City defence for me. Raya is a bit of a set-and-forget goalkeeper, and I don't trust many of the others, and Guardiola isn't fully nailed. So I think when you put that together, also Guardiola is more expensive, obviously, than Raya, but when you put that together, I think I would prefer Raya and Davis than I would Guardiola and a cheaper goalkeeper, just about, but it is very close.
I don't think there's any 4.0s that are
Aina to Guardiola,
doing
well or Trent/Schade to Lewis Foden -4.
Oh, like, except for, what's his name?
I don't know that I'd do Aina to Guardiola. I think Guardiola's a better player, but like, with the price consideration, like Aina is absolutely fine moving forward. Trent/Schade to Lewis Foden -4. I like that a lot. I do, but selling Trent for a -4 again. If we get confirmation that both Lewis and Foden start, I like that, Luke. But otherwise, I'd probably just leave all of it. I wouldn't make any of those moves. Josh says, hit the triple captain on Haaland as some are going against him. Fulham has been good, but haven't played against one of the best attacks so far.
Maybe
what are your
thoughts?
At 4.1. Listen,
I
said I didn't like it against Ipswich when he went and scored a hat-trick. And I kept saying he's not going to score back-to-back hat-tricks, and he went and scored back-to-back hat-tricks and then got a brace. Like, the man is unbelievable. I wouldn't ever bet against him, really. But I do think there will absolutely be better fixtures to target than Fulham at home. In fact, Southampton at home in Game Week 9 for me is a better triple captain chance. As you say, though, people are pointing to the fact that Fulham have been good defensively, but they've not really played a particularly good attack.
Like Nico advised getting Nikolenko.
I will say
4.3.
I don't mind it, but I wouldn't do it. But I don't want to put you off. Caleb says Saka or Havertz captain wants to have some fun. I'd go Havertz captain, honestly. Havertz has had much better goal threat. He's had over double the goal threat of Saka so far this season. Vardy or Wood, and why?
Don't think there's anybody else.
I would be tempted by Jamie Vardy, but I'd probably go Chris Wood because I think he's playing in a better attack. I feel like his data is slightly better, and he's also on penalties. Fixtures-wise, maybe Leicester's are slightly stronger, but I still don't think that they're bad for Forest. So yeah, I'd maybe go Chris Wood.
Yep.
Vardy or Delap in for Maniz, leaning more towards Vardy. Yeah, I'd maybe go Vardy. Vardy's got the pens. Minutes are probably relatively similar for both, maybe slightly better for Vardy. Fixtures-wise, I'd maybe slightly prefer Ipswich's, but yeah, maybe Vardy is a slightly better pick than Delap moving forward. Obviously, Delap's just scored a brace and he's looking very good, but yeah. Gvardiol's attacking return happened when Lewis was number 6. Yeah, this is true, and if Lewis does continue to play in an out-and-out midfield role, then maybe Gvardiol will look really good as an option. I'm pretty happy with my team, though. You have to accept, whether you're on a wildcard or not, like, FPL becomes so much easier when you accept that you can't own everyone. Like, would I love to have Trent and Salah in this team? Absolutely. Would I even like to have someone like Dwight McNeil? I'd love to have Dwight McNeil in my team. Would I like to have Gvardiol? Yes, absolutely. Like, would I like to have Havertz? I'd love to have Havertz.
Took me long, but I got there.
As soon as I put in Havertz, then I can't have Solanke. Or if I put in
as long as you don't have
Gvardiol,
as well,
then maybe I have to downgrade Cunha, who I really want.
Like, double up.
You just have to pick your battles. You have to pick the players that you want and just accept that you can't own other players in FPL.
Probably own Bomo too.
Jack says, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Jack. Hope you have a fantastic birthday. Thanks for tuning into my stream on your birthday. Escape Caution says, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Raya, Gabriel, Trent, Vandenberg, Lewis, Salah, Mbeumo, Semenyo, Smith Rowe, Haaland, Havertz. What are your thoughts? Non-wildcard, no free transfers, weak bench.
Raptor here.
It's a beautiful team, in all honesty. My concern, you're playing a 4 at the back. So you're playing a 4-4-2. I don't like the idea of you having to play 4 defenders every week, especially when one of them is Vandenberg. So longer term, I think you want to take some of the money out of the defence and probably downgrade Salah to allow you to spread some more funds into that third attacker and or a 5th midfielder. I think a 4-4-2 can work in some weeks, but moving forward, you don't really want to be playing 4 defenders every week, especially when one of them is a rotation risk in Lewis and one of them is Vandenberg. But for this week alone, that is a beautiful team, and I'd expect you to probably do quite well. No Liverpool defence. Canate, question mark? Also, Wood and 0.5 or Cunha. Could upgrade Vandenberg, Greaves, Chouameni. Best 4.5 strikers. So no Liverpool defence, I think, is fine given their fixtures. Longer term, I probably do want a Liverpool defender. But right now, this week, they'll probably keep a clean sheet. But moving forward, I just don't think the fixtures are quite there for clean sheets. But Canate, yeah, an absolutely fine shout. Wood and 0.5 or Cunha, it does depend on what you can do with that 0.5. Like, if I went for Wood rather than Cunha, I could upgrade Vandenberg to a 4.5 defender. Or I could upgrade Dibbling to someone like Carvalho. But then I don't think that massively improves my team, so I'm okay with it. But yeah, for you, it might be worth it. In terms of the best 4.5 strikers, I think he's 4.6 now, but Stewart of Southampton.
I just hope.
There's rumours that he could start this game, and even if he doesn't start, he'll tend to get good minutes off the bench when he's fit. So I still think that Dibbling and Stewart are the best cheap midfielders and forwards. That being said, I don't think Dibbling starts every game for Southampton, so you might just want to go safe on someone like a Winks if you're looking for a midfielder.
That's where
Mackenzie says, I've already done this, but I want your thoughts. Salah to Mbeumo, Eze to Johnson, and Watkins to Haaland. I regret it now, but I did Salah to Mbeumo very early. I wish I didn't, so I kind of had to commit.
Oh my goodness, for Palmer's going to go up for sure.
Again, like, yeah, if you ask me now, would I do it? I would be very tempted if it was for free. I'd probably say yes. If it was for a hit, if it's for a -4, I'd be a little bit hesitant. For a -8, I obviously wouldn't recommend it. But in terms of would I prefer Mbeumo, Johnson and Haaland or Salah, Eze, Watkins, I'd prefer Mbeumo, Johnson, Haaland. So don't beat yourself up about it. It's a fine set of transfers. But yeah, it just goes to show maybe don't rush transfers through at the start of the week. I know you want to catch team value and price rises. But more often than not, when you make an early transfer, you regret it. And that even goes for top managers. Anyone that watches FPL Fran, he's a brilliant manager. He knee-jerk / tried to get the price rise on Palmer and sold Bruno for Palmer earlier in the week. Some people would suggest it's worth doing anyway. But Fran, I think, had to do it for a hit. And he now regrets it. And this is the thing. You make moves earlier in the week that you think you won't regret. And sometimes you end up doing so. So if you are fine losing a little bit of team value, it might be worth waiting a little bit in the future, especially over the international break, by the way. Do not make early transfers ahead of the international break. Salah, Saka, Palmer, Watkins. Who is the best captaincy choice?
Already went down one.
Out of those options, Saka, Salah, Palmer, Watkins. Saka, Salah, Palmer,
Possible no Haaland
Saka
team,
is the best
Raya,
one for me.
Gabriel.
I just think if you're not going to go Haaland, surely you've got to go after that fixture.
Davis, Palmer, Saka, Bono,
so on the captaincy poll
Johnson,
so far, we've had almost
McNeil,
4,000 votes.
Watkins,
Haaland against
Solanke,
Fulham with
Jackson.
74%. Saka against Southampton, 15%. Palmer with 7% against Nottingham Forest, and then other is 5%. Based on other,
Nesquik,
I think
highly
it's
advise
largely
against
Watkins,
that.
and then Havertz. And I think that was it in terms of other people that
especially if you're not,
captaining.
if you're not going to get Salah.
Oh, and Salah, of course, as well. But I think most people are probably going for
betting
Haaland
against
or
Salah and Haaland.
Saka, Palmer.
I just see pain in your future.
So we've got just over an hour till the deadline. What do we think of the wild card?
I think he's going to captain Saka.
Chat, I should go for someone like Greaves. The thing is, I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. I took Greaves out because I was like, I don't want double Ipswich defence, and Greaves went up last night. And whilst I still don't want double Ipswich defence, I just wonder whether Vandenberg, is he worth the risk that he might lose his place? I can still afford Greaves, but it's annoying because I'm buying him at 4.1. I've lost 0.1 on a player that I've owned all season. He's nailed. And I just worry that Vandenberg's not nailed. If I end up needing a defender, I want someone that I know starting. The other option is Ocalee. You can tell I do not watch Leicester games. But I could go for a Leicester defender, who I think he's pretty nailed. And again, the fixtures aren't bad for Leicester. Is Vandenberg worth the risk? Because I don't think Vandenberg is nailed by any means. But he's playing for probably a better defence with a really nice run of fixtures. That is something that I'm considering in that spot there. Do I choose to go...
Been talking about 4.0 right now.
For someone other than Vandenberg.
Guy from Leicester.
Other than that, I don't think that... Oh, whoa. We lagging.
4.1.
We lagging. Do you see that? It's done a little dance. Whoa. The little dance. There we go. Back in where I need it to be.
Oh, yeah, Nico, you're right. Yeah.
Get Foden.
That's a good thing.
I like it. You've got a good balance of stable, high-owned players and some nice punts and attacks fixtures as well. Thanks, Kieran. That was the plan. I appreciate it.
Just differentials every week, and that's quick.
I didn't realise Greaves had gone up in price. Yeah, 4.1 pickle. Not ideal, is it? He was floating around the price rise all week, and then he didn't, so I thought he might not. But yeah, they put him up last night. Love the Cunha pick. Thanks, mate.
That's quick. Why are you off the Haaland train?
Cunha for Vardy.
Why are you off the Haaland
that was the other debate. Do I just downgrade Cunha to a 5.5 and that gives me a lot more? I could upgrade.
So that Haaland's going to be his captain for the
Davis
next 4 or 5 game weeks. I don't know who was I watching.
I can't quite get to Porro, can I now? Was Porro not gone up? Maybe Davis to Porro or something like that. Like, would you prefer Vardy or Delap and Porro or Cunha and Davis? You know what I mean? Like, but I've kind of committed in my head to Cunha. I really want Cunha.
I think that was Az or Lee.
There are apparently people suggesting that rumours are circulating that Diogo Jota starts.
Why are you on that?
Which I would expect.
You can get off.
Apparently it's the account that got it wrong last week, though.
Vandenberg.
MN Chuckster says, "Hi, can't watch the stream today, but still wanted to wish you a great game week. Hope your wildcard works out. Enjoy your weekend." Thank you so much. You're such a legend. Super chatting on every single stream. I appreciate it. If you're still watching, you're probably not, but if you are still watching, I appreciate you, mate. Ben Jardine says, I've been stupid.
That's a really good.
What we done?
That's a really good
I transferred out Trent and Diaz for Guardiola and Johnson for a -4 hit, so I can upgrade Wood to Solanke in Game Week 8. I'm thinking now to go all out and captain Havertz. Firstly, I don't think it's the best set of transfers if Diaz starts, but I equally don't think Guardiola and Johnson is a massive downgrade on Trent and Diaz.
You're heavily on Spurs.
And I like the thought process behind being able to upgrade Solanke in Game Week 8. So I like the thought process. I'm thinking now to go all out and captain Havertz. I wouldn't recommend changing your captaincy choice just because you feel like you've made a mistake. That's like doubling down on an error. If you think Havertz is the best captaincy choice, by the way, I think he's fantastic, then go for it. But don't captain Havertz just because you feel like you've made a mistake and you want to try and get back some points, is what I guess I'm saying. But yeah, I really don't mind Havertz as a captaincy shout. Phil says, do you keep João Pedro while injured or who to replace him with? No money in the bank and I currently have Haaland and Welbeck. I would probably replace João Pedro just because he's going to keep falling in price, and apparently it's looking like around Game Week 12 it might be until he's back.
Yeah,
it could be that he's back earlier, but if it is the case, you're just holding a player that's getting you nothing and losing your value. If you can afford Delap or Vardy, I would be tempted, but I think they're both 5.6 now, aren't they? And is João Pedro 5.5?
I couldn't do that personally.
Let me have a look at this. Delap's 5.6. Vardy's 5.7. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. And then what was João Pedro? Yeah, João Pedro's 5.5. So you can't really afford to go anywhere, can you?
If it rotates well and you've thought about the rotation, then yeah, what's me to say that it's a bad pick?
Not particularly exciting, but an option.
4.6.
There aren't really any forwards. Sorry, forwards. Even Raul Jimenez is 5.6. Now, Strand Larsen. Sorry, I'd probably go Strand Larsen. João Pedro to Strand Larsen. Don't mind that as a pick. He's got the same fixtures that we spoke about for Cunha. His minutes aren't perfect. You can see he does get the odd early sub, but he started every game this season. I do think the odd game he could be benched, but yeah, probably the standout option at the moment at that price is Strand Larsen. So yeah, João Pedro to Strand Larsen. I'll do that. Not a bad pick at all. I could do that, by the way. I could go Strand Larsen over Cunha, but I just think Cunha's worth the extra money.
I don't know, man. Maybe at Newcastle.
Salah, Vardy to Saka and Solanke for free.
Cheaper. Guy that went down in price.
Salah and Vardy to Saka and Solanke for free.
Van der Ven's a good shout. It's kind of chasing.
It's so tough. That is so tough. I think I would.
Spurs do have some okay.
I think I would. I prefer them both this week, and I prefer them both long term as well. Yeah, I think I would be tempted for sure. But I don't think you need to make. Don't feel like you need to make that move, I guess.
I see what you mean.
Jack Mason says, Raya, Fabianski, Lewis, Gabriel, Van der Ven, Vandenberg, Greaves, Palmer, Saka, Mbeumo, Rodgers, Semenyo, Solanke, Haaland, Delap. Very nice team. Would you go for McNeil over Semenyo with Everton's issues? If this is a wild card, I would absolutely have McNeil over Semenyo. I still think, regardless of the issues, I think with the fixtures longer term, I prefer McNeil. You can always move back to Semenyo after that. It's a nice team. Yeah, I don't see many major issues. It's very similar to my team, I suppose. Just Delap's in there, Semenyo's in there at the moment. Yeah, otherwise, very, very nice team. No major issues, Jake. Really nice. Mackenzie says, I feel like Foden could just go so massive over the next 4. I'm so tempted to go for him soon. For Saka, just got a gut feeling about him. Hope you're doing well, Ross, and hopefully have a great game week. Yeah. Thank you very much. I have that exact same feeling about Foden. So what my plan is, and I probably recommend you do the same if you've got Saka, is let's just give Foden the next couple when Saka's got Southampton and Bournemouth. And then in game week 9, when Saka plays Liverpool, Newcastle, Chelsea, Foden has Southampton, Bournemouth, Brighton. They're not the best set of fixtures after the Southampton game, but as a 3, you definitely prefer Foden there. So that's going to be what my current plan is to give Foden a couple of games to get back up to full fitness, give Saka his better 2 fixtures, and then move to Foden. And what you then get is you get Southampton at home twice in the space of 3 weeks, which is really nice. Toby says, also, here is some money for a beer. Use it to cope after we inevitably get battered tomorrow. Thank you very much, Toby. Do I think Ten Hag will make it till Christmas? No. I don't think Ten Hag will make it till Christmas, but I equally don't think he gets sacked after the Villa game. But I think he might get sacked after the Chelsea game, maybe, if Palmer absolutely tears us a new one. There's only so long they can continue to give Ten Hag, and it's just not working. It's not worked at any point. It's not working now. The players have lost, like Fernandes getting sent off twice. I know the first one wasn't a red card, but Fernandes has lost his head. And like, I know Fernandes is a bit of a diva on the pitch and people don't like him, but he's normally very professional in terms of like giving away fouls and not getting sent off. I know he gets booked a lot, but I feel like when Fernandes' head has gone, that's not a good sign. Like Lissandro and De Ligt on paper should work very well. That's a mess. Like, I don't want to talk about United too much, but it's just not working. So no, I don't think he makes it till Christmas, but I don't think he gets sacked in the next week or 2. George says, good morning, Ross. Good morning, George. Flecken and Mbeumo Delap or Raya, Rodgers, Cunha. I'm on wildcard. I'm very, very biased because I have Raya, Rodgers, Cunha, and I don't have Flecken or Delap. But I also think Mbeumo is brilliant. I'm actually going to say Flecken and Mbeumo Delap because I think Mbeumo is such a massive player to own. But if you can get Raya in there as well as Mbeumo, I would probably urge you to do that. But yeah, Mbeumo's that good that for me, I'm going to choose the first option because I would want to have him.
Going to look at this earlier. Fantasy Football Scout. Neil
Trent, Gibbs, White, Jota to Gabriel, Mbeumo, Trossard.
Here. Let's have a look at that. Just guesses.
Yes.
Let's
If it's for free, yes. If it's for a -4, still just about. If it's for a -8, no. Blackfinch, that's the way I would do it. Averall with the super chat, but there was no message attached. Sorry. I would love to answer that, but there's no message. Frosty with the big boy super chat says, cocktail and mocktail for Pickle money. What an absolute legend. If you're still watching Pickle, which she might not be, she's probably watching someone else's stream, in all honesty, Frosty. Says, Frosty has given us a little bit of money for a cocktail and a mocktail. We will actually use that because I'm off to Birmingham this weekend. So thank you very much, my man. I appreciate you.
Villa.
What a legend. And good luck with your wild card. I hope it's going well, your last minute tinkering. Right, how long we got? Just under an hour until the deadline. Just under an hour until the deadline.
Brentford.
Discuss Lewis, Ross. Surely he gets arrested. Yeah, I do think that Lewis could get arrested this week. But you're not just owning him for this week. You're owning him for the next 5. So if he gets arrested this week, hopefully he's got more chance of starting in the next 4. But yeah, I do think there is a very good chance that Lewis doesn't start today. If you don't already own Lewis, maybe you wait just to see if we get any news. I can cover him now. I've got Aitnuri and Van den Berg on the bench, who I expect to both start. So yeah, should be okay. Pickle said I said thank you.
Newcastle.
Would you do Jackson to Havertz for a -4? Much love. No.
Switch.
Much love to you as well, but no, I wouldn't. I think Jackson is fine this week. Havertz is better, but not worth a -4 personally. Guess who put Savio over McNeil? I like Savio over McNeil. I think that's a fine pick. It obviously didn't pay off last week, but I think Savio's fine as a pick.
Starting.
Who is the best 4.5 defender? Have to start.
Damn it, man.
Colwill this week, maybe. Van der Ven's gone up now, so not him. Pinnock is okay from Brentford. Wolves at home this week isn't bad. I mean, I've got Cunha, so I hope that I'm wrong, but there's a reasonable chance for a clean sheet there. Maybe not this week, but a Forest defender. Longer term's fine.
He doesn't have Doku.
I mean, I still think Leif Davis is a good pick, but I know other people won't agree.
Really?
I'd probably say Colwill if you need to start them this week. But obviously, moving forward, they've not got the best fixtures coming up, so you don't want to start them every week. Max has been a member for 12 months, but no message attached. But thank you very much, Max. I appreciate it. Does double Arsenal and City defence lack difference as clean sheets are limited to just 2 teams? I have Raya, Gabriel, Gvardiol and Lewis. In an ideal world, that's a great setup to have 2 Arsenal and 2 City. So yeah, I've got no issue with that as a defence. That is kind of perfect, really. I would love to... If I could make Davis Gvardiol and still really like my team, then yeah, I really like that.
And lastly, Wolves. Damn, that's tough to see.
Right, sorry, I lost where I was. Raptor, what do you think on Van den Berg's minutes? Probably not great moving forward, in all honesty. It's a massive risk. It really is. It's a massive risk, but it's probably not even a risk worth taking, in all honesty. Like, if I didn't have Leif Davis, I would just have Greaves instead. But because I have Leif Davis, I think in the weeks that I don't want to play him,
I'm playing down the right wing all season.
So I feel like I need a defender from a different team. Is Luis Diaz starting? No early team news as of now. In all honesty, we probably won't get early team news for another 30 to 40 minutes, but as soon as we do, I'll of course update you.
Yeah, it's a good observation.
Lucas says on wildcard, Edison, Van der Ven, Gabriel, Saliba, Rogers, Foden, Saka captain, Mbeumo, Haaland, Vardy, Solanke. Lovely team. Don't mind the Edison pick as much as other people hate it. Strong defence, really solid midfield. I love Foden. Vardy's a nice little cheap pick. Johnston, Mikalenko, Dibbling, Greaves, a decent enough bench. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Lucas, I love that. And I'll tell you why I love it. Slightly different in a few places, very strong. Love the Foden pick. Love Saka captain.
Not a big deal.
Vardy's very cheeky. It's like it's a safe team, but there's also some really spicy differentials in that. I'm going to give you a 9.3 out of 10. Lucas, really nice. And thank you for the kind words.
Just destroying Bomo as an FPL asset.
Averall says, how are Sells and Sanchez as wildcard goalkeepers? Ooh, let me have a look. I like the idea. So, transfers. So you wouldn't want to play Sanchez in 8, 11, arguably 8, 9, 11, 15.
Oh, what 8, I meant, 9, Nico, 11, is that 15. Like the way he put the starting
Forest, lineup. Palace, Leicester, Newcastle.
I guess I phrased that wrong. United. Yeah, he hasn't been playing right wing, but he's like free flowing.
Is that the week I said? They don't rotate
when you watch
perfectly,
Man City, you see Bernardo
but they
Silva
also
left
don't rotate
wing, right
terribly.
wing,
Yeah, I don't mind
center.
Sells and Sanchez.
But yeah, you're right. He has other
there
players.
Might be
usually
a set of keepers that rotate
Savio,
slightly better than that. I would be honestly tempted, if you're going to rotate goalkeepers, to go for Muric, just because he has good fixtures pretty much every week. So if you rotate him, he's got nice fixtures. Or I would be tempted by Johnston, who's going slightly under the radar on wildcard. He's a good goalkeeper, firstly. And again, a really nice run of fixtures. So in the week that you need
Savio
him, he will probably serve you well.
Doku, one of them will play. If not,
yeah, I would be tempted. I mean, if I could squeeze an extra 0.4, maybe going for Johnston as backup would be worth it. But I suppose if I've got David Raya, I probably don't need backup too often anyway, you'd hope. Unless he picks up another potential injury.
Nico, It was, You're right.
All right, Saka and Porro or Solanke and Gabriel.
Sometimes Bernardo goes out wide and stuff.
Wow, that is tough.
Because he plays like in the cam role.
I would go Saka and Porro. Just about. But I love Solanke. I would want Solanke in there, but I think Saka and Porro. Jackson to Solanke or Diaz to Brennan or Roll? No and no, unless we get a leak that Diaz doesn't start, in which case Diaz to Brennan. I don't think I'd sell Jackson for Solanke this week. I feel like next week might be the week to do that. Yeah, I would do it next week probably. This week I'd be okay having Jackson. Should I base captain on fear or hope? Robot versus Saka. You should just base it on who you think will score the most points. But also think about enjoyment.
He does drift a lot.
I actually think that Saka could score more points than Haaland this week. But I've actually genuinely not really enjoyed FPL not owning Haaland. As much as I wanted it to be for fun. I've not, weekends are miserable watching Haaland batter my rank. I'd quite just like a nice weekend where I don't have to back against Erling Haaland. And that's fine to play the game that way. You don't always have to play the game optimally. Sometimes it's worth just picking players that you think they would make me enjoy the game more. And if Haaland blanks, I'll be a bit annoyed, but at the same time, I'd be much more upset if I decide to finally own Haaland, not captain him, Saka gets a single assist, which is highly possible, by the way, and then Haaland goes and bags 2 or 3 goals. So I think I just want to, for peace of mind, captain Haaland. But listen, Saka this week, there's a very good chance he outscores Haaland. Bench Konsa, Porro or Lewis, or Rodgers and do 4-4-2. People won't like this, but I would bench Konsa. As bad as Man United are, I think they'll score. So I would bench Konsa and I'd play Porro and Lewis.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bench Rodgers. I'd start Rodgers ahead of pretty much all of them there. Great stream, Ross. Thank you very much, Matthew. Rodgers or Delap for Game Week 7? Probably Rodgers. Probably just about Rodgers. Good luck with the wildcard. Thank you, Craig. I've done Eze to Johnson. Love that. So fully expect an Eze monster haul this week. I got rid of Palmer for Saka last week. If that happens, you're incredibly unlucky because on paper, Johnson is a better asset to own this week. So best of luck. And hopefully Johnson assists 5 goals from Dominic Solanke. That would be the dream. Saints or Man U is the better fixture to attack?
Ronaldinho here. Andy.
I don't know if you're winding me up, but definitely Saints. Listen, United have not been good defensively, but Southampton is definitely a better fixture than Man United on paper. That's funny. Listen, I do expect United to concede 2. By the way, I'm going to Villa Park with Pickle, courtesy of So Rare. They managed to get us tickets to the game. I'm regretting asking to go, in all honesty. It was mainly for Pickle so that she could go to Villa Park, but yeah, I'm regretting asking now because I've just watched my team get beat 3-0 at Old Trafford, and I'm now probably going to go and watch my team get beat 3-0 at Villa Park, but there we go. Are you sitting in the Villa end?
Yeah, Nico.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm going to be in the
you looked
Villa
at the heat map,
I think. Yeah,
but believe me, bro, I've watched a lot of Man City, and I've there's chances where Bernardo's either had a shot
Rodgers or
Calvert-Lewin
to
never
start.
got it, so it's been painful to watch.
I would just lean Calvert-Lewin, but I think it's very close.
With Haaland. At least I owned Haaland, but yeah.
At least Nick will be happy to watch Villa batter you. This is the thing. I'd rather Nick will be happy. You know?
He's free flowing.
Will says, good morning, Ross. Good morning, Will. Last minute wildcard tinkering. Mavididi, Van der Berg, Porro, 0 in the bank, or 8 Murray, Guardiola, Carvalho, and 0 in the bank.
He's just on the team sheet.
I like the Mavididi pick, Will. I'd go for the Mavididi.
That's why when I
see
Gundogan come back to Manchester City, I'm like,
yeah,
bro,
I'd go Mavididi. I think he's a really nice pick for not many people alone. I do like the idea of owning Guardiola, of course, but you know what I mean? It's a nice combination of players.
Free flowing between attack and midfield. Bernardo just offers something different for Pep. Why Pep plays him. He has good chemistry with Haaland here and there.
Right. Jason F says, "Hi Ross." Hello Jason. "I'm struggling on a captain for this week." Fair. I think a lot of people are tempted to go elsewhere, especially if you don't have Haaland, of course. Havertz against Southampton, Palmer/Jackson against Forest, Salah against Crystal Palace, and then Burma against Wolves. All look like they could get returns. Currently going with Havertz. Who would you captain? I would captain Havertz as well. I think for me, this week, it's Haaland, Havertz, Saka, Salah, Palmer, Watkins, Solanke. I've probably missed someone, haven't I? That would be it for me. But yeah, if I wasn't captaining Haaland, it would be an Arsenal attacker, and I'd probably put Havertz ahead of Saka. Just at the moment, he's just showing unbelievable goal threat, Havertz. Like, he had over 2 XG in the game against Leicester. He could do that again. And if he converts a couple more of his chances, he could be coming away with 2, 3, 4 attacking returns.
Diaz, no.
I think Havertz's ceiling at the moment is extremely high, probably higher than Saka's. You might then say, why am I not picking him? I just trust Saka longer term, and I also like the structure in my team of having a premium midfielder in there, because I think I want Foden very soon. So whilst I think Havertz is probably doing enough to justify having him instead of Saka at the moment, I just think moving forward, the reliability of Saka as an asset, and also the structure of the team, I've got Saka for that reason. But yeah, anyway, to answer your question, Jason, firstly, thank you for the super chat. Secondly, I would captain Havertz. Saka and McNeil or Foden and Martinelli? Saka and McNeil for me for now, and then maybe you can move to Foden soon. I hate early kickoff captains. Yeah, this is the only thing, is early kickoff captains often don't go too well, for whatever reason. But I equally do think that you should largely ignore that when making decisions. I really hope I'm not getting ill. My throat's going, but I'm hoping it's because I've spoken too much. That's a possibility. You never know. Fingers crossed. Pickle's probably thinking, I hope you're not ill too. Right, sorry, Jonah says, wildcard, Raya, Aït-Nouri, Van de Ven, Gabriel, Salah, Rogers, Mbeumo, Johnson, Foden, Haaland, DCL, a bench of Fabianski, Delap, Greaves, Anderson. Can't let Salah go. Changes.
Any team news?
So it's you've got double Arsenal defence. It's not too weak. You've got Mbeumo, you've got Johnson, Foden, DCL. Yeah, it's a nice team. I don't feel like you need to let him go there. I mean, you've got no Saka and you've got no Palmer. You've got no Solanke.
I'm already seeing it here.
Is it worth sacrificing all those players to have Salah? Not for me. But if you genuinely can't let Salah go, I'd argue that's about as good as a Salah Haaland draft that you can build. And then very soon you can sell one of Haaland or Salah and spread the funds around a little bit. So do you know what?
I have it ready here.
If I'm rating it as a Salah Haaland draft, it's like a 9 out of 10. There's not much more you can do with that team. Will Foden start today? We've got no early team news, so it's just a prediction, but I would predict that Foden starts, yes. Chris says, Raya, Mavididi, Cunha, or Sanchez, Dibbling, Havertz?
Next, do we have Van de Ven as a defender option?
I think I prefer Raya, Mavididi, and Cunha there, Chris. But I love the idea of having Havertz.
Nesquik, so, honestly,
it's up to you.
I think
I just think Raya, Mavididi, Cunha is a better set of players, and it's probably not worth the second option just to get Havertz for me.
But yeah, I don't think
I do like Mavididi. He's probably my second favourite cheap asset in midfield, other than Rodgers. Like, if I could do Dibbling to Mavididi in an ideal world, that is how I would improve this team. Just to have a stronger 8th attacker.
Other than the outlier last game,
and I could do something like
Van der Ven will get more
Vardy
returns
and Dibbling to Mavididi.
So yeah, I
would have 2 less to them, but you get the idea. Or Cunha to Delap and Dibbling to Mavididi, but I've got to back my gut feeling on Cunha. It could be horrible. It could go terribly wrong. He might not even start or something, but I've got to back my gut feeling. Luke says Mavididi, another Mavididi option. So Mavididi, Solanke, or Vardy and Mbeumo on wildcard. I think Mbeumo and Solanke are must-haves for me on a wildcard. So you're asking me to pick between 2 must-haves. I would go Vardy and Mbeumo because you've got 2 penalty takers there, whereas with Mavididi and Solanke,
I think maybe Nico
unless Son is out, which he probably is this week, you've probably got 0 penalty takers. That being said, both Mavididi and Solanke do take pens. They're probably just not first-choice penalty takers. So I would hesitantly say Vardy and Mbeumo myself. Mihir says, hi Ross, also on my wildcard, I have Raya, Gabriel Lewis, Van de Ven, Colwill, really solid backline. Palmer, Brennan, Mbeumo, McNeil, Rogers, very solid midfield, and then Haaland, Havertz, and Solanke. It's a beautiful team. Yeah, you've managed to build a more well-rounded team because you've gone for Havertz rather than Saka, which in all honesty, I don't mind. It's a really nice team. Which defender and attacker should I bench? Good luck for Game Week 7.
Talk about Dutch bald frogs, Arnold Slot.
I would probably bench McNeil and Van der Ven. Yeah, McNeil and Van der Ven would be the players that I would bench there. But it's a really nice teammate. I'd give that like a 9.9 out of 10. It's probably better than my team. I just said, like I said, I just want that Saka structure in place where I have two premium midfielders. Sorry if the stream dropped out briefly there.
Look at this tweet.
Had a fit. Son or Gakpo to start? I don't think Son will start. Gakpo might. Is Sojek a good option to rotate with Wood? He's not a bad option, but he's not someone that I would want to rely on a consistent basis. That means that I've got Dibbling in my team. Also not a player that I want to rely on. If we hear Diaz is benched, Diaz and Watkins to Foden and Solanke for free. Can't get to Palmer without selling Trent for a hit. I don't know that I'd be selling Watkins this week, preferably. I wonder, could you just do Diaz to like Johnson or Kulusevski or Maddison? Like, is that not a better combination? If we get a leak that Diaz is starting and we get a leak that that Diaz is benched and we get a leak that Foden is starting, in that situation, then yeah, maybe you could justify making that set of moves. But otherwise, I wonder if just Diaz to a Spurs midfielder is a slightly better option. But yeah, Foden and Solanke are fantastic. Maddison or Johnson as a double up with Solanke. For the saving that you get, I would go Johnson, but I do still think that probably Maddison is a better asset. He's just obviously a lot more expensive. And like I said, I think for the saving, I'd maybe rather go for Johnson. By the way, if you're one of the 6,500 people watching right now that is not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing. I really appreciate it. And please drop a like on the stream as well. It spreads out the stream to more people so that more people can join and watch, which I would appreciate.
Gabriel and Raya.
Thomas says, need money on the wild card. Gabriel to Saliba, Calafiori, or Alex Moreno
City,
to Hall.
Forest, Ipswich,
I don't like any of those. I much prefer Alex Moreno to Hall, and I don't love the idea of going for Calafiori rather than Gabriel. Oh, you could do Saliba. Gabriel to Saliba would be the way I'd free up funds there. Yeah. I don't like Calafiori because this week he'll start, and I do think he's one of the more nailed Arsenal defenders, but he won't start every week. Gabriel to Saliba would be how I'd free up funds there. But obviously, you are losing the attacking threat of Gabriel, which isn't great.
I think Nesquik would
likes
probably
the stream because I'm a legend. You are. If you like the stream, you are.
Lewis, right?
Is Trent benched?
Double up on City, double up on Arsenal.
I highly doubt it. Is Salah not being discussed as captain due to the 12:30 start? No, I don't think it's the 12:30 start. I just think he's got an away fixture, and other players are in similarly good run of form but have home fixtures, and probably against slightly weaker defences. Like, you've got Saka against Southampton, or you've just got Haaland, who's a better asset. You've got Palmer, who's in a really nice run, also at home. I think if Salah was playing Crystal Palace at home, I think a lot more people would be discussing captaining him. He's not bad away from home, by the way. He can score lots of goals, but you always prefer, especially someone like a Salah at home. He's so much better at Anfield. Rodgers or Mavididi? Still Rodgers for me, but Mavididi is very, very close second. Ross, big fan, but you never read my chats. There you go. I've just read your chat. It's very difficult. As I always say, on these streams, I normally get roughly 25,000 to 30,000 chat messages. It's difficult to keep up. And obviously, when I'm reading one, I'm not also checking the chat to read the other. And because I like presenting to the camera and looking up, when I look up and I talk to you, I'm not looking at the chat. So I don't always pick up on what's being said in the chat. I do apologise, though. If you're someone that has been in every stream and I never read out your chat messages, just know that I'm not doing that on purpose. I promise I'm not ignoring anyone on purpose. Smith Rowe to Kulusevski and Powell to Lewis for a -4. Yeah, that feels like a nice set of transfers, Ty. I'd be very tempted to do that.
Yeah, Lewis isn't locked.
How nailed is Luis Diaz? I expect Luis Diaz to start 7 to 8 of every 10 games. So I would say Luis Diaz is 75% now. This week, yeah, there is a good chance that Gakpo starts instead. That's what a lot of people are predicting.
Yeah. Salah, Havertz, Lewis, or Saka, Watkins, Guardiola.
Tutan says Rodgers, Palmer 4.5 forward, or McNeil, Delap and Foden. I'll move back to Palmer later by Saka and Delap. That's close, isn't it? I still think Rodgers, Palmer and 4.5 forward just sets you up better longer term. I know you're saying you can move back to Palmer, but why not do it now? I think that's a better that's a better combination in terms of structure moving forward. Although I don't like the idea of a 4.5 forward, so that's the only slight limitation there. Start Colwill or Ait-Nouri. I'd start Colwill this week. I think Brentford will score, and whilst Ait-Nouri has attacking threat, I think Colwill's got to make much greater chance for a clean sheet.
Solanke instead of Watkins or Havertz.
Josh says, I'm very much keen on taking a -4 for Salah and Eze out for Saka and Foden. Already own Palmer. Cheers.
I'd go with Salah, Havertz,
take
Lewis.
Take a -4 for Salah and Eze out for Saka and Foden.
That's just me.
Just about yes, if we get a leak that Foden starts. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it. But just about yes. But I think that is very close because you're taking out Salah with a decent fixture on pens and Eze, who... in all fairness, I could see getting a return against Liverpool. It feels like the sort of week it could happen. But yeah, I would just about say yes to that one. Been watching since last year. Thanks for your reply. You're more than welcome. Sorry for not answering more of your messages. As I said, it is not deliberate. We have got just over half an hour until the deadline. You need to start thinking about those moves. We have not yet got any early team news. I think Anfield Insights 9 is his handle, has said that Jota starts. The thing is with that guy, is he says that he's got team news right pretty much every week, but last week he got it wrong. Now, or 2 weeks ago. The thing is, apparently there was a last minute change, and a few people said that. So he might have got it right, then there might have genuinely been a last minute change. So I'm going back and forth on how much to trust this guy moving forward, but I'll keep an eye out for sure. I think I'm sadly just going to go with this. 0.6 million in the bank.
It's
a very nice team, Pickle.
We'll see if Starboy's on penalties.
Stream, which I assume you are.
No leagues.
If I had 0.6
in the
bank,
there's any leagues,
I think I would upgrade Vandenberg to a 4.5 defender, like Colwill. I would just give yourself the squad depth.
I don't. Honestly,
I know it's nice to have that money in the bank, and you might regret using it, but I also think you're never going to regret just having a deeper, stronger squad. I've not seen anything reliable yet in terms of, they could just be guessing exactly. Like, it's easy to guess. I've not seen anything super reliable in terms of team news yet, but I will keep you updated as and when. Krishy says, hello, my big, beautiful bald egg. How have you been? I'm doing well, thank you. Here's my wildcard team. Playing 11 needs some help. Haaland, Solanke, Saka, Palmer, Mavadidi, Johnson, Rodgers, Lewis, Gabriel, Van de Ven, Greaves, Raya. That is a stunning team, other than...
I Nicholas Jackson in the same
but other than that, it's beautiful. 9.5 out of 10, just ideally,
they'd be everybody's team.
Especially if you're starting him every single week, that's a big no. Also, I suppose,
just based
I
on
don't love the idea of playing in a 4-4-2 every week.
And if you own Palmer or not, if you don't own Palmer, I think Jackson's an okay cover. Not going to cover him, but it's okay cover. If you don't care about covering Chelsea,
players, so I assume
I'd go with Solanke.
Anyway, it's a really nice team.
Jackson, even though he's a little bit more.
Enshep, do we know any news on Arsenal defenders who's likely to start?
You don't have any Spurs attackers
currently, sadly. Zinchenko's not, so it'll probably. I reckon one of White or Timber will be fit enough to start, but which one I don't know.
As Nico said,
I'd expect the back line to probably be White or Timber, Gabriel Saliba, and Calafiori. It could be that Calafiori inverts from right back though, and we might see Kivior start at left back. I don't know. Basically, there's no updated news at the moment. Chris says, hey Ross, no wildcard, 2 free transfers and have Wood as my first sub. If Diaz doesn't start, Trent Wood to Porro, Solanke and bench Diaz.
So
have the exact
this is
funds
really weird. I've
move.
never really seen betting
I would make the moves if it's for free. Oh, it is for free. You've got 2 free transfers, Chris. Yeah, I would do that. If we get a leak that Diaz doesn't start, yes.
But as of right now, without the leak, I wouldn't be comfortable selling Diaz without knowing.
FPL Mikel says 13 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Considering the Saka isn't that explosive and thus rarely a captain option, why spend a premium spot on him? Also, why Davis over Greaves? Davis has incredible attacking threat. He's on all set pieces pretty much for Ipswich, so that's why I'd go for him over Greaves. On Saka, I agree that if you're not going to captain him and he's not that explosive, maybe you could go without. But I'm not having Saka locked in for the long term. I'm having him for a brilliant fixture against Southampton, in which he could be explosive. And then I'm looking to sell him to Foden in Game Week 9. So that's why I'm spending the money there. He's almost like a placeholder. Or I might even move to Heung-min Son. If Heung-min Son's back next week and he looks really good and he's fit and firing, I could even move to a Heung-min Son. Or I could try and get back up to Mohamed Salah. I just think 2 premium midfielders is the best structure moving forward for me.
Okay, then yeah, I'd probably go Solanke. Because I know for
JS
sure
Rice says whoa, I lost that. On wildcard, deciding between Colwill, McNeil, Porro, João Pedro versus Gvardiol, Dibbling, Dunk, DCL. What do you reckon? Hope you and Pickle enjoy, Brum. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just from glancing at it, I prefer Colwill, McNeil, Porro, João Pedro combo, but I don't like the João Pedro pick, so I would say Strand Larsen, because João Pedro's not fit. So Colwill, McNeil, Porro, Strand Larsen is just about, for me, a better combination than the other. But it's very, very close. Very, very close.
Yeah,
Frosty,
totally fair,
member for 31 months. What a legend.
But I've never...
Says, only made one change so far. Fabianski to Valdemarsson. Fabianski's high ownership spooks me slightly. Now stuck on Winks versus Dibbling, i.e. 2-point merchant or minutes risk with high upside.
I have no idea.
Surely Dibbling. Like, if you eventually need Winks, you're getting 2 points from him. Like, I'd rather just not have the 2 points. I think surely you go Dibbling in that position, but maybe you just go for safety of minutes. I don't know. In terms of Fabianski, Valdemarsson,
FPL TLM?
Fabianski dropping in price would only be an issue if you plan on selling Fabianski, and I don't see why you would unless you want to go for rotating goalkeepers at some point. So I'm not too stressed about Fabianski's high ownership, but yeah, I would go for Dibbling, Frosty. But I understand the allure of just having a player that you know starts every week. Matuata, what a name! I probably butchered that. Says wildcard: Raya, Davis, Trent, Lewis, Palmer, Saka, Foden, Rodgers, McNeil, Solanke, Havertz, Watkins, weak bench. A no Haaland draft. It's a stunning no Haaland draft. Palmer, Saka, Foden, Havertz, Solanke, and Watkins. And Trent. The drafts that you can build without Haaland makes me angry because they're so good. I love it. Really nice wildcard, mate. Russell says Raya, Davis, Van der Ven, Aït-Nouri, Van den Berg.
You're missing
Rodgers and Burmo, Johnson, Haaland, Solanke, Cunha. So the options to fill up the spots are Lewis, Saka, and Palmer. Beautiful. 2, Lewis/Martinelli. Lewis/Martinelli.
The thing is, I know
Palmer,
Watkins
Havertz.
is a good pick.
3,
if you do have
Saliba, Foden,
Rodgers,
Saka.
some sort
Get
of
Palmer for
cover,
Game Week 9.
because you know he'll play.
Lewis, Saka, Palmer. I say that in a very biased way, though, Russell. I have Lewis, Saka,
See
Palmer.
what you mean, though. You might want Watkins.
But I just think Lewis, Saka, and Palmer is the best structure. It's the best set of players. I would go for option 1, then maybe 3, then 2 would be the way that I would structure it in terms of who I would prefer to have. Right, you got half an hour until the deadline. On a positive note, when the last-minute dilemmas are your bench fodder, it gives you confidence with the rest of the team. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the position that I'm in as well. It's like those final few positions is normally a good sign. Is Luis Diaz starting today? Got no idea. Got no idea. Hopefully we find out in the next half an hour. We usually do get early team news, but we can never guarantee that we're going to get it. Obviously, as soon as I get the early team news around Diaz, around maybe and hopefully Rico Lewis, I'll share that with you. Vignesh says, would Vardy or Delap, who is a better replacement for João Pedro for this week? And I really love your content. Thank you very much, Vignesh. I would say, I'd honestly be very tempted by Vardy out of those 3. Yeah, maybe Vardy. On pens, good fixtures, minutes seem pretty secure for the moment, a pedigree of scoring goals. We know he's a decent finisher still. I'd maybe go Vardy. Callum says, good morning, Ross. Should I sell Pau Torres to Pedro Porro this week? Fed up of Aston Villa's leaky defence. We'll probably do the move next week if not. I mean, if it's for free and you think you'll do it next week anyway, go for it. Yeah, Pedro Porro's got a chance for attacking returns this week. Maybe not a great chance for a clean sheet this week for Porro, but yeah, I'd be very tempted, Callum. Only if it's for free, though. If it's for a hit, I wouldn't. Gvardiol or Porro? If I had the money, Gvardiol, but I think Porro is absolutely fine as an option, and the next 5 fixtures are still very good for him. 2 free transfers. Want to do Saka to Palmer and Diaz to Gordon. What are your thoughts? I wouldn't sell Saka in a million years this week. Never would I go near selling Saka.
Raya,
so no,
4.0,
I wouldn't be doing that.
Gabriel, Lewis,
Diaz to Gordon's a nice transfer, though. I've got no issues with that as a move. Keep Saka, do Diaz to Gordon. Only if in the next 30 minutes we get a leak that Diaz doesn't start, because otherwise you could be selling Luis Diaz before Palace away, which if he starts is a fine fixture. Benjamin says, hi Ross, my wildcard at the moment is Raya Gabriel, Porro, Lewis, Trent, Mbeumo, Johnson, Rodgers, Saka, Solanke, Haaland, with Vandenberg, DCL, Dibbling on the bench. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it's lovely. Where does it differ from mine? So you've got a slightly cheaper forward line. You don't have Palmer, but that allows you to get Johnson in there, and it allows you to get Trent in there, and Porro. Yeah, you've basically sacrificed Palmer to have a much better team. So I don't mind that, Benjamin. Give it like a 9 out of 10. Very, very nice. I will just say, moving forward, I do think the structure moving forward will be 2 premium midfielders at least. I think you're going to want Palmer, Saka, Son will come back soon, Foden's great, Salah's great. I think we are going to want 2 premium midfielders at least moving forward. So that's why I've gone with the structure I've gone for, despite it meaning that I have to go a little bit cheap in the defence and the bench. Must start Eze and Aina Robinson, 1 free transfer, sell by who? I would just do Eze to Johnson probably, and just start Ola Aina. Start Ola Aina, start and sell Eze to Johnson. Cap says 5.3 last defender spot, got Gabriel, Lewis, Raya, bench of 8 Nuri and a 4 million defender. Do I go Van de Ven or Canate?
That's an upgrade, right? Because Watkins is more money.
Gabriel, Lewis, 8 Nuri on the bench. I think I would go Van de Ven. But I also don't think, sorry, the camera's gone. I also don't think that Canate is a bad pick at all. I just think with the fixtures coming up for slightly cheaper, I'd probably prefer Van de Ven. Salah to Palmer, 1 free transfer, then João to Duran. I wouldn't sell Salah to Palmer this week, no. I would just keep Salah. I don't feel like Palmer's a massive upgrade on Salah this week, if at all, to be honest. I actually think I would slightly... If you gave me free choice to have Palmer or Salah this week, I would slightly prefer this week alone to have Salah. At the very least, it's probably not worth the transfer right now. But I understand, if you've just got a gut feeling about going for Palmer, then go for it. He's not a bad pick, and if it's for free, he could absolutely outscore Salah. Sorry. I will at some point sort out my camera situation. When that will be, I'll keep you on your toes. But as of right now, it is not doing too well. Yo, love your content. Thoughts on your wildcard, highlights and downs. Just came home, got to fix my wildcard before the deadline. Our squads have almost been the same. Yeah, in terms of what I love, everything. I like the fact I've got 7 attackers that are starting. I like the fact that I've got multiple penalty takers in Saka, Palmer, Mbeumo, Haaland, Cunha, and maybe Solanke. Like, even Rodgers could take a pen, but assuming that Son's not available this week, I should have 6 penalty takers in my team, maybe 7, but probably 6, which is really nice. I like having double Arsenal defence. I like 8 Nuri and Davis as attacking picks. What I don't like is the bench is very weak. I don't have any Liverpool, and I'd like another Spurs midfielder, or I'd like another Spurs attacker in Kulusevski or Johnson. But like, you can't own everyone. I'd like Ollie Watkins as well. So there are players I'd want, but generally, mate, I'm very, very happy with the wildcard team. No concerns for me. Semenyo and Cunha or Johnson and Delap/Vardy, if to, what striker? Semenyo and Cunha or Johnson.
That's tough now,
if to. I would go
Lewis Jackson.
I would go
Ibrakadabra low. Yeah.
I would go Semenyo and Cunha just, but I do really like Brennan Johnson. Hi Ross, any Notts meetups planned this season?
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I might do a meetup in Nottingham towards the end of the season, probably, or maybe like in January, February time. I don't know that I'm so busy with so many things. I don't know if I'll be able to get one in at the end of 2024. But maybe early 2025 I can organise a meetup. I'll have a look into it. Also, why have you gone 3-4-3 over 3-5-2? My team is similar, but I've gone Johnson over Cunha. In all honesty, Johnson over Cunha is probably a better pick. The only reason for it is Cunha is, I think, a 90-minute man. Johnson might get an early sub, and Cunha's on penalties, and I've just got a bit of a gut feeling with the fixtures coming up. But Johnson could definitely outscore Cunha. But yeah, I just think Cunha, for the pens, for the minutes, could be a nice alternative.
Someone here, Grizz Khan, has Ali,
Brennan Johnson and
Trent,
DCL,
Canate, VVD,
or
Robo,
Solanke and Dibbling.
McAllister, Gravenberch, Jones, Mo, Diaz, Jota.
I would go Solanke and Dibbling, assuming you don't have to play Dibbling every week, because I think Solanke is that good. But obviously, Johnson and DCL is a better pairing if you have to start them every week. But assuming that Dibbling is just tucked away there on your bench, Solanke's worth paying the funds for, I think. Diaz to Brennan Johnson if no leaks. Targeting Phil and Cole in Game Week 9. Yeah, I think Diaz to Brennan Johnson is a very safe and obvious move if Diaz is leaked to not be starting. Start 2 of Lewis, DCL and Rodgers if Diaz is benched. Lewis, DCL and Rodgers if Diaz is benched. I would start Lewis and DCL probably and bench Rodgers, but I don't love that. I think I'd definitely start Lewis, unless we get a rumour, of course, that Lewis isn't starting. We've got a massive super chat from JP. Dear Lord. Hi, mate.
Either
Your
Salah
FPL
or
advice
Palmer,
is brilliant
man.
and sick of
It's
seeing some people be so negative and nasty towards you.
Whatever you think.
Keep doing what
quick.
you're doing. You are, in my
tough
opinion, the
without
best
Haaland.
content creator out there. Keep it up and don't ever let the haters get you down. Can we have like a W or a love heart in chat for JP? Just dropped a ridiculously big super chat just to say that. Amazing. Please message me on somewhere, JP. Message me on like Instagram or something. I'd like to thank you personally, but thank you so much. It's people like you, not just because of the super chat, but it's people like you that are the reason that I carry on doing it. Because yeah, there are a lot of haters, there's a lot of negative stuff, but there are so many nice people. Thank you so much. That is ridiculously kind. Some would say too kind, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, look, what a lovely chat we have. I love the live streams. The live streams are just full of positive people. We don't have any of that negativity, which is what we don't need. Let's crush Game Week 7. Hope you have fun at Villa Park. Thank you, Mahir. I hope you have a fantastic Game Week 7. Need a 1 week punt. Jota to Bowen or Robinson to Lewis? Jota to Bowen is cheeky, but I think Jota will start, so I wouldn't do Jota to Bowen. Robinson to Lewis is probably the better move, but only if we get a leak that Lewis starts. And yeah, I just wouldn't sell Jota this week because I think he is arguably a punt, given that not many people will have Jota at this stage. Alex says, Ross, I think you missed my chat. Sorry, mate. 2 transfers, Saka to Palmer and Diaz to Gordon. Thoughts, please? No, mate, I did actually answer to that. I said I wouldn't do Saka to Palmer. I would do Diaz to Gordon if we get a leak that Diaz doesn't start. But as of right now, I wouldn't do it. But yeah, I think Saka to Palmer for me isn't a move I'd want to make this week. But Diaz to Gordon is a really nice transfer if Diaz doesn't start. Dennis says, minus 1.6 in the bank, what to do? I did want... Oh, you've got 1.6 in the bank, what to do? I did want Salah Haaland when I wildcard, but thoughts on that? Should I go to a similar team with yours with a few changes or Salah Haaland? I think unless your team value is insane and you're happy going without the likes of Saka, Palmer, Foden, I don't think you can get Salah and Haaland in a good enough draft for me at the moment. I just think you're sacrificing too much to get Salah in there. I think if you want Salah, maybe go without Haaland.
It's going to hurt here.
I'm not saying there isn't a team out there that will look good with both of them, but I wouldn't be going for both of them. Hopefully that helps. Any news on Diaz? Nothing right now, but if you do sell him, I think a Spurs midfielder makes the most sense, or try and get up to someone like a Palmer or Saka as part of a double transfer. Start Konsa or Leif Davis? I'd personally start Leif Davis for the attacking threat. Did Salah to Haaland -4. Had to get a 4.4 mid over Winks because Haaland rose last night somehow, lol. Doesn't feel great, although he'll never play. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Winks plays, but you're not expecting much from him anyway. I understand why you made the move. I do think Haaland over Salah for the next 5 makes more sense. So yeah, I understand it. I hope it pays off for you. Hopefully Haaland smashes it. It's the first week that I've owned him. If Haaland blanks the week that I bring him in, not going to be best pleased. I'm hoping for some returns. Cunha to Wood to get Ryan Aït-Nouri in for Mikalenko. Nah, not for me. Unless you really fancy Ryan Aït-Nouri as a pick, but I'd prefer Cunha and Mikalenko. Unless you need to start Mikalenko this week, because there are rumours circulating that Mikalenko is out with an injury. They've not been confirmed or anything, but yeah. Delap or Wood? I'd probably go for Chris Wood. I think Delap's fine, but I don't think he's going to score a brace every week. I think Chris Wood is a better asset. Hey Ross, can you please rate my wildcard team? Flecken, Lewis, Gabriel, Van der Ven, Salah, Mbermo, Rodgers, McNeil, Watkins, Havertz, Haaland. Like a 9 out of 10. It's a great team. And you've got Salah in there. There you go. Someone just said, can you have Salah and Haaland in a draft? You can. You've got no Palmer and you've got no Saka, but you do have Watkins, Havertz, Haaland and Salah. I'm wondering how on earth you're affording this. That is a ridiculously strong team. It's great. Yeah, Vijay, I tell you what, really nice draft. Khan says...
What? Did he edit his tweet?
Oh, my whole thing's frozen. Oh no, PC frozen. Need help as I'm on wildcard and a major overhaul was required. Should I go for Edison, Van der Ven, Guardiola, Martinelli, Solanke and Wood? Okay, well. Or
okay, he's
Raya, Lewis, Davis, Saka, Calvert-Lewin and Welbeck. I can get Raya and Henderson otherwise. Oh, that's a close one. I think I like the Raya, Lewis, Davis, Saka one, but that's because it's closer to my team. I don't like the idea of going without Solanke, though.
No.
I almost want to say number 2, but find a way to get Solanke, but I know that isn't what you've asked me here. But if I am just choosing one of those as a combination of players, I'm just about leaning number 2.
I'm gonna break him,
it is very close.
Fuck.
Aina, Van der Ven or Davis, got Greaves and Van den Berg. If you've got Greaves and Van den Berg, maybe Ola, Aina or Van der Ven. But I prefer Davis. But I think if you've already got Greaves, like maybe you don't want 2 Ipswich defenders.
Diaz is not starting.
By the way, we've got just over 50 minutes till the deadline. I would recommend that you stop super chatting now, because otherwise I'm going to struggle to get through answering them, as well as answering the chat and looking for team news. So here is your warning that any super chats entered from now I might not get around to.
Damn.
Should I just keep Eze and save a transfer? You could do. Eze could return. He's still got the same underlying data. He's still a good player. But I think going for a Spurs mid would be very tempting for me. Mavididi or McNeil? McNeil best fixtures are away. I'd be very tempted to save funds and go Mavididi. McNeil is great, but he's not got the goal threat to continue scoring goals on a consistent basis. So for me, I would maybe be tempted by Mavididi instead of McNeil. Start Colwell or Davis?
I'm about to break Mbomo.
I would start Colwell this week, just about. Pedro and Trent to Solanke and Rico -4, Greaves first sub. Shout Pedro and Trent, Solanke and Rico -4. I would be very tempted to do that, yeah, I would. But if Rico Lewis doesn't start, then you're playing Greaves, basically.
Should I turn off
unless
Raptor,
Rico
bro?
comes off the bench. I'd maybe wait 10 minutes to see if we get early team news on Rico Lewis, but otherwise, yeah, I think that's a nice set of transfers. Sutter says, thoughts on my wildcard team, Ross. Flecken, Guardiola, Lewis, Gabriel, 8 Nuri, Burgess, Johnson, Rogers, Saka, Mbomo, Solanke, Havertz, Haaland.
That's quick. I'm never gonna
lovely. I love the front line of Solanke, Havertz, Haaland.
This guy's gonna blank.
It's basically my team, but you've just gone a little bit stronger in terms of...
I'm gonna break him.
You've not gone for Palmer, which allows you to get Havertz and Johnson and a slightly stronger defence. I like it. I do think that moving forward, you're going to have to rejig funds to get another more expensive midfielder in there. But for now, Sutters, it's a really nice team.
How dare the bald fraud? There's
James,
too many
Lewis to Porro or Roll? Good luck this week, man.
Too many bald frauds.
I would keep Lewis. Yeah, that's keep Lewis, unless we get a leak that he doesn't start, of course.
I'll wait 5 more minutes. Too many bald frauds.
How long we got? Just over 15 minutes till the deadline. Luis Diaz not starting. What's the if you're gonna send team news in the chat so that I know that it's not fake, you need to give me the handle of the person that you've seen it from, and I will check it out and verify. Check Focals last tweet. Okay, we'll have a look.
Check Focals last tweet. Am I not following Focal or what? I have not seen anything from Focal.
Okay. Right. Let me switch over here then.
That one.
And then go to Twitter.
Yeah, he's not starting.
This account is apparently quite reliable. Diaz, they have Diaz as not starting. So they have the team as Alisson, Trent, Konate, Van Dijk, Robertson, Gravenberch, McAllister, Jones, so no Soboslai either, Salah, Gakpo, and Jota.
Nick doesn't own.
I don't know the validity. The reason that I say that it might be worth trusting them is FPL Focal has retweeted them.
No, you don't. You just have the
same. And so I don't think he would retweet unless he knows that they are reliable. So I would rely on that, and I would say you can now sell Diaz, but this is not my team news, and I don't know. Right? So take it with a pinch of salt. I'm just presenting what I see. If you wanted to sell Luis Diaz, you could probably feel slightly more reliable.
Alright, I'm going to do
Apparently
Diaz.
Anfield Edition
Diaz will
also
probably go down in value after he's benched. He could
has
come
them on a reliable list. Okay.
Punish.
So yeah,
like
maybe we rely on him then.
Eze to punish Nico. Diaz to punish
Mr. Martin says, benching headache here, so help me out. Start to a Rogers, Eze, and McNeil.
It's official.
Leaning towards Rogers and McNeil because I have also Trent. Yeah, I would back the Trent clean sheet then, and I would start Rogers and McNeil.
Refresh this.
Okay, there we go. I'll truck it back to my team.
Free transfer gone.
So let me just pin a message in the chat.
I'm about to break him, Brian Mbomo.
According to sources, Diaz is benched and Jota starts. There we go. I'll pin that so that people joining can see it. Hopefully someone else confirms. It would be good to get like double confirmation, but as of right now, that might be enough for us. I'll end the captaincy poll, by the way. Basically, everyone's captaining Haaland. A few people might be on Saka, Palmer, Havertz, but largely it's Haaland. Anfield Edition also says Jones starts, so aligns with that focal retweet. Perfect. Okay, so we're thinking it's probably quite likely that Jota starts and Diaz is benched. I can't believe after all of the Jota hate, he's been the one that ends up returning and then starting in back-to-back games, whereas Diaz gets benched and blanks last week. It's crazy. Jota was always the one. Jota was always the asset to own. Do we have any City team news? Nothing right now. Nothing right now.
Well, that sucks.
I'll check on my phone because my computer's struggling with me keeping checking Twitter. Remember that City aren't the early kickoff, so the chance of getting City team news is there, but it's not 100%.
I see, Nico.
Okay, multiple people are now reporting that Diaz doesn't start. So, unless it's all come from the same false rumour, let's say that Diaz probably doesn't start and Jota does. If Diaz doesn't start, is it worth just swapping him for Jota or Brennan Johnson? I wouldn't go for Jota because you face the same issue of post-international break, does Jota start? I would just go for Brennan Johnson, Kulusevski or Maddison, a Spurs midfielder, or you could go for someone like a Mavididi or McNeil. And if you can, obviously moving to someone like
I really appreciate
Saka
you guys tuning in.
or Palmer
That's
or Foden could be really nice. Sadly, we don't know if Foden
David
starts.
Earlier, Nico.
Wood and Trent or Palmer and Aït-Nouri for this week? Palmer and Aït-Nouri for me is a better combo this week. No points chasing Foden over Palmer. Good luck. We just don't know if Foden starts, but I think Foden will start for sure. I just don't know that.
Probably gonna
I'd be surprised if he doesn't, based on his recent performances.
I only got Salah anyways now, and they
Is
probably not
Diaz
gonna keep
benched?
a clean sheet.
Multiple people are reporting that Diaz is benched. Yes, that's the latest that we have. By the way, whilst we wait for more news, if you could please make sure you subscribe. I'd massively appreciate that. Takes 2 seconds to just scroll down, hit that subscribe button. I'm just trying to find out if we have any Man City team news, if there's any way to get that. Don't know if we're going to be able to get it. No one's tweeting Man City team news, sadly. Who is the best Diaz replacement? Still a Spurs midfielder, a premium asset if you can get there, of course. Or maybe even an Arsenal midfielder. You could go for like a Martinelli or a Trossard. We just don't even know if they start. It's difficult for me moving for an asset that I don't know if they're going to start or not. So I would probably go for Brennan Johnson, Maddison, or Kulusevski. Would be my one of the Spurs mids.
I appreciate it, man. Fun chatting too. Been a long
Saya says Trent, Salah, Watkins, really João Pedro 2 for a -4. Gvardiol, Johnson, Haaland, Solanke.
Hopefully we get green arrows here.
Have Palmer, Havertz, 2 Arsenal defenders. Please help. I wouldn't do that, no.
When
I don't feel like they're a massive upgrade.
Just chuckle,
Trent, Salah,
right?
Watkins are absolutely fine. João Pedro is obviously not great, but as much as I think that Gvardiol, Johnson, Haaland and Solanke are probably a slightly better set, I don't know that that's worth using all of your transfers on. So I probably wouldn't do it. If you're asking me for a bit of confirmation bias, it's a fine set of transfers. I don't think it should hopefully massively backfire. So I just wouldn't make those
Nico's
moves.
team is here. He transferred out.
You've got just under 10 minutes until the deadline.
Brennan Johnson.
Make sure you're getting those teams locked in.
I think that should be the best. As is
any news on Savio? We haven't had any early City team news. The only early team news we've had is around Liverpool.
Haaland's captain as
well. And the leak is that Trent starts, Jota starts, but Diaz is benched. Which obviously isn't ideal.
Konza first on the bench. Burns second on the bench. Recently gone out in price.
Sorry for the little bit of lag. It's not my internet, it's my
hoping for the 90-pointer.
He's struggling. Bench Gordon or Rodgers this week. Good luck to you. I'd start Gordon. He should be on penalties.
From Gameweek 5.
And Everton are ravaged with injuries, apparently.
You into the million for sure.
I'd be very tempted to start Gordon. Gordon's a great pick for this week. Imagine if he gets another penalty as well. Cunha or Mavididi have Flecken in goal?
I got the 90-pointer, and I captained the wrong person.
If it's to start one this week, I'd still start Cunha, but Mavididi's a great pick. If you want to just
Madison with the
obviously diversify slightly and not back against your keeper, maybe you do just start Mavididi.
And his yellow card for take off his shirt. Hey Jeff, how's it going?
Right, just under 10 minutes, like I said, till the deadline. Do you like Mavididi as a nice, cheap, long-term pick? Yeah, really good. I think other than Rodgers, he's probably my favourite cheap pick.
Log off soon here.
Ashton says, do I start Ola Aina instead of saving Savingo for safety?
Most likely 99% benched.
I don't even know who that could be. Savinho is that probably? Oh, it's probably Savinho, isn't it? Oh, hello? Hello?
What's your preference, ECR and Diaz to Mboma and Johnson, or Eze and Diaz to Mboma matters? ESR.
Can you see and hear me the whole time there? Or did that cut out? What is happening?
Eze and Diaz.
My whole computer just like shut down on me.
So you're debating whether to get rid of Emil Smith-Rowe or Eze.
Honestly, my entire Chrome just went black then and come up with an error message. Thank God. Right, we're still here. My computer, I need to get a new computer. Do you know what? Thanks to some of the generous super chats today, I will be buying a new computer very soon.
I own Madison.
The computer that I want is like $2,000, so I've been putting it off. I need to buy a new computer.
Madison has been a tough own for me. I've owned him since
never seen that before. It's got with a massive error message on my Chrome.
I go with the man in form with Johnson. It's less pressure.
Yeah, Diaz isn't starting. And Jota is starting. Trent is starting. Salah's starting. The only two assets that are apparently benched for Liverpool is Szoboszlai and Diaz. So if you own Szoboszlai or Diaz, you might want to sell them this week.
But
how is Mrs. Raptor's team this week? She has tweeted her team out. If you just
cheaper than
look for FPL Pickle on Twitter, she's already tweeted her team.
I have owned Madison since Gameweek 1. That's the
nothing on Rico Lewis. We've got nothing on Man City. No early team news on Man City now at the moment. Remember, they don't play till 3 PM, so maybe we won't. Szoboszlai's been benched 2-4. Apparently Jones is starting ahead of Szoboszlai. Khan says, should I replace Johnson to Dibbling just to get Saka in for Martinelli? I would. I would rather Saka and Dibbling than I would Martinelli and Johnson, personally. But then again,
I think you misread that, Nico. Diaz is out no matter what for him.
Also changed Guardiola to Lewis. Guardiola to Lewis is probably worth it for the savings, yeah.
Go for Diaz.
Oh, you haven't tweeted your team?
Whether it's a Johnson or a
sorry,
Madison.
I thought you would have tweeted your team by now. She's not tweeted her team. Ignore what I said. She will tweet her team very soon.
Oh, and then like depending on who to get out for that, I'd go obviously ESR.
I've got triple Spurs. Is that a bad thing? No, not for the next 5. I think it's great. From Game Week 12 and beyond, Spurs' fixtures aren't great. So around Game Week 12, you probably want to start transitioning out of those Spurs assets. But for the next 5 weeks, I don't mind.
Jackson, Lewis, or Cunha and Guardiola.
Right, you've got just over 5 minutes until the deadline. Don't tempt me into Foden. Everyone in the chat is trying to tempt me into Foden. You know what I'm like when it comes to Phil Foden. I'm going to get Foden in Game Week 9. Would you rather have Johnson or Maddison? I think Maddison is still a slightly better pick than Johnson, but not for the money. Like if they were the same price, I'd go Maddison. But considering the saving, I would go Johnson ahead of Maddison.
What's the fixtures like?
Captain Haaland or Saka and why? Saka's got the better fixture. Saka's got the better matchup. But Haaland is the better asset and has got more goal threat. Haaland's goal threat is 3 times that of Saka, if you're looking at expected goal involvement. So I think for me, Haaland is a marginally better option than Saka, but I think is extremely close. Calafiori or Timber? I think Calafiori is more likely to start this week than Timber. Any leaks just joined?
Honestly,
the only leaks are that Diaz does not start.
To you. I know I'm going to go against Nico, but I'd prefer. I own Lewis.
Jota, Trent, and Salah do start.
Out of position. You have cover. You're on the wild card.
So Diaz is the big one. We have had it rumoured that Diaz does not start. So if you wanted to make the move to Palmer, if you want to make the move to a Spurs midfielder, you can go ahead and do that with a little bit of confidence. We never know fully if these leaks are true, but yeah. You could even go for an Arsenal midfielder, Martinelli, Trossard, something.
Yeah, I'd go Jackson and Lewis personally, but
Jackson and Johnson, or in Mbeumo and Cunha. Probably in Mbeumo and Cunha for me.
Havertz is on penalties, so I definitely captain.
Diaz starts. The rumor is fake. It could be, but the rumor was coming from like 7, 8 different accounts. So I would say it's probably not. Foden's fixtures are too
you
good.
Could captain
they are,
Havertz, man.
But
That's
you can bring him in at 9 for Saka. In game week 9 when Saka's fixtures start to turn, that's when you can go for Foden. We're not committing to going without Foden for the next 5. I'm just for the next 1 or 2 fixtures.
You don't want to back the early
I'm going to
kickoff
opt to go
Salah.
without Foden. But yeah, I think Foden could be a really nice option for the next 5. Chat, do I go for Rodgers or Davis? I would start Rodgers ahead of Davis, absolutely. Is Mbeumo captain crazy or a good differential? I don't think Wolves are as bad as people are suggesting, so I would say I prefer other players, but it's not crazy.
Yeah, Nico.
You can definitely go for it. I got Foden over Palmer.
Who do you have more confidence in scoring, Wolves or Chelsea? Let's be real.
No issues there. Do you think Van den Berg will start? I think Van den Berg will start this week, but moving forward, I don't know.
So
I don't know if he's going to get long-term enough, solid enough minutes. 8 Nuri is incredibly attacking. Love that pick. Yeah, 8 Nuri and Davis are basically attackers playing listed as defenders. They're not great attackers, like they're not going to get you tons of returns, but I would expect 8 Nuri and Davis over the next 5 weeks to each get at least 1 return, attacking-wise, and then they might get the odd clean sheet as well.
But like, just go with what you think.
Stop convincing me to get Palmer. Foden. I'm seeing loads of people in the chat trying to tempt me into Foden. Stop it.
Here. We got another Ronaldinho tweet.
Stop trying to tempt me into Foden. I know your game. You want me to last minute tinker with my team, remove Palmer, put in Foden, then Foden will blank, Palmer will score another 4 goals, and I'll be crying.
Yeah, Nico's putting some case in here for Cunha, and the fact that Raptor went for Cunha, what do I know? This guy.
Right, let's see if there's any other early team news. Get Foden now so he gets injured in the break. I'm not
really
doing it. Stop trying to make me do it. Look at Foden's fixtures. I know. I'm going to get him from 9. Stop pestering me about it.
2 minutes of the deadline. Lock in it.
No, I'm not doing it. You've got just under 2 minutes until the deadline. Make sure you're getting your teams locked in. I'm happy with my team. Stop trying to convince me otherwise. No Man City team news, though. I'm surprised about that. I feel so detached from FPL at the moment, sire. You got an international break, Pickle. That's what they're there for. To let us settle back down, relax, have some time off, and then we'll be rejuvenated coming back after that. I think I'm set with my team, chat.
Shout out Nico for staying in here nice quick.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I'm not making
Jets
any changes. Unless we get news in the next minute that Lewis is benched, which I don't think we will. I might start 8 Nuri instead of him, but...
Once the deadline hits, I'm going to log off here. I wish you guys the best in
Right, less than a minute. Stop asking questions. Get your teams locked in. The only news we have is that Diaz doesn't start, Jota does. That is it. So yeah, Jota starts, Diaz doesn't, according to leaks. There we go. Done. Done.
Alright, it's locked in here.
We did it. We made it. It's not done yet, but by the time you hear my voice, it's probably going to be done.
Alright.
We're very close to locking in. Maybe I was a little bit premature. Foden banger and assist incoming, potentially. Should I wildcard this week? It's too late now. You've got less than a minute. So if you've not already, no. Locked in. That's it.
Done. 3 a.m.
There we are. Haaland captain. I finally own Haaland. Are you staying after the deadline? Yeah, I'll stay for like half an hour or so. For sure. At least 15, 20 minutes. I do have to get to Birmingham later, so I've got a few things to do.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in.
Not going to lie, I nearly forgot about the deadline because I was shredding some paper.